I first saw my classmate playing PUBG Mobile during a school break. He was talking while playing, and I asked him who he was talking to. He said he was talking to his teammates. That moment changed everything for me. Until then, mobile games only had text chats, but PUBG Mobile had real-time voice communication. It felt alive, it felt competitive, it felt like teamwork. This is when I downloaded the game and I never looked back. My house was always the gaming house of the village. Gamers will gather there to play together. Forming my first PUBG Mobile team in my room in 2019 felt exciting and fun. At the beginning, we were just friends playing together and chasing wins. Even today, when I talk to some of them, they remind me that we started in that same room. That room holds memories. It's where everything began. When I decided to step into esports, not just as a player, but as a career, I spoke with my mother first. She told me if I saw a future in esports, I should go for it. That gave me a strength, and also my fiance supported me from day one. She told me that I found myself in esports. I used to make monthly goals. He used to help me track if I'm doing hard enough to reach my monthly goals. If I'm not doing enough, she used to tell me, go for it, don't be lazy. It felt like a dream came true. PUBG Mobile became the first real esports platform that represented Somali youth. It created the first esports community in the country. For the first time, Somali youth or Somali players had something they could proudly stand behind. I realized it was bigger than just a game when I saw young players looking at me, not just as a teammate, but as a leader. When parents started asking me questions about esports, and when players said that they had hope because of what we were building, I understood it was no longer just about winning matches. It became a mission. The hardest part was building a team that shared the same vision and passion. It was difficult to step into a field that no one plays. Many people doubted esports completely. In Somalia, there was no investors, no sponsors at the beginning. What kept me going was the desire to build something for Somali youth that I never had as a player. I did not want them to struggle the way we did. Esports is not limited to a certain countries. It's for everyone. If you are disciplined, focused, and consistent, you can build your own path. Dream big, stay committed. Do not let anyone let you. It's not possible. It's impossible. Thank you, PUBG Mobile, for being a light for esports in our country. You gave Somali youth a platform, a community, a dream. I hope to see more investments and more events hosted in our country. Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
Time has come. Be the #1 for Africa.
Hello everyone and welcome back. It is day 2 of the wildcard right here for PMNC Africa. There's a lot of excitement about to hit the battlefield here. Of course, my name is DK and with me today is Mr. Torix. Torix, how are you doing today?
Thank you so much, DK, for the wonderful welcome. And yes, it is the final day. It is the day number 2 for the PMNC wildcard. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only last day that is going to happen. And we will have the champions. We will have the top 5 that will be moving forward. But yes, DK, you asked me how I am, and I'm doing absolutely amazing. You know why? Because the teams, they're ready to take that action once again for the day number 2.
Oh, very looking forward to it. Of course, we are going to be running through pretty much yesterday with regards to map rotation, teams, points, all those things. But we'll be taking at those scores, take a look at the scores rather, to figure out where exactly the teams left off after the 5 matches coming through. But as you said, right, there's only so many slots available for teams to take the qualification seats, to take that position over into the PMGO qualifiers itself. So I'm expecting quite a bit of pressure coming through, right? Looking to see who's going to be the ones to step up. A few teams have definitely stepped up to that plate, right? We did see 2 squads yesterday securing themselves 2 winner chicken dinners. That was Mazer Esports as well as Force Strength. So curious to see if we are going to be having a little bit of that potentially maybe coming through yet again here today.
Oh, that is absolutely true. But you know what? The rest of the things. First, we have to talk about all the formats. The struggles that these teams took, and that's where they came in from. Talking about the roadmap, it was the PMNC qualifiers, out of which the South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria wildcard, the one that we are still watching. The top 32 advances on each map from Rondo, Wrangel, Miramar. Then they go to the group stages, where they play 6 matches each day, and from those 6 matches, it is 16 teams across the 2 days of action from all the 4 regions that now we have. It is South Africa that the 4 teams are done. Kenya, the 3 teams. From Nigeria, there's also 3 teams. But now, the final day, where we're going to find the wild card, 5 total teams.
Yep, there's going to be a lot of pressure coming through here. I mean, I'm so looking forward to seeing who's going to be bringing in that sweaty heat, all the pressure across the board. Because we know the next step from here is to go face off against all the other qualified teams, right? So there's so much riding on the line here. And those teams, of course, playing for their share of our prize pool. Each of the regions today, of course, you can see those breakdowns coming through. It is going to be $3,000 up for grabs here today, which forms a total of the 22,000 USD spread throughout all 5 events here. But as we know, these regions are all competing to get into that Africa regional final. So there's going to be a lot of pressure coming in on the next weekend. But yeah, a decent share for these teams to try and get in. As far as I remember, I think the teams coming into pole position here today are going to be walking away with a decent chunk of change, getting locked in on their bag there as well. I think it's what, $800 up for grabs. And of course, we've got that MVP as well. So there's a lot for these teams to play to try and get themselves into those qualifying positions. And of course, taking a look at that prize pool distribution, yep, there we have it. It is going to be $800 for the players who take that top position, all the way down to $20 going to 16th position. Then of course, if you are the GOAT with the most, the MVP, you're going to be walking away with an additional 200 USD. So a decent day in the office here, Dorix.
I mean, at the end of the day, everybody's getting something out of the PMNC wildcard finals. But yes, this is the prize pool distribution, ladies and gentlemen. This is how the cookie is going to crumble. This is where the cookie is actually going to crumble. Moving forward, I do believe so. We still have the point structure, and that is exactly true. We all know the new point structure. We talked about it yesterday, and in the different regions as well, it all is going the same way. 10 for the winner chicken dinners, and it goes down up until the 7th and 8th position, where you get at least 1 placement point. If you want any more points, you have to secure those elimination numbers. But the tiebreaker rule is the total number of WWCD is on the very top. If you don't have the WWCD or they're tying up, then they comes up to the placement points. And after that, even if that's the same, then it comes down to the elimination numbers. And just imagine, that is also coincidentally same as well. Then it comes down to that recent match, that performance of the recent match where you're going to be placed upon. That's how the tiebreaker is going to conclude.
Yeah, well, so quite a few opportunities to try and break that off. But of course, in case you forgot, the teams that participated yesterday, here we go, looking at them yet again. So we got elevated Elevate Esports rather. We got X Project, Glory, everybody all the way through to Veterans Esports. We got a Wildstorm in there as well. Now, if there's a few teams that I'm going to be looking at today, I'll definitely be saying that Elevate would be one of the teams that could be drawing quite a bit of that attention, right? They were quite hungry with the aggression yesterday, securing themselves a decent chunk of elims as well. Mesa also stepping up phenomenally. But then we've got a few other teams also held up within that top 5, as we'll see in a short minute, right? Astra comes to mind. We've got Regnum X also coming in here as well. So there is quite a bit of an expectation and a standard that has been set yesterday. But today is going to be all to see whether or not the teams can live up to the hype, right? Can they do what they need to secure themselves the required points? And of course, speaking about the opportunities to secure those points, they are going to be rotating through the same map rotation yet again. It is going to be Rondo to start us off. Then we head into a triple dose of Erangel before closing up the day with the final 2 Miramars, right? Torix, no better way to close off all the sweaty action than heading into the desert.
I'm definitely loving everything. This is the Rondo that's going to be starting, and the Miramars, the Barren Lands, that will be ending all the action today for the day number 2 and for the wild card entry. But yes, let's talk about the previous ranking, ladies and gentlemen. After the 6 matches yesterday, let's give you a recap. We have Elevate Esports joining us with just a single WWCD and having 76 of those total points, out of which, look at those elimination numbers. They have the highest elimination numbers out of everyone in the lobby. That is 49. Then comes down to Regnum X on the elimination side. Not just the total points. Yes, Regnum X was doing an amazing job yesterday, but still, they're still lacking those placement points, and that is why they're on the hashtag number 4. But Mazer Gaming, 65, having a decent chunk of that placement and elimination on the equilibrium alongside of 4 strength as well, with 31 and 32. That is almost close to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very close. But again, right, it just shows you how important those winner chicken dinners are, because Mesa Gaming 4 strength, right, they've not been as aggressive as Regnum or Elevate Esports were yesterday, but they are able to hold on, right, kind of just sit there and hold the position steady. As you can see, those placement points are really something that they are benefiting off at this point. But if Regnum or Astra wants to try and contest for those higher positions, right, get a larger share of the prize pool, well, they need to get their hands on more placement points, right? They need to try and go for those winner chicken dinners. And of course, looking at the opportunity, the entry point into that top 5, yes, there is a bit of a barrier. We do see that sitting on 51 points, but a team like X Project or anybody else over on the top 4 slots right here could still, maybe, if they really, really tried today, look to contest, right? Look to see if they can get themselves just that extra little bit closer, right? It is going to be considerably harder for the squads on this page to achieve that, but, you know, all they can do is give it a shot, right? We won't know until they actually try it, and if they have some pretty phenomenal games, who knows where it could end for them. So really looking forward to seeing what the teams, especially on this page, are going to be looking to do. Also to see what the teams just outside the top 5 are going to be looking to bring onto the battlefield as well. Speaking of which, though, here are our top contenders for that MVP award, right? We got Lil Trump over here that is going to be looking to continue with the great angle that they are going for so far. Regnum X definitely looking to capitalize on this one. 17 eliminations and 3,500 damage. It looks pretty decent here, Torix. And of course, right at the bottom of the list there, we've got Zeus Thomas, right, coming through with 14 eliminations and 2,800 damage. So some pretty hefty figures being brought to the screen here.
Oh, that is absolutely true. The team that will be having that extra $200 chunk for themselves are these names for now. For now, we still have 6 more matches, and it will conclude to whosoever is going to be on the top will receive that extra 200 just for himself. And I do love that MVP prize pool, like, more than the number 1 or the number 2, because it's dividing. It's dividing between the players. Whereas if you're the MVP, you can actually say that, yes, this is the prize pool, this is the title that I have for myself, my own self, not for somebody else, not for the whole team. It's just my title that I'm just going to carry around all the places.
Yeah, I mean, you can go out and get yourself something nice, right? Maybe some extra thumb sleeves or something like that. I'm not quite sure it would cost $200, but you know what? Maybe if they've got some gold leaf on them, wouldn't make a lot of sense, but either which way, you know, do what you got to do with it. But before we get there, of course, we're going to have to go through our matches here today to see exactly what our teams are going to be bringing in, who's going to look to contest. Could we potentially maybe have a few upsets? Could this be the opportunity for teams like Zeus Morris, LLN, or even All Region to take their spot up in that top 5? Of course, all will be revealed. But Torix, I know you watched yesterday's games, right? You were casting the matches yesterday. Out of the teams outside of the top 5, is there anyone that stands out for you that could potentially be in the running to catch up?
Hey, I mean, all legions, they did an amazing job at one of the matches. They were consistent with their aggressive stances, but they were rather inconsistent with their survivability. Same with the situation of X Project, if I have to say, because yesterday they out of the 6 matches, they were consistent in getting 4, 5, at least 5 to 6 eliminations per matches. But at the same time, it's still the consistency of the survivability. The teams have to make sure that they're not over aggressively going on to the fact that they're getting eliminated first for the day number 2 if they want to really get into the top 5, because I still believe even right now that the top 5 is even accessible up until to the point of hashtag number 12.
Well, I mean, I have to agree with you, right? Nothing is out of reach just yet. So if the teams, as you said, all the way down in that 12th position are going to be looking to catch up, will they need to play near perfect PUBG? Yes, they will have to, because the difference between 51 and 22 points, it's considerable, right? We're looking at what's that 29-point difference. So
yes,
is that achievable? Yes, they can get that done in one single game. And I think Rondo is the perfect match exactly for that, right? The map that allows teams to go that extra little bit crazy, right? They do have the wrinkles, so it gives them a little bit more freedom to try something they wouldn't necessarily be doing on any of the other maps. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that is going to be panning out and where the teams are going to be looking to take that next step towards. But of course, there's going to be only one way for us to get onto that position to see exactly how the teams are going to be looking to pan out their performances. But for me personally, I would like to see a team like LLN, for instance, or Zeus Morris, right? Zeus already yesterday getting their hands on a winner chicken dinner. They've been pretty consistent with placements, right? Securing themselves 20 points. That is the 4th highest tally that we have, right? The 2 teams sitting at the top have 27. So curious to see how that will pan out, and we'll find out soon exactly what the teams have in store. In the meantime, we are going to be taking a quick break just to make sure that everybody is properly buckled in, and we'll be back in a short few moments. And we're back. We're getting ready to hop on and continue with the show. Now, Tarek, a few things that I'm curious about, right? Yesterday, we did see in the final match that X Project really used that opportunity to secure themselves quite a few eliminations, right? Walking away with those 8 eliminations, and that play actually allowed them to move up 3 positions in just that final show. So I'm curious, do you think that we could potentially be looking at X Project looking to maybe come in with that momentum from yesterday? Yes, sure, they went to a team to secure the 13 eliminations that we saw Elevate get, but do you think they're going to try and bag maybe, you know, placement points along with the phenomenal performance like we've seen yesterday in the last match?
I mean, the way that X Project played out the last match, it was phenomenal. And not only them, all the other teams, they were kind of doing the similar things. But X Project did stand out the most out of it because they were the one securing not just 1 or 2 placements. They secured at least 3 placements back to back for themselves in a single match, and that clearly shows that yes, they were ready even yesterday. They just did not had enough momentum. So in my opinion, I think it's all about the momentum. If they are given out that momentum at this point in time for this matches, for the early stages, I mean, Rondo is a very great example that you can make your momentum from there, because you do get an extra life out of the Rondo. But yes, remember this, Exit Team MR, they were consistent too with their survivability and some elimination numbers throughout the games. Yes, even though they are on the second chart, they are still like going somewhat consistent alongside of the Wildstorm GNGs. All Legions, on the other hand, I do want to talk about this team. All Legions yesterday, they were doing great, right? They were consistent with their elimination numbers. Not enough with their placement points, but elimination wise, they were absolutely going crazy every single match. 5, 7, that kind of eliminations. Even Zeus Morris, that was another name that was kind of in the top 3 for the first 3 matches, and after that they kind of went downhill side on the hashtag number 6 after that. So all of these names, all of these numbers, it all tally up to one thing. It all tally up to one single I'd say statement, that these matches, like the first half of today, is going to be, I'd say, conclusive. Everybody might go on the aggressive side, trying to figure out all those points for themselves. And the second half phase from third match onward, in fact, third Erangel onward, that's where like the players will start to like slow down on the pace side of their aggressive stances and somewhat focus on the placement.
Well, curious to see if that is going to play out for them this time around. But of course, we are getting ready to hop onto Rondo to get this party started.
Yes.
And yesterday, we did see the players there from Mesa come in with their winner chicken dinner, only picking up 14 eliminations. I say only 14 because we've seen larger victories come through on the other maps itself. And so far, Rondo has been quite surprising with regards to how these teams have been performing across the way. But as we know, Mesa, they are currently our top performer on this map, currently in these finals. And speaking of which, though, we are going to be having a near perfect flight path going from directly south straight to the north. I don't think I've ever really seen a flight path like this.
Hey, you and me, brother. You and me. Neither of us have seen this kind of a flight path. This is a new one for me, too. So, with this flight path, it gives almost every single opportunity to everybody around the premises that, yes, you can do whatever you want, wherever you want to go, you can go right now at this point in time. But what will the teams take? What is going to be the cue for the teams? Where are they going to drop is the big question. And how many of those early clashes are we going to see because of this plane line? Already you can see some of the teams dropping down at the early stages, early premises on the eastern corners. But Test Tracks, Neox Factory, that is going to be one big of a queue, one big of a place where every single fight may initiate at one point in time. But the second phase, we do have to see what the rest of the fights, what the rest of the engagements is going to happen. Because even on the western side, DK, I am seeing in Yulin areas, there's like multiple teams dropping down, but the circle is going to take a very hard shift towards the southern side as well. And it clearly shows that, yes, neither the plane line nor the circle is in the favor of somewhat of the teams.
I mean, yeah, a big majority of the teams don't necessarily have the best position currently. At least we know they do have maybe 6 minutes, right? 5 to 6 minutes until they find themselves in a bit of a sticky situation. So there is at least something to look forward to here. But in the meantime, we are going to be on board here with Genesis. I need to see what Project X can bring in for us, or X Project rather, as they've already lost one of their players right out of the start. An interesting position to find themselves up, right? Yulin right close to the edge of zone. So I think for anybody currently situated here, it's not going to be the worst place to get this match underway. Pew Pew A good quick dodge there, just dropping down behind a little bit of that back cover. We do see the players from Exit team also now feeling a little bit of that pressure as Zeus and everybody else is starting to light it up. So if you were ever curious whether or not they were going to be early game engagements, a map like Rondo, most of the time we hope the answer to that is yes, as All Legion also Bezbar steps up to just defend the edge of the angle there. Now the nades, of course, are going to get thrown all about the place. So let's see who's going to be the one to step it up. Wildstorm going to be looking to contest quite a bit here. And I mean, this is probably one of the best places to do it.
I mean, yeah, that is absolutely one of the best places the X project is situated at. They have the higher advantage, like they have the higher playing advantage, but there's like multiple teams. So even if you're like making sure that you're surviving from one, the rest of the teams that might just come in as a third party. But Biru, look at Biru's placement. He went back in after realizing that, okay, staying outside might be a little more dangerous than you really think. But RGX, ladies and gentlemen, this is another team that is right now down to the very last guy. Next is the person that did a 1v3 on these players from Veteran Esports. Now Zeus Thomas, he's coming from the Zeus side. They are coming in. Thomas, once again, he's initiating the fight. But one thing that I am curious about is, does Veteran have one of their players in like a place where they can get that rescue, can get that recall system or not? But next, the solo guy, the one hope for the team, he's all alone in the area. Jano is in a different lane, and there we go. Next gets taken down, and Zeus Morris initially getting another 3 eliminations easily for themselves.
I mean, that's a great start for the side here of Zeus Morris. As we know, they are just trying to solidify their overall positioning. And so far, we've already seen them move up a little bit more, right? They've now slotted themselves up into that 5th place. It's still going to be the opportunity for everybody sitting outside of the top 5 to contest here. I like what Project or X Project here is doing, as we know, right? 27 points or 26 points rather coming into today. Here's a great opportunity here for them to really try and light that up. We have spoken about them in the pregame, and now Payne really laying into quite a few teams there as well, as we got Ichazo Goat also just pushing on the edge, trying to contest, trying to play for a bit of an upset. But I like what the teams are doing here, really looking to utilize that that recall opportunity, right? I like the aggression that they're trying to mount, going crazy, trying to secure as many eliminations as they can, because they can, right? This is the match to do that. If you want to try and close gaps, this is your opportunity to do exactly that. LLN, not necessarily in the most comfortable position there, 32 points to start them off with. Let's see, can they rise to the occasion? But for the time being, X Project, they just got to be hunkering down, right? They're not going to be moving up too much just yet. But Payne, I like this determination coming through here from Goat, right? Just trying to get everything, picks up the trade, but gets traded on down as well. So a beautiful 1-for-1 trade-off there.
A beautiful trade right there. But you talked about the opportunity that, yes, this is the right time to get yourself some elimination numbers and some placement points. But this opportunity is not right now for the 4S and Team EXT for some reason. Why? Because they joined in with 3 of their players. They're missing that crucial player that is going to take one of the angle. That is responsible for the cover of one of the angles. So they have to play it out for 2 at the same time. Every 3 players, all 3 of these players that actually have to play for 2 at this point in time. But Mazer Gaming on our screen, but fight it is, because the veterans, this is what I was curious about. I did see the elimination feed lighting up. I wanted to see where that initial fight was actually, and there we go. Falcon 10 finished off. Veterans losing their players at this point in time, but they're still on the hashtag number 15. Remember this, that Veteran Esports, this is your last day. This is your last 6 matches that you're playing right now. So any kind of mistakes that you're going to make is going to affect heavily on you. Grenade goes over, and at the same time, player 1 gets a lot of damage from LLN Esports. Not enough, still not enough for that confirmation or that elimination side, but 1 grenade goes inside of that compartment. compartment, and it hits. It hits. Player 1 received the damage, but given out at tenfold, traded at the same time by the hand of Kevin, and Kevin is not going to wait it out for the rest of the team to come in. He's going to finish that elimination. He's going to make sure that elimination is secured. Jump shots with that shotgun, takes one more down, but this time gets traded and finished by the hand of Demix.
I mean, what a good play that we just witnessed over there, but as we know, it's not all over just yet, right? Payne has recalled the rest of the team in LLN, getting some much needed points on the board, and they've got that entire area now for themselves. Now we look at the rest of the lobby. How are they going to look to rotate up after the recalls have now been initiated? Of course, Mesa Gaming, one of the teams that set the kind of standard, set the stage for the performance here on Rondo, currently sitting with only one elimination. Maybe they'll get cooking a little bit later on, but if they want a bigger share of that prize pool as well, right, we know that they are going to try and have to push for that pole position. I mean, especially for them, moving from second into first place, if they pull it off here, that is going to be worth $250, right? One play could open up that door for them. So curious to see how it is going to pan out for them, but I like the fact that the rest of the lobby now here, Dorix, are starting to move more into that centralized zone. I mean, Exit team, they've got a pretty decent setup, especially now with the zone shift just encompassing that area as well.
Oh my god, I love the zone shift. I love the zone trade-off for the teams, for the players. But you know why? Because now the teams, they're going to be going absolutely bonkers from this point onward, because any move that you're making it out that the rest of the teams, the rest of the players can actually follow you, see you, and maybe shoot at you inside of that circle. Dungeing, tooling, all those areas, even if you're going there, there's still that possibility of you getting a lot of those elimination sides, either for yourself or maybe it's a double-edged sword and you're going to give that eliminations away. You still have 6 more minutes. You can go for that aggressive stance. You still have that recall for 6 more minutes. Remember this, that in the next 6 minutes, that recall is gone.
Yeah, so whatever you want to do, you got to do it quickly, right? Because as you said, time is running out. Let's see whether or not Elevate are going to be able to maybe bring in a little bit of a push here. We do see Glory right there on the opposing side. Glory, that is going to be a very important engagement for them. So hopefully they play it quite tactfully. They want to get served themselves up on a platter instead. I'd like to see them try and play these angles, try and go for those points. I mean, you don't want to go out just yet. We are still in the early stages of this game. And for Exit, if they're not careful, that is exactly what could be happening. Fortunately for them, they are fighting from a decent angle here, but very isolated, right? Going for a very wide split. Not quite sure what the approach was there for Exit, but as a result of that, they've now been brought down to a 3-piece. So that does start to limit their options here.
The options are getting limited by the time and by every single minute that passes and by every stage that closes up. The chances of your survivability, of you getting into the top 5, they're depleting down. So you have to do everything in your power to make it work. But Elevate Esports, they're going to lose one of their players. That's a knockdown, but they're instantly going to trade off against the team PN. The Venom is down, and I think PN and Venom just got finished as well. So Elevate, whereas you gave a knockdown to the other, you got a knockdown from the other team. You made sure that you are taking a confirmation from your opponents. You're making sure that they're going down, no matter what the circumstances are. Glory Esports on our screen. Viper was shooting at some cars or some premises around the area. Doku's in the backlines as well, shooting at Starboy, trying to figure it out where he is situated at, and that shot actually connected. But finally, the moment he's going to go on the right side, Lord is going to take him down and finish him up. Glory Esports traded for a knock for a confirmation.
Yeah, that's I mean, it's not the worst conversion. At least they've not lost any players just yet. We do see that might be changing considerably now as Elevate are going to come flying on forward. A great third body opportunity at a hand. Let's see whether or not Glory can bounce back. Both their players still down on their knees. This is going to be an easy pickup as Elevate now starts letting loose, just ascending with the utilities, finding every crook and cranny that they can get themselves into. But for Glory, yeah, it might be short-lived. I like the fact that Lord has decided to hop in the vehicle and play for positioning. I think that is a beautiful strategy. And if they still have recalls left, they could maybe still bring the team back into the fight. So I like where this is going.
It is going good. It is going nice. But Elevate, so far with the 3 eliminations, they are going absolutely bonkers. The grenade is in the hand of Thogger. Will he connect that grenade? Will he connect that grenade? The answer is no. But Glory Esports, shot up comes in down. He takes down 2 at the same time of the Elevate Esports. And in a single split second, that situation where Elevate had the upper hand, it has crumbled. It has crumbled. It has gone. It is gone. But now the grenade fight is happening. He's going to throw a grenade. It's going to hit. It's going to connect. Still not enough for that confirmation. Whereas the rest of the Elevate Esports, one is occupying the player, the rest of the player is going to give that revival, and Fabian actually gave that revival away, and a grenade comes over. Shadov gets taken down. Instantly, Elevate Esports cemented their position back once again, and also they took that elimination for themselves.
Yeah, definitely trying to elevate their gameplay here. We do see Astra Creatives being our first team out. Unfortunate to see them go, but it has to be someone, right? Some team has to be the first one to crack that jar open. Speaking of which, though, we are going to be jumping onto the edge of zone here with X Project as Glory down to a solo. Not quite sure if Lord is going to be able to get out of this one. It's a pretty tight angle to try and squeeze through. But X Project knows that if they want it, they need to go and try and grab it. In the meantime, we do see Meza also getting mosed on down. Quite a few shots heading in their direction. But this is going to be the play here for Fefani to see, can they defend the edge of zone, right? The blue just nearly in grasp here for the side of Lord. But Knight looking. They know it can't be far. Couldn't have moved too much. It's just a matter of finding that position, securing themselves that elimination, and adding their 4th elimination to the board.
That is true, but now Glory Lord, the last guy remaining for the team Glory Esports, hid in the water, and I think X Project know where the player is. They actually came in here in these water area to take the player down. I'm still baffled by the fact that, okay, even Rondo still is using that water tactics for the players. That this is the first time I saw the water rotation and water play yesterday, and now I'm seeing it today. For the first time in my life, in Rondo. But Ragnamex, ladies and gentlemen, this is the team that is going to lose one of their players, Lord Trump, the guy that was on the very top of the MVP chart. He's right now facing a lot of casualties. He's facing a lot of difficulties maintaining that placement into the overall top 5 MVPs. Because why? He just got eliminated. Team Ragnamex, you have to make sure that Trump gets elimination, not gets eliminated. There's a difference between that. But Major Esports, ladies and gentlemen, they're taking the fight against Exit, and Exit just lost their entry in this game. In this match, they've been exited from the Rondo, and Team Exit is going to be our 3rd team in Rondo to go back into the lobby.
Yep, they got booted right out of there, but let's see how this one is going to pan out for our remaining 13 teams, as there's still quite a big opportunity for everybody to try and rake in some points. I like the fact that the 3 teams that have left all did so with eliminations under their belt, so, you know, not a bad start to the day. Love to see them come back a little bit stronger in the remaining matches that we still have to come on through. Meanwhile, Regnum, they are going to be looking to roll on up. Zeus, ooh, a little bit of pre-fire from Kevin, just making sure that Kevin and Thomas can hold on to the position here. But I think those shots, maybe not the best idea, right? Especially looking at the sheer volume of teams in their surrounding area. This pretty much put a target on them, right? They were safe, and now they went with those sprays and just kind of told everybody in the surrounding area, like, hey, you know, we're over here. If you want some points, come contest us and see if you can get those. But, I mean, Zeus Morris, though, 6 eliminations under their belt. A pretty decent performance that they've been showing so far.
Yeah, that is a decent performance, but how are you going to make it continue even in the next matches is the big question. Yes, you can get some decent performances in one match, maybe even 2, but the consistency is where the thing really matters. So, wait a minute, they're getting some elimination numbers. Yesterday, we saw them in the past 5 matches. For the first 5 matches, they were absolutely getting destroyed. In the 6th match, they took down like 3 players. They took some 3 elimination numbers, and now they're continuing it even in the first match. You know why? Because they have nothing to lose at this point. They can absolutely go bonkers, get all those elimination, maybe get some numbers for themselves, or make the other teams suffer. But you know who else is suffering? It is Veterans Esports right now, as Mestro gets taken down. It's a knockdown, and Team Veterans, you have to go and absolutely revive the players as soon as possible. The circle is coming. The stage number 4 is ending, and the stage number 5, the radius, the damage outside of the blue is going to be a very tough one.
Yeah, you don't want to be sitting out there sipping on too much of that blue juice. It is going to bite you quite a bit. So let's see how the teams are going to look to kind of recover from this. We also see the players from Force Strength also being brought down to a solo. So things are looking a little bit slim on that end. Meanwhile, it is going to be the end of the road for them right as we talk about them. There we go. 4 eliminations to show for this game. I mean, they don't really have to stress all that much, right? 67 points is going to be a decent serving getting delivered to them. But now, seems outplayed. This is their opportunity to shine, as you've said, right? They've got nothing to lose. They can go crazy. They can go bonkers. They can let their hair down and go absolutely insane. So let's see how this one is going to pan out for them. I mean, so far the day's looking pretty good, right? They started off with, I believe that was, 3 points. So far they've been able to secure more points than their entire performance yesterday. So, I mean, they've just rose out of the ashes on this one.
They absolutely have. They absolutely have. Having a full team elimination number is a W for them, in my opinion. It is a W for them, and this is just the start of the game. This is just the start of the match. This clearly shows that, okay, the intent for the team SO today is different. They're here to get some elimination numbers, some points for themselves. Elevate Esports, they're also trying to survive in this harsh surroundings with the 2 players that is remained at this point in time. They just lost 2 of their players a while ago. But now, moving on to the team LLN Esports, they're taking the fight against the team VET, but at the same time, Elevate is going to come in as a third party from the long-range quarters, take the player down, finishes him up, and Veterans, with another elimination number, like losing another player, they're down to the last person standing. On the elimination side, in this match so far, Veteran, I'd say, is on the second number. Zeus has the highest number so far with the 7 eliminations. Then comes the Veterans Esports. The bottom line teams, I'm loving the fact that the bottom line teams right now at this point, they're finally doing something, and they're finally securing those amazing elimination points that they were really needed yesterday. So if this continues, there is a slight possibility that we even might see them in at least top 8, 7, maybe if they're lucky, in the top 5.
Yeah, well, if they want that, they know how to get it, right? They're going to have to just continue with the momentum that they're starting to build up here. So I'm excited to see how that will pan out for them, but a great shot coming through there from Thugger as well, spotting a great opportunity. But can he now bag it up? Can he push forward and claim his prize? LLN, though, trying to put up a good defense. I like this for Elevate, as they already have 5 eliminations under the belt. Thugger now needs to be absolutely careful. Can't try to get too aggressive, but we do see the side there from Veterans going out with 6 eliminations as well. Slowly the teams are starting to crumble. Thugger still holding strong. Now looking to clear out the edges here for LLN. Third confirmation is bagged on up. Logic, not quite sure if there is going to be any hope for Logic. Maybe if Thugger can get enough of those smokes deployed, he could look to bring his teammate back into the fight. Already 5 eliminations just between the 2 of them. But I like this due diligence being done here by Thugger, making sure that they've got everything covered, that there's not going to be any surprises coming their way. And only when he's absolutely sure, he goes in for that raise. In the meantime, you can see quite a few of the sprays continuing on in the background. Seems outplayed, still holding strong. They do have that knock coming in their direction. Impulse, the last one to try and survive, but a very sticky spot to be in, right in the midst of all the other teams. LLN still also, they're just holding on for life here. And I think Torix, if Elevate step it up, they could definitely quite comfortably pick up Dempsey in the process.
Hey, let me tell you, this circle radius, this circle right now, this looks to be like a top 5, top 7 circle where there is 10 teams surviving this premises, and you cannot fit all these 10 teams inside. There's definitely going to be a lot of elimination numbers at this point in time. The grenade definitely did come in. Demzix almost got finished off, but now Thogger, he is going to be sure that there is nobody, and I think that's going to be his biggest mistake if he's not careful. He's going to yet throw another grenade. a little overshooting it up. But Demix, you have to heal yourself back to the 75 before you can initiate on those eliminations, on those fights against the team. Team FL is also trying, the Regnum X is also trying to figure out where the rest of the enemies are, because they still have to go inside of that circle. They want to make sure that they scout the area beforehand to find out if there is somebody residing in this area or not. But there we go. Dogger, you're receiving a lot of damage. There's also Demsix. He is receiving a lot of damage. He is going to get in the car and move out of the premises inside of that circle. Elevate Esports easily entering the circle for themselves. But now the real pain starts, because all those areas that were in the cover side inside of that circle, they're occupied. So wherever you're going, wherever these players are going right now, it's going to be a very difficult situation for them to hold it out, take the fight, and maybe they will have to force themselves into a fight and take the opponent's position for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to try and trade up as best you can, right? You need to try and secure a strong position, as strong a position as you can manage here. But the team at this point that's looking probably the strongest, I would say, is going to be the squad there from Wildstorm, right? They've got a pretty decent position of that central zone. In the meantime, we do see quite a bit of a fight still continuing just outside of the zone as the confirmations are lining up here. But hey, yo, everybody's done to try and pick up anything they can find. Seems outplayed. Also, not going to be backing off just yet, as they do contest quite heavily against the advances coming through here from Zeus. As you can see, Kevin being forced to take a second look at whether or not they made the right call here. Les is going to be dropped on down. Impulse just about to fall. But Regnum instead is going to be beating them to the punch as they go out. And there we have it. Seems outplayed. Getting outgunned, and off they go. End of the road in this match here for their 9th place finish, just falling shy of those placement points. But I've got to say, though, for teams outplayed, it's good to see them coming back with a lot more of a tactical approach here today, right? Yesterday, it felt like there was maybe a bit of nerves at play. Something wasn't really working out for them. So far today, though, they're doing a really good job. But now, Torix, 8 teams remain. Right, a wide spread across the field, and I'm curious to see whether or not these compounds over on towards this western side is going to remain in play in this next zone.
Yeah, you know what? I would love that if that happens, but we're about to find that out in 5 seconds later than you'll win. 3, 2, 1, and there we have it. The next stage is going to go absolutely onto the eastern corner of the previous one. It is on the hard eastern side. Everybody that was on the western side now will be facing the wrath of the circle from this point onward. They have nowhere else to go but to move out in the open and try to move inside of that circle, because if they are not doing that, then it's going to be a very difficult scenario for you to actually cement your position. LLN, they're taking the fight. WSG, they're going to lose one player. Frax is trying, but oh, wait a minute. Demzex finally initiated that contact, made sure that the knock that he carried out, he finishes him up. WSG is going to lose a player at this point, but they're still going to trade it up for that elimination number 2. But Frag, beautiful shots with that AUG, and going to take one down. Zeus Thomas, in the meanwhile, by the hand of GES, has also been taken down, and Zeus is also down to the very last person remaining. PN, all legions, Mazer, everybody's taking a piece of the other team for themselves. They're trying to initiate the contact, those elimination numbers, and it's only a matter of factor of time. And there we have it. Pain Esports in a single split seconds where there were 2 man remaining. Now there's no man remaining.
Yeah, they went from some to none in a matter of a blink of an eye. So let's see how this next phase is going to pan out for our squads. We've got 16 remaining and not a lot of territory to take possession of. But Zeus Morris doing a phenomenal job on the edge here, trying to lock it in. We do say goodbye to X Project as they walk away with 7 eliminations under their belt. A valiant effort being brought forth. But let's see who's going to be the next team to follow in their trail here as... well, things are getting pretty sweaty. It's going to be the side here of Wildstorm trying to lock down the edge of zone. I like the fact that there are so many of these emergency cover flares to spread all throughout the zone. It's going to be, it changes up the whole area, right? The entire landscape, going from pretty barren to giving quite a bit of coverage, right? So this is going to be quite an interesting fight for the winner chicken dinner.
Well, that is absolutely true. That's a very decent cover area now for the teams. But here we go. This is what I love, the big drone shot. WSG on the southern side. There's Mazer on the eastern, Elevate on the west. And there's definitely going to be a lot of teams on the northern side as well. But the circle, circle, circle. This is a circle that's going to change its trajectory once again. But state number 9 is going to be no circle whatsoever. 7 to 8 was from east to west at this point in time. First it was east, now it's hard west. And all the teams that was on the eastern edge now they're forced once again to move their bags onto the western areas, onto the western side. And I have to give it to the WSG at this point, Wildstorm GNG. They were staying on their western area, and now because of that, they are inside of that circle. They have a decent place to get inside of that circle, but there we go. Element Logic, the biggest mistake that you did was to get in that car. You could have to get in as a driver, but now you went as a passenger. You were like completely open in the side. Everybody saw you, and then it was all the matter of factor of time for the sprays to connect at you.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but you know what? That is just the way the cookie crumbles. Speaking about which, though, let's see how this is going to pan out for the Final Four. I mean, looking at the players from All Legion, they are looking pretty good right now. They've got 4 players up. They've got 4 eliminations in the bag, and it does seem like the Wildstorm team is going to be looking to alleviate quite a bit of that pressure on their behalf. So the contention for North could really look to be dissolved here as the teams are trying to lock on in. Mesa could be running into a little bit of trouble there as Demonic is trying to hide. Not anywhere left to go. The blue is going to help him to take that quick seat back into the lobby, and out they go. That is going to be a quick finish then, right? But a lot of teams, though, picking up 7 eliminations as we've seen, right? Several of them going out with that in the bag. But it's down to the final 3 here, Torix. It is going to be Wildstorm locking in on the southern edge. We are in stage 9, so the blue is going to force their hand. They are going to start to run out of time. And if ever the players from All Legion needed or was looking for an opportunity to step up their game, this is exactly the match in which to do it. They've got the numbers, they've got the position. Now they just have to capitalize.
Yes, it is the top 3. 2 versus 2 versus 4, in fact. I'd say All Legion, they have the best opportunity of securing this winner chicken dinner. We were talking about the All Legions at the start of the games, like at the start of the day for today, that yeah, they are in need of those points, in need of that winner chicken dinner, because they were struggling. They were securing themselves into the top 7, top 8 just on those elimination points. But now it's their time to secure that winner chicken dinner. They push in, get 1 player in the car. Wait. How in the world that player is still alive, even though he was definitely rammed down by that car, but I don't know what's happening at this point in time. Wildstorm GMG, they're finally going to be eliminated, and all Legions, they're all going a Legionnaire at this point on Zeus. The grenade is definitely going to go, but before that, Vlog is going to take one down. Kevin is going to initiate that contact with Vlog and trade him down alongside of that premises. 9 elimination winner chicken dinner waiting up for the team if this elimination actually connects, but nope, it is not going to connect. It is 8 elimination, ladies and gentlemen, for the side of All Legion. That's 18 points waiting for them, even on the first match of Rondo.
What a way to go, but you got to give it up to Zeus there. I mean, that's a phenomenal strategy. Denying the point and instead going out onto the edge, just making sure that, you know, well, if we can't get the win, you ain't getting the points. Well done to them. Yep. But the play by All Legion right here at the end, as we saw them coming through with that vehicle, that is probably the wildest decision I've seen in a good long time, right? I mean, mad respect going out to them. That is a very curious way of showing a bit of dominance, right? Just rushing with a vehicle right at the end to ensure that you can make all the points count. But speaking of making those points count, they are walking away with 8 eliminations, as you said, 1,400 damage getting bagged in here as well. So, yeah, All Legion, this is the kind of step up that we've been looking for.
This is definitely the kind of step up that we were waiting for all of these teams, from all of these teams. But now the first match is done. 5 more matches to go, and this match is in the name of all legions. With a total of 8 elimination numbers to their name, it's 1448 damage that they did. With a survival time of 30 minutes, total heal is going to be less than 500. And that is an absolutely amazing factor that all the 4 players, they were alive and they barely healed even 500 all combined. But now going on to the individual stats, it is 3 eliminations for Little Sax, Bezaba. He is with the 3 eliminations too, but Jack Boy is the only guy in all of this team without a single elimination point, and he survived for 28, almost 29 minutes. But going on to the vlog side, he also survived for 29 minutes and had 2 eliminations to his name.
Yeah, well, it does show you that Jack was definitely the one carrying all the meds, making sure that the team is up and ready to go. But looking at those elimination figures, they are pretty high. 84 total elims. That is a hefty dose. That means that there was at least 20 recalls that happened in this past game. So very exciting figures to look at. Almost, what's that? 19,000 damage being brought in as well. That is absolutely insane. That is a very large figure to be looking at. And I mean, it's no surprise, right? These teams were cooking it out on that battlefield. 20 more eliminations, more than we normally see. That is pretty exciting to have. But yep, the headshots were cooking, the revives were cooking. The range, though, not so much, right? 274 meters. That's pretty average of what we normally see happening. But of course, with all the tension building up into this final few phases, looking at how difficult the zone was, it's no surprise to see more than 200 utilities being used in this last game. But of course, we got to look at a few of our standout performers here. You next, all the way from the side of Veterans Esports, is going to be the player walking away with the most eliminations and the highest number of damage. So now hopping up into that 1,000 plus position there. Absolutely exciting to see Thomas gracing us with a beautiful nade elimination. And of course, the player that got that long hit was none other than Borny, all the way from the side of Pain. And I'm actually curious to see what Pain is going to be doing for the remainder of the day. I mean, Borny and the rest of the team, I remember back in their respective group stages, they played a decent game. So I want to see a little bit more of that coming out onto the battlefield here.
That is absolutely true. I do want to see that too. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the match ranking. This is the ranking of the first match of the day. Number 2, match number 7, 10 placement, 8 elimination. They're going to be on the number 1. But from the very bottom, Exit Team, they secured 1 elimination. Astra Creative, the 2, and alongside of that, it comes down to the fact that, okay, 1, 2, 3, and 4, everybody at least got something out of Rondo. That is what I love the most. Out of everything, everybody had something. Seems outplayed, I have to give it to them. Like securing 4 eliminations in a single match, that is an absolutely W for this team, because yesterday they were clearly struggling. They were clearly somewhat outmatched by all of the other numbers, and now they're finally making a stand for themselves. But going on to the match rankings, page number 1, it is Zeus Morris that will be on the hashtag number 1. In fact, it's not all legions. I thought it was all legions, but nah, it is that number 1 on the very top. It's misleading us.
I mean, 13 eliminations go a long way, right? So good to see them stepping up to that. Morris Gaming, though, yesterday, they got 14 eliminations as opposed to the 7 that they were able to bag in this game. So interesting how the dynamics continue to change, but big shout out going over to Zeus. They just had all the presence that they had to bring into the final stretch to secure that victory in second place. But all the shout outs though still going over to All Legion. I just like what they did, right? A very risky push coming through with the vehicle, right? Trying to pick up any points that they could. And you got to give them credit, right? It was a very bold choice, but hey, it paid off, right? They got the winner chicken dinner at the end of the day.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if everything works, it works. You don't need to fix the code at that time. So if this code works for you, you go with it. Wildstorm GNG at the same time, they were somewhat consistent with that elimination numbers and survivability. I think they were somewhere in the top 4, top 5. They had the 4 placement points and 6 elimination numbers. So double digits. Double digits is always W. But going on to the head-to-head, ladies and gentlemen, the number 1 and the number 2 teams. Look at that comparison. Zeus Morris had 13 elimination versus the 8 for the WWCD. Then it comes down to the damage. It's 1,000 damage of a difference, more than 1,000 damage of a difference. at this point in time amongst these two players. Survivability, just a single minute, and knockout. Ho ho ho, that's 3 times more knockouts for Zeus Morris. All this chart is showing that yes, Zeus Morris had the higher chance and had the higher hand. Better hand than All Legions, but All Legion was the one that took that winner chicken dinner from the players. Talking about the winner chicken dinners and taken in general, it is going to be Veterans Esports Unext that will be the MVP of the match.
Yeah, no surprise to see that happen. So well played. I mean, we did see Unex picking up the most elims and the most damage, but a close contender to that was Thomas, right? Also with 6 eliminations, but just a little bit lower damage coming through on that end. The knocks also almost getting there, but not quite, right? Really close, but of course they can look to change that up as we are looking to see them step into game number 8. But here we have our contenders settling themselves with regards to their performances here. It is going to be Logic, the one to lead the charge, sitting on a very comfortable 20 eliminations and 3,600 damage. So Lil Trump getting moved out of that top position, still holding strong here. And I'm expecting to see still quite a bit of back and forth, right? Still a bit of movement as we progress further into this day.
Oh, I would love that. I would love for this overall chart to like move back and forth. But Lil Trump, he's finally been dethroned after yesterday's matches. Like, he was there on the number 1 for, I think, 2 or 3 matches back-to-back consecutive. And now, finally, somebody else is on the very top. It is Logic. And just with 1 extra elimination and barely even 100 extra damage by the guy. But yes, the survival time is where the real difference is being shown, where Lil Trump survived for 99 minutes in total for the past 7 matches. Logic survived for 182. That's almost close to double the number of survivability that we are seeing by the hand of Logic. Similar, same sides, it's 20 eliminations, and I do love the fact that almost everybody in this top 5 has more than 3,500 damage, because if you go to Thomas, he got like I think the second highest damage, that is 3753. Aside from the Little Trump, that is 3797 at that point in time. But ladies and gentlemen, the overall ranking that we were all waiting for, the changes in that ranking is going to be very destructive. First of all, it's Extraordinary that's going to lose their number 12, and they're going to be pushed down to number 13. But Pmnc Sports securing 1 placement. But wait a minute, LN Esports and Exit Team. Yes, X Project did not move a single inch, did not move a single placement. But what happened with these 2 players?
Yeah, I mean, for LN, this is a big oof, right? Because they lost 3 places in that 1 single sweep. And, of course, another team that made up 3 places is none other than Wildstorm, right? They jumped up 3 places all the way into that 8th place. So, essentially, they kind of just traded spots there with LN. And as a result, well, we are looking at things looking quite different here. Zeus also just flying up the rankings, also a 3-point shift on their end. And I mean, this just shows you, right, the teams are here, they are ready to contest, and it's not going to be an easy run by any measure. They're going to have to bring all the heat and pressure that they can find. And I mean, if Astra wants to regain a little bit of that ground, they're going to have to bring the pressure coming into these next few games.
Oh, they definitely have to. But for strength, Reganum, come on. You're going to lose another placement into the overall ranking. But I do love the fact that Zeus Morris definitely came up at least 3-4 placements up on the leaderboard. That is absolutely amazing. And once again, Zeus Morris is here. But ladies and gentlemen, this was just the start. This is just the beginning, DK. We still have 5 more games to go. We still have those Erangels, those default maps that's going to be played back-to-back. And then the 2 Miramar, the Barren Lands back-to-back that will conclude everything. So anything is possible right now. Rondo was just the beginning. Rondo was just the icing of the iceberg. You still have the whole iceberg submerged into the water. So you have to be careful on what the next map might bring.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot to be discovered here. And of course, which better way to do it than hopping into a quick break to see what the teams are going to be bringing in on our triple dose of Erangel. Be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you right back in a short few moments. Welcome back, everyone. All Legion went all in the first match of the day, securing themselves a glorious winner chicken dinner. But now the big question comes is, who else is going to look to step up to the challenge? Who else is going to look to contest the knock on the door of the top 5? We don't know. It could be anybody in this lobby, realistically. I mean, not anybody. It could be quite a few teams. And then, of course, a few other teams could just be out here to go out with a bang, right? To play the strongest match that they can and be difficult to the rest of the lobby. So, Torix, I'm curious to see, you know, what the teams a little bit further down the board are going to be doing, like Glory, Veterans, and Teams Outplayed, because I think essentially they have quite a bit of power here today to decide who will be allowed into the top 8, right? But other than that, right, the top 5 is where the pressure is going to be. As we know, there's only 5 qualifying slots to move on forward, and I think hopping into Erangel is going to be quite sweaty, right? We've got 3 of them coming up next, so if the teams can lock in that consistency, they could really be smiling at the end of these 3 matches.
Oh, that is absolutely true. The thing is, this next few matches is actually going to be the momentum setter for the teams. But wait a minute. We have the game ready, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go straight up into the game, and we will talk more about it in a second. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the match number 8, the first initiation of the Erangel of the day. Number 2, the plane line, on the other hand, is looking real smooth this time, DK, because it's actually occupying all the major hot drop locations. There's Nova Up North, there's the Snow Military Base, there's Pmnc, there's the school apartments, Georgia Pool, the northern or the western side city, and even the Yazaya Poliana is accessible right now for the players.
Yeah, indeed. I just realized that there was something I wanted to say when we came back from the break, but I wasn't, it kind of slipped my mind. I see that we do have quite a few French viewers in the chat as well, or, well, French-speaking viewers, rather. So, you know, we got to hit them with a bienvenue, you know, bienvenue, madame et monsieur. And yes, we are getting ready. That is my extended French for today for game number 2. Maybe I'll sneak in a bit more later on because it's very, very limited. I get in trouble every now and again, but either which way, let's see how the teams are going to pan out. As you know, their skills in PUBG is far better than not only my skills in PUBG, but also my skills in French. So let's see where that zone is going to be going and where these teams are going to be popping into. Oh, I mean, for RGX, it is looking glorious down on that southern edge, right? They are not going to have to move a muscle. So Regnum, they can just sit back, relax, kick up their feet, and work their way through Millie Base. While the rest of the teams, especially a team like Veteran Esports, they have to keep quite a bit of an eye on their looting, right? Yes, they do have sovereignty themselves. They are uncontested, but they have a long trip back into the safety of the zone.
Oh, they do definitely have a long way back. But you know what? I love the circle. I love the circle. The plane line was good. The circle is a chaotic one, somewhat. It can turn chaotic. It can turn non-chaotic. It depends on where the next shift is going to be. But you know what else is chaotic? The drop locations of Team SO, Team 4S, and Team LLN. The opportunity for them to take the fight is a very high one. There's a very high likely chance that they will engage in a fight. There's also the chances of the fights at the Sosnov Community Base at Bridge, where the team Regnum X's 2-player are situated at, and there's the 2 players of the WSG. So it's a split angle that we're seeing. But on the main screen, we're seeing the northern side of the city of the Georgia Pool, whereas close to the Mazer Esports, there's the team Exit.
Ooh, I mean, is it going to be a quick exit? Hopefully not. We want to see them make it much further into this game here. But looting phase is where we're at now. So everybody is trying to come up with an interesting strategy to ensure that they've got everything they might need to push it all the way to the end. But of course, yesterday, this was the opportunity for Force Strength to step up and reign supreme, right? They got their winner with a chicken dinner right here. So let's see, can they replicate those efforts again? They walked away with 10 eliminations to conclude a glorious 20-point game for themselves. So there's some expectation for them here. Another team that also did quite well would be, I'd say, the players coming through from the side of LLN, right? They secured themselves 5 eliminations. We had actually quite a few aggressive squads. All Legion, they got 12. We did see Elevate and Exit also bring in some decent elimination tallies here as well. So I mean, the teams already set their expectation here yesterday, especially coming into game number 2. So have they learned anything, and are they going to look to work through today in a different way? And an extra bit of pressure here is, well, there's no revives, right? So whatever happens, whenever happens, you have to live with that. So if there is going to be an opportunity for Regnum to bounce back, they better act quickly.
Well, they have to act quickly because the situation for right now, even now, it's not looking good for the team Regnum X. Yes, they have lost one player, they have lost one individual, and it's going to cost them a lot of their momentum into the later stages if they survive. Even as a 3-man, you're handicapped in early stages and ending stages. So whatever you're doing, having more of the players, having more of your team members that you're cover is always helpful at any point in time. But going on to the Severny side for that juicy loot truck, I think Veteran Esports is the name that we are going to see. But Wildstorm GNG, they're going to take another one of the players. That is Alenza, player number 1, that will be eliminated out of this game. And it's a great start. In my opinion, it's a great start for the team WSG. The way they are initiating that contact with the players. So far, they have secured 2 of the elimination. They took the fun, they took the first, and they also took that second.
Yeah, but I mean, it's going to be important for Wildstorm to have a good day, because, I mean, yesterday, Erangel wasn't necessarily their strongest match, right? The highest that they were able to finish was in 4th, and they bagged a grand total of 16 points across all 3 Erangels that they played in yesterday. So I'm hoping to see them come back a little bit stronger here. Unfortunately, with the all now getting ended right then and there, it's not the best foundational point for them. I mean, again, then looking at a team like Regnum, they are pretty strong and consistent when it comes to the map of Erangel, right? They've got 28 points that they were able to secure yesterday, so they sit on an average of about 9.3 per game that they can bring on in. I mean, Zeus sitting in exactly the same position here, but for the teams just outside of that top 5, right? All Legion rather, they are a pretty strong contender. I'd say they are our 4th strongest team currently, so far from what we've seen on Erangel here in just the past few matches. So can they look to replicate those efforts? Can they look to continue with their rampage? I hope so for their part, because, you know, they started off the day pretty decently.
They definitely started their day pretty decently, but how are they gonna make sure that their day goes over for the rest of the games is a big question, because right now initiation is not what really matters. Yes, it matters. You get one initiation, you get a decent initiation, but the execution part is where majority of these teams are lacking, and where they really need some work. But Force Strength is the name finally in this match that's going to initiate some contact. They're going to take 1 player down, and they're ready to take that number 1 spot back once again. Yesterday they were sitting on the number 1 spot in some of the matches, in first few matches, but they were taken out of it. They definitely were taken out of it. And we were talking, me and Crowned were talking about it, that okay, this team initiated so good on the early phases, but the second half phase was kind of bad for them. They were dropped down to the 3rd, 4th placement, but oh my god, Mazer Esports, you guys are on another rampage. Once again, we're seeing some car knockdowns, we're seeing some car eliminations, ladies and gentlemen. Mastro, he's the guy, Mastro, that is outside of the circle right now. He was together with his team member, and now he's gonna face the wrath of Mazer Esports Grenade and the sprays. And they're gonna come. The M416, Mastro gets taken down. It's a DBS that's gonna finish him up.
Yeah, I mean, I like this kind of pacing coming through from the side here of Mazer, but I mean, you were talking about the players from Full Strength, right? Saying that they had such a good day yesterday. I mean, they are the best performing team on Erangel between yesterday and today, right? They were able to secure themselves 47 points, right? So they are the leaders. So if there's ever an opportunity for Force Strength to regain their position further up on those rankings, it would be on Erangel, right? So I'm hopeful that they decide to do that here today for this match and the coming two, that they try and establish a bit of a dominating position here, right? So that they are in no threat of going anywhere, because I think it would be quite exciting to see them making it up into that Africa Regional Finals. But in the meantime, things are looking pretty grim here for the side of X Project, as a majority of their players are out in the water, just try to cool off, but this is not the approach to take on Airgale, unfortunately.
That is definitely not. Oh my god, that's another elimination. Zeus Morris taking the first initial frag for themselves. That's 70 points. I have to give it to them. That's 70 points. But X Project now down to the very last guy. He's struggling. Team X Project. They were already on the hashtag number 9, and now with this match, this kind of a match, the momentum is going to be set back even further at this point in time. And on top of that, talking about Fifani, he does not even have any kind of a healing for himself. No healing, no boosters, no nothing. So he stopped here at the ferry pier to try and find some utility, some healings that he can utilize, maybe to get inside of that circle. But where is the circle is another big question. Is it on the bridge? Is it close to the bridge? Is it outskirts of the bridge is the bigger question, because we saw the first circle, right? First circle stage. Now it's the second stage time. How big of a change that second stage has actually made for the teams. And already there's 16 teams. We're seeing that 1-2 players surviving as a solo and some of the duos. But yes, at the end of the day, it is still going to be the hashtag number 16 for anyone that gets fully eliminated.
Yep. I mean, that is the danger, right? That is part of the threat, and that is part of the excitement to see who's going to be the first team to go out. I mean, veterans, they are down to Falcon, who is going to be, well, rotating around that center zone positioning, which is, I would say, maybe a little bit on the risky end. Definitely not going to be looking to play a low and hidden position, right? Maybe down the cliffs could be exciting. I'm not quite sure how they are going to be able to get out of that if the zone forces them in a different direction. But we'll see how that one pays out. Seems outplay though. Also just going to be trying to get themselves situated, moving onto the cliff sides. Mesa though, they are going to be looking to just gain entry, firstly up into the zone, and then look to bring in a little bit of that chaos and carnage. But let's see how this one is going to pan out though. I mean, Elevate. I think for Elevate, this is a great spot, right? Nobody's here. They can just sit back, relax, make sure that they've got all their angles covered, and then see where this next phase is going to be taking them. Unfortunately for them, though, it's not going to last very long because they have to move now. They need to get repositioned. But this is where I think Glory could maybe have a pretty strong position to play off of. Even LLN.
These are the two names that might have a very, very amazing placement for themselves. It all depends on how they pan it out, how they play it out for themselves. Glory, you managed to get those Falcon 10 elimination for yourself. You're set to go. You're set to go. Buddha's on the other hand, they're taking the fight against the team EXT that is outskirts of the zone, and some of them they are in. But Hughes is also outside, and once again, Namie trying to ram down the players with the car, but Namie's gonna change the seeds, take the player down. EXT Soul gets finished up. EXT with this, now they're going to be down to the last 2 players, and those 2 players needs to move out of this place ASAP. Why? Because you're not in the circle. First of all, you need to get in the circle. You need to get in a decent place, and then take that initial initiation against any other team. So far, it is 16 teams, 12 minutes. This is reminding me of Rondo, but without any kind of recalls to your arsenal. 16 out of 16 teams alive. Mazer Esports going close to the proximity of the team of 4S, trying to figure out where their placements are. Atarox, he is scouting. He found the players. Kuz got a lot of shots on him. Onyx will also try from a different angle, maybe from a off angle, to approach the situation for himself. Mazer Esports, they are in the compounds. 3 players are in the compounds. The last guy, Crasher, you can see him in the mini map. He is super far away. So the moment if either Crasher gets knocked out or any of the players, like 3 of the players of Major Esports gets knocked out, Crasher is not coming, or he's not surviving.
Yeah, I mean, that might crash their party as well. But, I mean, 4 is definitely one of the squads that you don't want to be pushing up on just yet. Right? As I said before, they've been quite dominant when it comes to this map rather. So, yeah, you got to weigh up your options here. The veterans also going to be trying to play for that long game, as they just still are locked onto that heel side. But in the meantime, Elevate starting to move up as well, heading a little bit further on towards the western front. But I like what Mesa has going for them here. Unfortunately, we do see Project X, or X Project rather, being our first team out of the year. Back they go. Now the spray is raining down on Elevate. Oh, I was so happy with their position, but unfortunately the zone turned against them. And so far, it looks like it has cost them quite a bit here. 2 players down already. Can they hold on? Can they sustain this position? And though, Dorix here, they are just set up. Right? They don't even really have to move all that much to get themselves into this next phase. But I'm curious what's going to happen with Zeus and the players there from Wildstorm. Because if they move up into farmlands, that could maybe spell a little bit of disaster for LLN if they're not cautious.
That definitely will be the case, but ladies and gentlemen, this is the circle right now. This is the stage shift. This is where the cookie is going to crumble. Exit team M.R. They're taking that initiation against the team AST. At this point in time, AST is going to lose one of their player. He's knocked. His car is destroyed. Elevate Thogger also gets taken down. It's a knock and a finish instantly. So that not only that 15 teams are alive at this point in time, Elevate, we were talking, yes, they had a decent placement. They need to go inside the next one. But at the same time, the moment they went in, the moment they sent it in for the next placement, next circle area, 2 of the players were taken down. They lost 2 of their players, crucial players, if I have to say. But SO, they're doing an amazing job. Look at this. It's 8 point for this team so far. Even in the smash, it is the one elimination that they have so far for themselves. Little Sax close to the side of Ichazo. And at this point in time, Ammo is down. The thing is, Team PN is losing some of the players too. So whatever the Team PN is doing, they have to minimize all of their casualties, and they have to get out of this placement, all of the engagements, as soon as they can.
Yeah, I mean, especially if they're trying to catch up not only to the top 8, but, you know, maybe stand a chance to gain a seat, right? If they continue with this same kind of pacing, I'm not quite sure if that is going to be within reach for them. And also, as we continue further and further through not only the day, but the match itself, it becomes increasingly more challenging as the zone is going to close on up slowly onto these teams. Zeus and Regnum just finding themselves in a bit of a standoff there just outside the fuel station. But now LN, I don't think they've really been spotted, right? I like how they just trying to get themselves situated, trying to line up the positions. And if they can find that spray on towards Mesa, it could really help alleviate a lot of the pressure coming through, at least on their side here. It doesn't seem like anything has been able to be brought through just yet. Seems outplayed. You were giving them a bit of a shout out there as well, and it's good to see them looking to step it up so far here today. 1 elimination in the bag, as you've also pointed out, but can they find more Torix? That is going to be the big question. And I mean, the edge of Zord over towards that eastern side could maybe turn into quite a bit of a challenging angle to play from.
Hey, I mean, how many more points can you gather? Is the big question for all of this game, all of these teams at this point in time. How many more points can they secure before they get eliminated, or maybe take that win over a chicken dinner? But I have to give it to SO at this point in time. My team seems overrated. They are going up for that engagement, and they are going for the fight. Whatever they can at this point in time, they're making sure that they're going for it. Veterans Esports closed down, and instantly they get taken down. Seems outplayed, definitely outplayed. And they definitely took down another team this time around. They took down a team, not just a single player. This will mark for them that, yes, we took down a team. So that's the second elimination that they're going to have. But 14 teams remaining into the game. with 46 players remaining. It is a start. It is a start for the team. SO seems outplayed. We have to see how much outplay can they do upon the teams before they get outplayed by somebody else. Glory Esports in the front lines right now, and team SO, they have to move inside. They have to go in. They have to enter these compartments together and to go and in that circle. If they want to be in the circle, they have to take that fight. So 7 Green, he went in. He is the first guy to send it in for the Glory Esports. Teams outplayed. Green is going to be taken down, and right with this, the initiation, that straight line of fires, those cards, they are going to crumble one after another. That's the second one of the team SO that's down. KB1, Impulse, the last two guys, the last two players remaining, but KB1 comes in, takes that S12K on the face of the player, and Glory Esports, knowing that they took down at least 2 of the players of the team SO, it's going to be a 2 versus 3 scenario. They're definitely going in for that elimination and for the fight. KB1 comes around, the sprays are overpowering him, and in the single instance, seem outplayed, got outplayed by the hand of Glory.
Yeah, I mean, you got to respect the effort being brought through there by Seams Outplayed. I like the aggression that they decided to go for there. Unfortunately, I think if they brought all their players to the fight at the same time, things could have gone slightly differently for them. We also do say goodbye to all Legions as they are out in 13th. But now, the pressure turns to the rest of our squads here. It is going to be extraordinary trying to just get into this little shack. A little bit of utility could go a long way. But JO instead is going to be dropped on down. Now it's up to Nate. And Nate, you need a nade to close up that play. Again, a very spread out approach coming through here from our remaining duos. It's not necessarily the best approach, right? Because if something happens, you can't really bounce back from that. It leaves you in a rather uncomfortable setup. Meanwhile, it's going to be Lil Trump now trying to regain that MVP slot as he ascends down upon the players here from LLN. And I mean, I think for LLN, this is a little bit of an upset, right? Because they've just been chilling here. They've been having a great old time. It's like, you know what? You're upsetting our approach. Our strategy is now having to be thrown out the window. Now we need to get unnecessarily aggressive to defend the edge of zone.
They do have to get aggressive at this point in time, but team Regnum X versus LN, the fight is going. Little Trump facing the wrath of those grenades on his face and still surviving out of the equation. Hades is going to take down as Sexy, and team FN, in fact, Regnum X, they're going to lose one of their players. That's a knockdown, not a confirmation. Demzix is the last guy remaining, and the sprays are coming around. Even on the backside, there's the third party. 4S is going to be the one responsible for that last guy's elimination. LN Esports in a single instant, ladies and gentlemen, they're done, they're gone, they're eliminated. Team FL to Regnumix's Little Trump, the guy that was facing that I'd say number 2 placement on the MVP overall. He's finally gonna get out of this equation. He wants to make sure that he gets at least 2, 3, at least 4 eliminations for himself in this match, so he can actually cement that position after this match. But Regnumix is going to lose a heavy casualty. He's going to face a heavy casualty this time around. They were a 3-man. Now they're just a solo man. Little Trump is the only person remaining into the game. Elevate versus EXT. Nate was the last guy, and he got finished off. And Nate, EXT in general, without a single casualty, without a single knock or a finish, this time in the hashtag number 11, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, here we go. It is going to be Regnum now trying to defend, but unfortunately, Little Trump can't do too much as they get wrapped up right then and there. At least 4 eliminations in the bag here for them, so not the worst day at the office, but let's see whether or not Zeus can continue to hold strong here. 2 players knocked on their end. It is going to be Mikey trying to provide the cover there, while the rest now goes in for the res. Unfortunately here for Exit, things are also starting to get wrapped on up, as this could be their exit back into the lobby. Ooh, but Bane, though, not looking too determined to follow through on that aggression, right? Instead, I'm going to try and prioritize that zone positioning because Blue is going to be closing up. So this leaves Law at the mercy now of Elevate and everybody else. But meanwhile, Bane, though, going right to town. So much heat just being boiled all over this map. As you can see, Bane getting wrapped up. Out they go. At least a decent showing. 7 eliminations.
It is 7 eliminations, ladies and gentlemen. Wildstorm GNG on the hashtag number 7, they were also eliminated in a single split second. DK, I do love this fact that how the teams are playing all of these fights at this point in time. We were seeing no fights, no actual casualties like in, I'd say 16, 17-ish minutes. But from that point on, right, within the 5-6 minutes that has passed in a couple of minutes ago, it has been amazing and chaotic. Everybody has been taking the fight, and all of the teams, a majority of the teams have already been eliminated. We have lost 10 of the teams. In fact, we're down to the last 6. Glory, AST, Zeus, 4S, Mazer, and Elevate. But I have to give it to the top 4. Top 4, they're making sure that they are one of the few into the top 6 that they are surviving. Mazer Gaming, Demonic, shooting at Onyx, getting a lot of damage done. That's a knock and a confirmation coming real soon. That I can tell for sure. But Onyx, you have to provide the location that where you got shot from to your players, to your opponents, to your team members, in fact, so they can actually hold that fort. Even on the backside, look at Elevate Esports. They were coming in close, slowly, steadily, and suddenly Mazer Gaming spotted them out, and the shots were definitely there on the connection.
I mean, I think if Mazer plays this one well, there's a good opportunity for them to bag that winner chicken dinner, right? All they got to do is just keep their numbers up. They're the only squad here with all 4 players still in the match. And it does seem like things are really starting to crumble for Force Strength. As you can see, they are down to a solo. The Molly's now starting to fly on in, and Mazer is going to look to capitalize on the chaos ahead of them. But I think the big focus here for Mazer is going to be that zone positioning, right? They need to get themselves moved up. They need to play for the safety, because if they look to push their luck here, a team like Zeus could still look to bounce back and contest, right? Because Zeus, I think realistically, is the other team that could look to play the upset. I mean, Glory, yes, they also have 3 players, but they are not in this immediate engagement, right? They are a little bit more removed from this fight. So we need to see how this is going to pan out. But Mazer, they are looking pretty golden.
They definitely are. They definitely are looking golden at this point in time. The placement that they have for themselves is a really, I would say, decent one. But the grenades, the throwables, everything that's coming up, it can potentially mark an end for the players. So they have to be really careful on whatever they're doing.
Well, let's see how this one is going to go now as we do say goodbye to Elevate. Out there are 6th place, 3 eliminations in the bag, but it's down to the final 5. It is going to be Glory that is going to be tested. Up next is Zeus, comes thundering down upon them, and so far it looks like they are just sweeping it up. It is now all reliant on Viper, but can he make it? Unfortunately for Glory, they get wrapped on up, and out they go. And this is now a great start, or great continuation rather, coming through from the side of Zeus Maurice, as they are looking pretty comfortable. 6 eliminations, only 2 players left, so not the best odds, but they could maybe still look to make quite a bit of a change here. But Mazer, absolutely phenomenal. 4 players up, 10 eliminations in the bag. It seems like this is their victory to take. Now, Astra Creatives, after Slazy, just going to be sneaking their way on forward. The confirmation comes through. That is Snaxy down, and this is where Mazer is now just looking to dominate. They've got the spread, they've got decent possession, but can they secure the game, right? Slazy is just going to try and ease his way up into the zone while he can. Maybe get a bit of a jump up onto Q's, but, well, we know that is going to be Force Strength. Oh, Kevin, though, getting picked on up, and that means that Thomas is the last one left for Zeus. Mazer here, definitely looking to dominate the lobby.
Oh, he definitely is. That definitely is the case. It's a 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 4. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present you at this point in time. We are seeing a full squad versus all the solos in this area. Creatives, the solo guy, the Slazies. He's the only remaining hope for the team. He's going to throw a grenade on the side of Goose of the Force Strength, and Strength is going to be crumbled. The number 4 goes to Force Strength. Zeus, Team AST, now they're going to be fighting for a buck of their own. Zeus, on the other hand, has 6 elimination, and that is a great thing. But Slazy, you have to shoot at Zeus Thomas. He tried, but the spray from Mazer definitely eliminated him too. That's 13 elimination, and they're going for the 14. Crasher gets the final blow, and it is Mazer Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, for the match number 2, match number 2nd of the day number 2. That's gonna have that winner chicken dinner, and not just any winner chicken dinner. We're seeing higher points, higher number than the site of Rondo. Rondo had somewhat 8, 10, 12 elimination. This time, we're gonna see a winner chicken dinner with 14.
I mean, that is pretty exciting to have it right then and there, but you know what? It was no surprise to see Mesa just lock this one in. It was an unfortunate turnout here for the side of the players for full strength, right? As I mentioned before, yesterday they had quite a bit of a dominating presence on this map. So far, the start of it, not necessarily going according to plan for them, but for Mesa, everything was absolutely textbook perfect. 2200 damage getting secured there as well. Quite a bit of healing that they were doing, but those eliminations just looking phenomenal. That is going to award them a glorious 24-point match. And I mean, I like what Zeus were doing as well, right? Trying to keep that contention as high as they can, but unfortunately, due to that fight that they had in the warehouse, they were brought down to a 2-piece, and you know, Mesa just locked in and lasered them down. All right, so here we go, taking a look at those team stats. As we can see the breakdown here for the side of Mesa. Everybody essentially contributing to the chaos that we saw there, right? Atrox coming in with the most elims there for the squad, 6. And then we've got Crasher and Demonic also coming in close there with their 3 eliminations each. Federal also bringing the contributions up there to take them all the way to the glorious 14 eliminations. I mean, Demonic coming really close to almost hitting 1,000 damage here in this game. But some pretty hard work being done across the board. And this was the opportunity for Mesa to try and step it up, for them to try and shine as best they can. And I mean, realistically looking at it, they weren't that far away from contesting Elevate Esports for that top position. But for Mesa, yeah, they've now set a new standard for themselves that, you know, when it comes to the map of Erangel, they can definitely still look to capitalize and punish quite a few of the teams around them. Looking at the summary here, you can see there is quite a bit of damage being done yet again. 11,000 damage secured. And, well, nice to see that we've got a 349 meter hit, the longest hit that we've seen so far today. Also a decent serving of utilities, almost as much as we saw in that first game. But the team's doing quite a bit of work across the board. Quite a few of those eliminations or knocks rather getting denied, as only 8 revives has come in from 50 knocks. So that is a pretty tough turnaround point right there. But you know what? The teams are trying to do everything they can to run it all the way back to the bank. But yeah, match number 8 done and dusted. Let's take a look at the next part here of our match summary. As you can see, it is pretty much dominated by Atrox, right? Coming through with the most eliminations, the longest hit, traveling the greatest distance. And of course, we do see Demonic there from Mesa also stepping up with that highest damage. Fortunately, we did see Astra Slazy coming through with that glorious nade that we had all the way from behind the tree to be one of only a few grenade players that we had in this game here today. So very exciting to see the first Erangel kicking off with such aggression. But now we just got to keep on building it, right? We still have 2 more Erangels to go, so there's multiple opportunities for the teams to bring in everything that they can find on the board here. But yep, good way to close off match number 8. Let's take a look and see what is coming in next. So where we're going to hop to, of course, we'll be taking a look at those match rankings right then and there. As you can see, quite a few teams, unfortunately, getting sent back empty-handed, right? Extraordinary, All Legion, Veterans, and X-Project. For Torix, I think a few of these squads, not necessarily the turnout that they were hoping for.
Oh, that is absolutely true. There's a lot of zeros that I can see at this point in time, and that is not a good sign. That is not a good sign, no matter how you look at it. There's X-Project, Veterans, All Legion. All Legion were doing amazing into the previous match, and suddenly now they're not doing great. They were on the hashtag number 2, and now they're on the hashtag number 14 this time around in this match. 0 points from all the way to 16, 18 points. Wildstorm GNG on the second chart's first page. They have also kind of getting like on the struggling side. And if this stays like this, let me tell you, they're going to lose their hashtag number 8 too. But yes, this is the first shot, ladies and gentlemen, of the match ranking. We have Pmnc as our number 8 contenders in this match with 4 eliminations. Then we have Elevate with 6 total points. Astro Creative, there's Pain, there's Glory, Force Rend, Zeus, and Mazer Gaming. 14 elimination. That's a big boy number.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely quite a big boy number. I like where these teams are going with everything, right? Trying to ramp it up as much as they can. But speaking about ramping it up, we take a quick look at Zeus again, right? This time going toe-to-toe with Morris Gaming. As you can see, Zeus coming in with half those eliminations, half the damage, almost half the knockouts, but still looking to contest, right? And as we know, these teams are all fighting for their share of the overall prize pool, looking to just bag as much money as they can, right? As we know, they've already made it into the top 5, but the fight continues, right? Because they can still play to get the larger share of the overall take back. And speaking about taking a share, of course, there's an opportunity for a new MVP to come in as well.
Yes, sir. It is Atarox from Mazer Gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present you the winner chicken takers and the MVP of the match. Match number 8, the Erangel. 6 elimination, 731 is the damage, 3 knockouts, and the survival time of 28 minutes. So this team initiated and finished up all of this game within like that 28, less than 30 minutes marker. But going on to the head-to-head, he is against his own kin at this point in time. It is versus Demonic from Mazer Gaming 2, 6 versus 3, 731 versus 895. Oh my god, those elimination numbers. Where are those elimination numbers for Demonic? That damage is Demonic. Yes, that we can agree, DK. But what about that elimination number?
Yeah, I mean, it's close, but you know what? Sometimes you just gotta let your teammates fly, right? And it seems like Atrox was definitely flying on through. A few players had to call 911 as you know, it's right there in the name. So in case of emergency, just read the name and you know who to call to help try and save the day. But there was no saving against the side here of Mazer, as they just absolutely dominated this lobby. But of course, they could have another opportunity going into the next match, right? Going into our third match of the day. But before we get there, we do see Lil Trump regaining his position up in the top here for Pmnc. Is going to be our MVP with 21 eliminations, 4,300 damage rather. A very hefty dose of aggression coming through from the side there of Pmnc. But it's a decent spread, right? We got pretty much the top 4, each being players from different teams. And then, of course, we got Atrox also now gaining entry up into that top 5 alongside Crasher.
Hey, I mean, I'm seeing Little Trump on the number 1 once again. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present you. Yesterday, he was on the number 1, and still he's making sure that he is in the number 1 spot of that overall MVPs. But moving on to the overall ranking, ladies and gentlemen, this is where the real cookie is changing. This is where the cookie is crumbling for some teams, and it is baking for some of the others. You can see Extraordinary, they're going to lose one of the placements from number 13. They go down to 14, whereas Glory Esports, they rise up. They rise up 1 spot. Then Exit Team, M.R, they're going to lose their placements from number 11 to 12, whereas Pain is going to have an upper advantage. I love the fact that overall ranking Pain number 2 is going up and down onto like all of these teams from number 9 all the way up to the number 14, whereas everybody has more than 20 points for themselves. But overall ranking, the page number 1, the number 1 and number 2, they have shifted. There we go. Mazer Gaming with this winner chicken dinner. Now they have an exact 100 points for themselves, and that is a very huge number. They're the first one to secure the triple-digit marker in this match, in all of this PMNC's wild card, ladies and gentlemen. Elevate Esports, they were number 1. Now they're number 2 with 94 points. Still 13 points of a difference between the number 2 and the number 3. Is there Zeus Morris for Strength? For Strength managed to secure their placements, and everybody else. I do love the fact that they managed to secure their placement into the first chart. Like number 3 is still number 3, number 4 is number 4, all the way up to the number 8. They're staying in their spot.
Yeah, I mean, the team's definitely showing that consistency, but, you know, no surprise to see Mesa come through with that beautiful shift up the overall rankings. But the big question is what's going to happen with the rest of the lobby, right? Because as we know, top 8, top 9, there's not much separating those 2 points at this current stage. So a lot could still look to change on through. And of course, we are going to be changing things as well as we are heading into a quick break, but we'll be back with our second Erangel, so stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to the PMNC Africa Wildcard Final Day. It is going to be quite exciting as we just had a Mesa upset come through, right? They were the first squad to hit 100 points on the overall rankings, doing so with 3 winner chicken dinners in the bag. And of course, securing themselves 14 eliminations in the last match. So far it seems like Mesa is kind of setting a major challenge for the rest of the lobby, right? If you want to contest, you got to go catch 3 chickens, right? Bring them back and then we can talk business. Up until then, we are going to be sitting right comfortably here in pole position. Of course, I think Elevate are going to look to respond to that because they're only 6 points away. So I'm looking at upsets happening. And of course, as we know, Erangel is the map on which the teams feel probably the most comfortable, right? It's the map that has been around for the longest time. The teams could pretty much play it in their sleep. I wouldn't advise it, but they could.
I mean, nobody is inviting anyone at this point in time. The team knows what they're doing. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, if the teams want to do something, this is the right time. This is the right moment. You got to start planning something. And we are almost ready for even our next match. Match number 9. We're about to head into our halfway section, ladies and gentlemen. After this match number 9 is done, we will be done with our halfway interaction of the day number 2 as well. So this map is a very major map. In fact, for Major, Elevate, all those top 5s, the top, I'd say from 9 onward, all the way to the 14 too, because they were changing their placements into the overall ranking. But ladies and gentlemen, let me present you the map number 9, the second wrangle initiation right here and now. The plane line going from the Georgia Pool of Western Side City all the way down to the Nova Rapnoi.
Oh, that's going to be an interesting one to get our proceedings underway here, as the players are now making their way on through. Quite a few already starting to jump on out. It is going to be quite a bit of contentious start right out of the gate here. I mean, earlier on we did see, you know, things are looking a little bit more relaxed, right? Extraordinary had a nice kind of drop location for themselves on towards that western front, but this time around there's quite a bit of company, right? So if they want that territory, they are going to have to lock in and just defend it as best they can. And of course, Dorix, best time to play for an upset is right at the start of the match, right? When everybody is equally weak.
Oh, that is absolutely true. Whenever everybody's weak, that is the right time to strike that hammer onto somebody. So, what DK really means is go haywire and go for that clash drop. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want that clash drop too. And I agree with DK on that. Come on, we need the teams to go for the clash drop. We need to see that engagement, that early momentum, that early clash drop fight that actually shows that, okay, what the momentum and what the mindset is for the team. Are they here? Are they ready for that engagement, or they're not? But the circle is going to take a very, very unique shift. Prior to the plane line, it is going to go at the very start of the plane line, and it's just going to stay there now from this point onward. We're not going to see the circle, like, maybe it will move to the heart of Western Side area, maybe in the water, and please be like that, because I want a chaotic one. But yes, the school apartments, there's 2 teams. The Northern Side City, there is 2 teams, and at the same time, the hospital and the Western Side area, the compartment side of the Georgia Pool, we are seeing some of those players locked into that location.
Well, let's see how this one is going to pan out for the majority of our lobby, as it's good to see Zeus being pretty consistent with their drop location. You can say the same there for Elevate, as well as the players coming through from Regnum, right? All these squads going where they know how to kind of rotate through and get into the business end of things. But let's see what is going to be happening up in North and South Georgia's. The contention is pretty high. Of course, I want to see the upsets, especially now with Everest being in play. There could be teams looking to get themselves situated on that. I don't think anybody is going to opt for that anytime soon, because we are still having to work through this looting phase. But the potential is there, right? The teams can go and try and maybe look to play for a bit of an upsetting angle. Interesting thing that I'm noticing here, though, is X Project, right? They're heading up into the boatyard. And that's where Exit went previously as well. And you can see Exit now looking to either go into Rozok or straight over onto that boatyard position as well. So Law needs to be careful, because there's already a team there.
Oh my god. Exit is actually going to the boatyard. So it's just the GES that really needs some work at this point in time, or Exit M.R. Doku. He finally spots the player. He gets some damage. He leaves the premises. And I do love that change in the water town to the boatyard. Now it's a very versatile area that you can have all that loot. It's actually a drop location now, whereas it used to be a part of Rozok that, okay, if you're not like comfortable with the Rozok, with the loot of Rozok, you can go for an extra loot here. But now you can properly get a full loot in this boatyard of the area, and for the full team, not just 1 or 2 player, for the the full team, and that is amazing. But Fifani getting a lot of damage. Exit do not want to give out their location to the other team. They do not want them to stay here. They're overstaying their welcome, and GES, they're being shown that, okay, yes, exit team, the placement holders, the one that dropped in the boatyard area, they're here to take it back for them.
Yeah, well, with 15 teams in the lobby, it is going to be an interesting one to see how this is going to pan out here. But I like the contention up in Boatyard, right? This is Exit's territory, right? They feel quite comfortable. So for X Project to contest, it's a bold choice. Let's see, can they survive? Can they maybe look to contest and bring a little bit of a spice here? Because I think for Exit, this could be quite an important engagement should they find it, right? As we know, they are situated all the way down in that 12th position, so any additional points they can find here, I don't think they are necessarily going to look to shy away from that. Meanwhile, X Project, they're in 10th, right? They want to play it a little bit safer because they don't want to risk anything unnecessarily.
They definitely were not risking anything, and they were like, yeah, we got the damage. Let's just get out of here. We're not staying over here. We're just going to go in the circle and maybe take the centralized position of the circle for now for themselves. But you know what? Those 6 compartments outside of that bridge area, that is also a very viable option that GES can actually take for themselves. So whatever they're doing, it's going good. On the main screen, you can see the team for strength, the team that is still into the top 5, somewhere into the premises. They are going for their loot phases as well, and everybody at this point in time, this angle is super slow. In my opinion, DK, that is a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. A good thing because yes, everybody is getting their arsenal and they'll be ready to take that fight together whenever they want to take that fight, right? But the bad part is because of the circle majority of the thing, because this circle is almost like 30% submerged into the water, so you only have like 70% of what you usually have of the wrangle for yourself. And even on that 70%, this second phase, imagine it just go hard at Western side. That's going to be an absolute disaster for everybody. Yes, it will not be for the teams like that are sitting in the Georgia pool or on the shorelines, but for everybody else that needs to come from the eastern angles, like the Boatyard, the Rozok, the school, or even the Pmnc, it's going to be a very major setback.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is, right? I think the teams here that currently find that the match is not necessarily too much to be concerned about is the teams that are already situated within the zone, right? The teams that are yet to rotate up, they are going to have quite a bit of difficulty moving into those later stages because already the teams ahead of them have been able to secure their positions to make sure that they've got themselves beautifully spread out and they are ready to defend or even get aggressive if need be. But we could be looking at a few of those drive-by engagements, as well as we've got Wildstorm and Seems Outplayed. Both teams now looking to push into the exact same compound. There's so many to choose from, but you know what? Hey, they got to look to get some action going here as Pew Pew gets absolutely mowed on down. A near effortless shot there from the side of KV1. Impulse taking a little bit of damage in exchange, and so far it seems to be a fair trade on either side. Seems Outplayed and the side here of Wildstorm gonna look to contest it, and as we know, Seems Outplayed could definitely be the one to benefit from this the most, right? Adding even more to the overall tally. So far in one day, they've been able to outperform their entire day yesterday, right? In just the first 2 matches of the day, they've been able to go above and beyond. But now for the side of Wildstorm, this could be either the start to the match that would allow them entry further towards the top 7, top 6, or this could be a very abrupt end here for them.
Oh, it definitely can be a very abrupt end for them because Team SO seems outplayed. They're ready to outplay WSG this time around. They're coming in hot. That one elimination to their name is definitely going to fuel their anger and fuel their motivation even more against all the other teams. But WSG, Wildstorm GMG, they are down to the last man standing. Insane is going to be the only hope, the team. But as Insane, he's trying to survive for as long as possible I don't think so. He's going to be able to survive for too long because the amount of players that are still in this match is a very high number. And wherever you're going inside of that circle, there's always going to be someone into the premises, maybe somewhere close to the area. Even right now seems outplayed. They need to take the fight against the team AST that is coming right behind them. Samurai, get out of the car, I'd say, and just shoot. Just go with the shot. Soles got out, try to shoot at the team AST. Now back in the car, he's moving away. Team AST also realized that, okay, this is not the time to take that engagement. This is not the time to take that fight. So they were like, yeah, let's just disengage out of it, and we will just take the fight maybe on a different plane. But the second stage is already has been made. Remember the fact that the stage number 1 was in the water. This stage, I think, this time around is not going to be into the water, because if it had been the Mount Everest, the team that is on the Mount Everest should have been outside.
Yeah, I mean, Everest is now pretty much almost center zone. Instead, we do see the cube being pretty much right in the middle, so that river is cutting straight through the center of the zone. But we also still have quite a few teams out in the blue trying to rotate on up, and I'm not quite sure what they're doing or why they're taking so long, but they're missing out on a lot of the action here. And speaking about the action, there's going to be Full Strength and Pain. Oh, prepping himself for a bit of a showdown, little boy. Nice hit out the window, but can he follow that up? Can he turn that and convert it into points? As Q's has been taken on down. But I like this defensive position coming through from the side of Pain. Right, they are just trying to do as much as they can here, hoping to be a bit of a menace. Regnum pushing up as well. That is little boy just trying to do the cleanup, but there we have it. Full Strength. The first team out here today, 15th place. I mean, what is happening here? A team that, you know, historically has been performing exceptionally well on this map, finding themselves probably the first squad back in the lobby.
That's going to be a big ouchie for them, let me tell you that. But Regnum X taking the fight, but ooh, Pain Esports, they're ready for that engagement. They're ready this time. They're ready for this match number 3 to initialize and start their aggression this way around. Team Exit, in fact, at this point in time versus Pain, it's going to happen. Glory versus the Veterans, it's also happening into a different plane, into a different site. There was a Regnum getting some knockouts on their sides, but finally healing themselves back to the full player side. Exit team entering the compound, entering this church, taking the fight versus Bronny. Bronny's low. Now Venom is the last man standing, but Exit team is going to take Pain Esports out of the equation with just the one elimination to the name of the Pain Esports. Exit team is going to defend this place for themselves. For Ruins and Boatyard is both for the side of Exit, but close to the proximity, there's a Regnum X. And if Regnum X has heard any of the shots, are capable of pushing with their cars, if they do have that opportunity, they should definitely push on Exit team and take the fight together.
Well, I don't think that they are going to be looking to go towards the edge of zone. Instead, they are going to be trying to focus their efforts on that more center zone positioning, as they are heading right in the direction there of X Project. Meanwhile, up in North George, rather, it is going to be Glory and the Veterans finding themselves in a bit of a utility showdown. But Mazer coming through with a bit of a third-party position here. You can see Atrox just waiting on the ridge, hoping to see somebody just venture out into the open. But the send is there. Maestro pushing forward, looking for a bit of an angle, looking to find some glimmer of hope. But, hey, yo, this is a very spread approach coming through from the Veterans, right? I mean, they only have 2 players up, and they've got to be very careful with how they move through this.
I mean, the one thing that I do love about the Veterans at this point in time is that they're not facing... like, they're not pushing back no matter what the circumstances is. Even if they're, like, on a really a bad angle, they still are pushing, and they still are trying to get some elimination. And that's exactly what Mastro has done. They pushed on Glory, took down 1, took down 2, and that's the second confirmation. It was a 3 versus 2 fight, and Mastro just entered the compound. I took both of the players all by himself, and now the fight has turned into a 1 versus 2 in the favor of the team We AT veterans. Glory's the team right now. That is now down to the solo player. But Mazer, the last match, a winner chicken takers. Now once again facing some casualties as a Mosin. Is that a Mosin? Confirm me on that one, because I don't think that's a Mosin at this point in time. Mazer,
No,
one
that's-
player just got finished up.
No, that's our new Bolty that came on in. But speaking about coming in, it's Glory going out, as that is 13th place for them. 2 eliminations to their name. Now let's see what is going to happen here with veterans. You don't want to spend too much time here. They have quite a bit of territory to try and make up for. And of course, they are going to be gatekept by LLN, Mazer, and the players there from Astra. So talk about a tough situation to find yourself in. Speaking about tough, though, Wildstorm, they have a solo looking to hold on. It is going to be insane now, trying to assert a little bit of dominance here. Is able to find Crasher, as Crasher, well, his show has just been crashed, but Demonic is looking to creep on in. And that could spell disaster for Wildstorm here, as they've not yet been able to find any eliminations, but the confirmation just getting put in the bag. But now the hard work comes for the side here of Wildstorm. Right, how are they going to recover from this? There's no safe way to rotate from this compound, especially with Mazer, Astra, and Zeus all just lurking outside of the building.
Oh, that is absolutely true. You cannot get out of the building. Even inside of that building, like near the windows, are kind of like at a high risk. You go there, you might get some shots moved around at your pace. LN Esports, they're also trying to take the fight against the team AST, as AST is going for that rescue area. The shots were there. Pew Pew got some decent damage on him. Still not enough for that casualty or any of the knockouts to occur. And AST will definitely go back onto the 4-man standing as they were before. But the thing is, they're not inside of that circle too. Astra Creatives, LLN, both needs to get inside of that circle. And the only way to get inside of that circle for LLN is through AST. And if not, they have to go to the north, whereas there's the team WSG and even Mazer Esports just holding that place. But Mastro from Veterans, what is going on? This solo guy survived. Not only survived, he's thriving at this point in the water. He's making sure that he comes out to heal himself, then go back straight up into the water to stay submerged inside. Olsen gets taken down by the hand of Mazer Fedralis, and Olsen, in a single split instance, gets rammed down by that car.
Well, I mean, we did see Aquaman there, but what is going to happen up top on the northern edges? There is quite a bit of tension here. We've got about 4 to 5 squads all contesting for this northern territory. LLN trying anything they can find, even ramming into themselves to try and secure the position. But it is going to be absolute chaos now, looking to erupt on the northern territories. Astra quick on the trigger here. Out they go, finding a few sprays, but it's not enough just yet. There's still quite a few threats looming all around them. As you can see now, it is going to be the side of Zeus looking to move up. Storm looking to capitalize, but instead gets spotted through. Ooh, that 3-piece cover coming in from Astra, buying them a bit of time as Balalal has been brought on down. But they're not out of the woods yet, right? Zeus are gonna look for vengeance. They're gonna look for payback at this point. And if they're not careful, there might even be more third parties coming through, because as we can see on the map, there's still quite a few teams in the surrounding area.
Oh yeah, the surrounding area is completely open. The thing is, every place right now in the surrounding area is completely like very, very at high risk. The moment you're going to be spotted, it's almost going to be over for you, because the amount of players that are still alive in this game is a very high number. Remember this, Mazer Gaming, yes, down to the 2 players, but still with 1 elimination to their side, they're ready to take that action. And even the next stage of the circle, oh my God, it's somewhat on the bridge. It has gone somewhere on the bridge side, so you don't have enough space for you to hold that top place down, that mountain ridge down for yourself. You're kind of in a pickle here. Elevate, I have to say, they're in a very amazing spot. Exit on the backside, they're also trying to make their way inside of that water. I do believe so, but they're just going to stop at the shoreline. And WSD, I think this is the time to shine. Get out of the compound or the shack that you're into and just shoot at the team exit.
Yeah, as we can see, there's not a lot of cover to work with at this stage. So I think the bridge, especially for Maestro, is going to be an important position to try and hold on to. You can see Insane up top, looking to find a little bit of a squeeze on through there. Exit also now moving in. Oh, Insane coming through with a spray, finds quite a bit of damage, and that is going to be Maestro also then getting confirmed on out. So many casualties coming in around this bridge area. Doku managing to survive, falling into the water for safety. But can he make it out, right? Can he get himself healed up? We don't quite know. We do see Mazer also now feeling quite a bit of that pressure being placed upon them. It's now down to Demonic to try and hold it on. X Project also just getting quite a bit of heat applied onto them as they've gone from a trio down to a solo, right? So many sprays erupting all across the zone, but it's no surprise. These teams, they don't really have a lot of place to work with, and everybody just getting crammed on top of each other.
Oh my god. This is absolutely insane. Yes, the Team X, they're losing a player. That's a knockdown. Yes, but will they get that revived? That is a big question. Exit in the water. The player spotted down, and a little Trump still trumping up his number of eliminations high and mighty. 3 eliminations even in this match. I don't think so. He's going to be getting out of that #1 spot of the MVP, but airdrop at this point in time has been looted by GES Knight. But Machio was knocked out, finished up, Samurai is down, and so on. Team SO, they're losing their players back and forth, down to the very last guy. Team SO, they're on the hashtag number 15, 16 in fact, and suddenly they're all gone, they're all done, they're all dusted on the hashtag 9. This time, they managed to secure 5 eliminations in this match, but now we're down to the top 8, and from this point onward, at least 1 placement point will be awarded.
Well, let's see whether or not Zeus is going to walk away with 1 placement point, or maybe more, as Astra Creatives are holding quite steadily alongside them here. We do see the side of All Legion taking an interesting approach here. We did see Lil Sax just scouting out the situation on towards that northern side while falling back to the rest of the team potentially. Got to be careful not to overextend it though. It is going to be Jack Boys also coming in with a bit of aggression as Bezbar has been found out. So the east is not going to be the easiest position to try and defend from. Zeus though, unfortunately, it is going to be the end of the road as they get packed up and shipped out of here. But with the final 7, it is going to be a very difficult zone to rotate into. And I think at this stage, especially, the team that's holding onto the hill is most likely going to be the team to dominate the remainder of this lobby.
The remainder of this lobby is the top 7, ladies and gentlemen, and we have the hovercraft that will turn into a covercraft and maybe soon, but yes, the covercraft as it was being made. Logic got knocked out and finished off right there, and then Team Elevate is going to lose 1 of the player. Mazer is down to the last 1. At the same time, All Legions, this is the first one they're going to be securing. This is the first elimination they have so far for themselves, but still, even in this top 7, we are seeing the top teams like Mazer securing 1 elimination with 1 player remaining, Elevate with 3 elimination, 3 player remaining, but Ragnum X, and AST, that is a juicy name and that is a juicy number that they have. Ragnum X has 7, AST got 8 eliminations, and all of these names, they are right now facing the wrath as Ragnum X is going to lose another 1 of their players. They're down to the 2, but the 7, will it turn to 8? Will it turn to 9? Is the big question right now.
Well, so far things are looking pretty tough for the side of Regnum as Hades is trying to do whatever he can to play for the continuation of the squad as another one goes down. And things are now getting more and more challenging as the zone continues to constrict. It does seem, though, that Regnum has a very decent setup here. Hades, right there atop the hill. This could be a golden opportunity for them. Of course, they need Xenos back in the fight to defend their overall angle here. But even looking over onto the side here of Wildstorm, right? With Insane right there on the edge, it's very touch and go. So a lot of caution needs to be brought in here. Genesis also just holding it tight, trying to survive as long as they possibly can and keep Team X Project in this match as long as possible. Elevate though, Thugger, Fabian starting to move up looking now to start and build a bit of that momentum. Already 4 eliminations under their belt. Can they find more? Because Regnum, they've just been dominating so far, as has Astra, right? Astra with 11 eliminations and a full squad looking to roll up. It seems like this could be their match to win as we do say goodbye to Mazer. Out they go.
Oh, yes, Mazer is gone. Mazer is done. Ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the top 5 into the 1 versus 1 versus 2 versus 2 versus 4. AST with the 4-man, the best opportunity of securing that win over the chicken dinner. Wildstorm GMG insane. I have to give it to this guy as well. The way he survived, it's amazing. It's amazing. But now I don't think he's going to survive for too much longer because the grenade made a damage. The zone is coming. The player is struggling. The moment he's going to get up, he's going to move. He's going to be bombarded with the shots. Will he deny that elimination to the play zone is the big question. So far, he's constantly healing himself. 47 more seconds, and we will have the next stage of the circle. But oh no, Thogger! I don't think you're gonna survive, man. I don't think you're gonna survive even with all those 4 first aid kits. You're not gonna be able to survive as the zone takes you down. One misstep, and you have fallen down into the water. The team that was the 2-man that could have taken down one of the players of the Regnum X, or both of them, are down to the last player standing.
Yeah, I think this match is going to boil down to Astra and Regnum, right? Those 2 teams have pretty strong positions in the zone. And as I said earlier, the teams that can command the top area here, right, hold on to the plateau or the hill itself, those are going to be the teams finding themselves in a very strong setup. And that's exactly where Astra Creatives currently are situated. Regnum, though, still trying to do their due diligence, trying to make sure that at least the southern edge of zone is secure. And it's all going to rely on what is going to come through from X Project as well as Elevators. Fabian is just kind of patrolling the area, right? Moving back and forth with the vehicle, making a little bit of noise. Not quite sure if that is the best play at this point, but they are going to try and make it work for them as they only have a 14% chance. Well, 13 now to survive all the way to that winner chicken dinner. Fabian needs to be careful. I'm pretty sure that Astra knows exactly where he is currently located. And I think the saving grace here for Fabian is the fact that he is behind the vehicle, right? So he's not too exposed, still has a little bit of that cover to work from. But is that going to be enough? Because still, Regnum need to move forward. We are also yet to see X Project Genesis move on up. And everybody's now just trying to snake their way on through. Stage 8 is going to hit very soon. And that is where I think Astra is going to look to just go crazy as we do see Elevate Esports now getting traded up, and out they go.
The top 3, ladies and gentlemen, it is the 1 versus 2 versus 4 now. Regnum X with the duo, Team X with the solo, and the Team AST that will potentially have the winner of the chicken dinner is with the 4-man standing. 12 eliminations so far for them. Oh my god, that is insane. But X Project Genesis, he's down to the last 7 bandages. The grenade will go down from the Genesis side all the face to Hades, and Hades will go down. The second grenade will make its entrance. I do believe so in a short while, but before that can happen, that 12 elimination is going to turn into 13 for the side of AST. The player went back, and now it's just a 1 versus 1 versus 4. Xenos win versus Genesis versus all the 4 players of the team AST. Melio, in fact, just trying to find out the last player remaining, but Xenos gets finished up. Regnum on the hashtag number 3 with 8 elimination gets finished up as well. So it's AST, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have Team AST, Astra, that will have the winner chicken dinner. The car is about to come and ram down on Genesis, but no. Still, it's going to take some time. The player comes around. Melio is going to spray down the player, and it's going to be all over. Astra with that winner chicken dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, match number 3, 15 elimination, 25 points for the team.
Yeah, I think Regnum here, Torex, they're probably a little bit upset, right? Because if it wasn't for that nade that we just saw getting delivered onto the doorstep, there could have been an opportunity for them to find the solo and take them out. But you know what? The game is what it is, and that's the way it went. Genesis, only the beginning of the downfall here for RG. So many exciting plays that we had and quite a few risky positions. I mean, the zone definitely putting the teams through the ringer here, making them work so hard to get all the points on the board. But 15 eliminations is going to go over to the side here of Astra Creatives. They're going to be quite comfortable with a glorious 25 points hitting in their direction. And I mean, that is exactly the kind of approach that they need, right? Looking at where they were coming into this match, they of course were situated all the way in that 6th place with only 60 points to their name. Now adding 25 on top of that could maybe have resulted in a bit of a change.
Not just a quick change, but a major change in my opinion. Team Astra surviving, securing all the 4 players of Winner Winner Chicken Dinner in 28 minutes. It's an amazing feat. But 5 eliminations for Pew Pew, 5 eliminations for Melio. Then we have 4 for Slazy and blah 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 la la. In fact, he's the guy with the 1 elimination, and that damage justifies it as well. But the damage that does not justify the 5 elimination is towards the Melio side. 392. Then we have Slazy with the 512 damage, 4 eliminations, and Pew Pew with the 892. Somebody get this man his eliminations. Come on. 892 with 5 elimination is a criminal activity at this point. But AST with this 15 eliminations for them into the 3rd match of the day. Only 3 more matches remain, 1 more Wrangle and 2 Miramas. But going on to the summary, it is 195 throwable duels with 54 eliminations all the way up. 6277 is the healing number, and 12,000, close to 12,000 of that total damage.
It's good to see the aggression not being as high this time around as we saw in the previous match, right? The previous game we had only 9 revives. This time it's doubled all the way up onto 18, but the headshots are on point. The longest hit, a little bit shorter, not quite the 340 that we saw in the previous match, but still quite exciting to look at either which way. Speaking about excitement though, a nice roundup that we have here with the match summary, right? Pew Pew being the major contributor here to the chaos and carnage. 5 eliminations and 892 damage getting secured. Lord Trump again with the nades coming through, just trying to pop off as best they can. Elevates Thugger though, the one who slipped down the hill and fell in the drink. Unfortunate, but before all of that happened, he was able to secure himself the longest hit, 317 meters. That is a pretty long range hit, especially looking at what the ranger distance is. And I mean, these numbers are always impressive, right? But I think that something that most people don't necessarily realize is this is done on a phone, right? And so the object that you're looking at is really far away. So, you know, that is impressive either which way you look at it. But speaking of which, though, we are hopping into those prize breakdowns. Everybody walking away with points.
Yes, sir. Everybody with the points, so whether it's the elimination or elimination plus survivability combined. And all of this second chart, I only see all Legion with the survivability. The rest of the team, they were like, yeah, completely going haywire with the eliminations and the guns. They were blazing it up. Veteran esports, I have to give it to them. 4 elimination is a decent number, but Astra, that 25 points cannot be competed by anybody at this point in time. They're on the very top of the leaderboard for this match at this point in time. And after that, it's 25-13. That is a drop, 12 points of difference. X is on the 2nd place for the match ranking. Elevate Esports also did good with the survivability and on that elimination side. X Project was on the hashtag number 2, but look at that elimination numbers. Just a single elimination number. Maybe they could have secured it more if that guy at that point in time would not have been eliminated during that rotation from the water side. But Astra was doing an amazing job. Seems outplayed. These guys have been doing great today. I really wanted to talk about them. These guys have been going absolutely amazing comparison to the last day's performance. So I have high hopes for them too. But head to head, it is Astra Creatives versus X.
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about teams outplayed in a minute, but the comparison on screen here is looking pretty exciting. Regnum holding strong with their presence in this past game, you know, trying to clutch it out as best they could, but of course taking that 3rd place finish. Still, there's 8 eliminations versus the 15 from Astra. It's pretty even Stevens if you look at the damage being contributed from either side, right? It's pretty comparatively similar, The only difference being that Astra has been able to convert a little bit more of that into points, and of course that is partly in, thanks to Pew Pew's performance out on the battlefield. 5 eliminations and a whole lot of damage being contributed in there as well. So yep, I like where this was going, and definitely love to see what Astra could have in store for us. But the big question is though, is the top 5 still secure, right? Is it still where it was, or could we have potentially seen a little bit of a change up coming through with regards to where these teams find themselves? Because we've been seeing so many of the squads trying everything that they can think of to try and step on up, and especially Astra, right? With this consistency, 2 players, Milio and Pew Pew, both bringing in 5 eliminations, right? That is definitely helping them to just get that extra bit of a foothold here.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. That extra foothold is definitely going to be one thing. But I do love the fact that from the, I think previous 2 head-to-heads, we've been seeing the same teams fighting against each other for that head-to-head at the top placement. This time it is Astra, Melio versus Pew Pew, 5-5 elimination. The only thing that's different is the damage and the knockouts. And no matter how you look at it, that damage, that extra 500 damage, exact 500, not even like 499, 480, nah. We're on the dot 500 damage. That's the difference at this point in time. And then there's the 2 knockouts that we have seen. But going on to the overall MVPs, Trump, little Trump, he is still there. He is still on the very top, 24 eliminations, and 5,000 damage has been crossed. What?
Yeah, I mean, that's 50 eliminations, right? 51 eliminations worth of damage being brought in. Absolute insanity. And of course, Logic not too far behind that, right? Coming in on 4,117 damage. So both these players just absolutely contributing to the excitement that we've been seeing so far. 24 eliminations apiece. I mean, and that all take into consideration that Lil Trump hasn't survived as long as any of the other 4 players on this list, right? Lil Trump is the one with the lowest amount of survival time, but yet is sitting with the highest number of damage.
Oh yeah, that is the highest number of damage. Lil Trump, he's the guy, he's the man. But I'm seeing not a single one of the same teams into the overall ranking wise. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the overall ranking after the match at number 9. The only thing that's different in the page number 1, we're starting from page 1 this time, because I do believe so the page number 2 is going to have a lot of up and downs. The Astro Creatives, after this win of a chicken dinner, they're going to take from number 6 placement to the number 4. They're in the top 5 now, 85 points for strength. They're going to lose a placement. Ragnar X, they're going to be taken out from the hashtag 5 all the way down to the 6. All Legion, they're going to maintain their placements on the number 7 alongside of the Wildstorm GNG on number 8. But the point difference are getting higher and higher and higher. Ragnar X, they were on the 79. All Legions on 51. That's 28 points of a difference. But second point, the second chart, that's where the real difference is right now at this point. Because from 79 to 51 to 43. Now, second chart shows us 42 points for X Project.
I mean, they're close, right? One good cough and they could make it up into the top 8. So excited to see what the next match could hold for them. But the team's definitely trying to bring everything they can out into this final push, the last opportunities that they have here to secure themselves the points. And of course, looking at the top 6, right? The spot between 5th and 6th only is also just 1 single point, right? So for strength, if they don't up their game, Regnum is going to move ahead of them, and we could potentially even see a team like All Legion or Wildstorm looking to get even closer if they keep that same kind of consistency going. So I like what these teams are doing, right? No, nothing is for sure just yet. The only certainty that we have here is that Mazer is currently sitting at the top of the leaderboard, but we'll see for how long they'll be able to hold on to that spot. In the meantime, we are going to get into our final Airgale of the day, so we'll see you right back after the break.
has come. Be the number one for Africa.
Welcome back to PMNC Wildcard as we continue on with the action. The first 3 games done and dusted. The final 3 lay ahead of us. And of course, as we've been seeing, these teams have been popping off. Astra Creatives came up with a very creative approach to get their hands on that winner chicken dinner. They went for a big brain strategy. But of course, now we get to see what's going to happen in our final Erangel, right? This is going to be that turning point. Whatever doesn't happen here, is going to be pretty tough for the teams to try and recover from, because looking at the point situation, it is still very close. 2 points between first and second, 6 points between third and fifth place, and of course 1 point between fifth and sixth. And as we know, the teams are playing for a seat in the top 5, so this could be potentially an opportunity for Regnum X to bring in that pressure, to bring in that heat, or even all region could look to rise up if they can bag it in.
I mean, only 3 more games to go, and these 3 games are going to be very crucial for all of the players. We're talking about all these teams like Extraordinary. Yeah, they are on the hashtag number 14. Glory Esports, LN Esports, they're still losing their placements. X Project did a decent job surviving up until the hashtag number 2 and securing another placement into the overall ranking. From number 10, they went to number 9. But I think that fight for the number 5, it is right now between up until the top 6, even the top 7th, like from number 6 to number 7, the point difference is so high. So unless you're getting like 13, 14 elimination of winner chicken dinner, like one time, and the second match you get like 10, 12 points for yourself, I don't think you're going to be making it to the top 5 from that point onward. But yes, the top 6, the fight for the number 5, the top 5, and the number 1 is there. But match number 10, it is ready, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to head in our third last match of the day, the final Erangel of the night. It is here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go straight up and see what this Erangel holds for the teams and for every single one of the individual players.
Well, here we go. Right, we are going to be starting off in the north. As you can see, the lovely Everest just there ahead of us. Curious to see where that zone is going to be taking our teams. We've had one down south. We've had one up here in the north as well. So maybe we could have one going into the middle. Ooh, that would be exciting. A little bit of an upset. But either which way, the teams are going to start to make their way on down, look to get themselves situated. But as we've been talking about it, Turks, right? This is that opportunity for a lot of the teams to try and bring in the final push, right? Because whatever they can't do now is going to be exceptionally difficult to do over on Miramar. And I mean, if anybody outside the top 6 still wants to have a go for the top 5, they have to play this next game phenomenally, right? So all Legion, they will need another winner chicken dinner, because 1 so far, not enough just yet, right? Wildstorm and X Project, they'll have to up the ante. And I think those are pretty much essentially the 3 teams that could look to contest, maybe try and catch up. But the only way that they're going to get that is if they dominate this game. If they don't, there's no chance.
Oh, that is absolutely true. They have to dominate to get a single chance in taking back that regime of the top 5 for themselves if they really want to do that. But I was not expecting this today. I was not expecting this kind of a betrayal from that circle today in today's matches by any of the map, like in any of the map. But this time the circle is going to go down south all the way to the western already. Like, I'd say 10% of the circle is not even accessible, like not even shown at this point in time. The rest 30, 35, 40%, it's in the water. Whether it's the Pmnc water or the Western Line, Shorelines area water, it is there. It is there. The teams do not have enough space to submerge to get themselves into a safe zone area, because all of this area where the circle is, it's kind of completely into the open. You only have some couple of ridges, couple of mountain tops, a little bit of hilltops, not even mountain tops for yourself and for your cover. But talking about the teams and the fight that can potentially happen, I don't think I see any kind of fight anywhere here.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, right? On the map where you thought the teams would all be up close and impersonal with each other, yeah, they went completely the opposite way. Everybody is actually working quite well with the space. So there's no early game engagements just yet, but it might change as soon as Borny starts to move up, as we can see him doing right over there, getting closer in towards the lovely Pmnc itself. So, or actually, they just outside of Pmnc, heading more towards the school side. So, I'm pretty surprised by Payne heading in that direction. I would have thought that Payne might have potentially opted for somewhere within the zone as opposed to rotating further away. But we'll see how that one pans out for them. In the meantime, it's going to be tough, right? I think the main focus for the teams here should be get looted as quickly as you can and rotate early. Because if you're a late rotator, that might actually spell a disaster for you, right? I mean, Ammo trying to push up, trying to be a little bit sneaky with the angle there, but it does turn around and bite him in the butt.
I mean, at this point in time, you have to be careful because this is just the initial phase of the game, initial phase of the circle too. So whatever you're doing at this point in time is going to affect heavily at your last moments too. So if this is going to be your last moment, or if you're going to survive for a longer bit of time is the bigger question. But PN is going to lose one of the players to knockdown. Not a confirmation yet, but Venom, he's going to throw a grenade, and that grenade might just affect and hit the player. But nope, it's not going to hit. Venom is going to go back into the compound. Knight is going to try to figure out where the players are situated too. And Genesis, so Genesis has a really decent placement, but got a lot of damage, I do believe, so from that same grenade that was being thrown at this guy. Akaban in the hand of Knight, he's ready to shoot at the player. Will that shot connect is the bigger question. Knight also has that S12K. So even with the close range, if the player do decide to come into the close contact, that S12K will definitely mark its entry, and the damage is done. There is a slight damage. Not enough for the player to be down, but Genesis HP, look at that helmet. It's almost down. AMO33K, he was also low, got stolen away by Exit third party. Oh, GES, Genesis Esports, and PN, they were fighting, they were chilling, and Exit was like, yeah, let us take both of those eliminations by your hand.
Yeah, I mean, this is I don't really know what to think of this
third party
of Payne, right? Because I mean, it didn't go according to plan, right? They were hoping to maybe come in with a bit of a rush, gain the upper hand, and with that walk away victorious. But instead, the third party comes on through. Yes, are they getting more eliminations? Sure, right, at the expense of a different team that opted to come in for a bit of a third party approach of their own. But this is where Exit also needs to be quite cautious, right? I think a good call here would be to disengage. Try and get out of the situation and rotate into the zone, right? It is not worth losing your teammates this early, especially take into consideration that they are so close to potentially making something happen here, right? I mean, Payne, they've got 36 points. We understand why they're getting aggressive, but Exit, they have no reason to be here, right? They should be aiming to get into those late stages of the game. Don't waste your opportunity here.
Oh my god, it can be anything. It can be anything, and it's happening. PN versus Exit, Exit versus PN, and there's also the Genesis that is in the area that could potentially take the fight. Odin, nope. Odin, nope. He's here, and let's see if he's going to be able to use that UMP45 to the fullest, but no, Borny comes in, takes down Odin up, and finishes him up. That's the second elimination Payne Esports is going to have and going to secure, and after this, I think they're going to just leave the premises. So Winnamix, he will stay in the back lines, will try to figure out a way where he can give that revival to the players, but Exit, what have they done? They initiated that third-party contact beautifully, but now on the execution part, they're just going to lose every single one of their players in the meanwhile. Genesis takes down the last guy for Doku from the back line, then it's over. Exit entered and exited the game.
Yeah, Exit stage left. Off they go. Unfortunate play, but you know what? Sometimes you got to be a little bit risky. Sometimes that risk pays off. Other times, not so much, right? And Payne also not necessarily in the best position here. As you can see, Venom not watching his back here as Genesis comes in with a cheeky spray, coming through with the hits and continuing to try and bring in as much pressure as they can. But I think for Payne, this is also going to start to crumble very quickly here, as seems like Blade is in a hot pursuit. The numbers could work out in their favor here, but as we know, Borny is a player to watch, right? He is not unfamiliar with finding himself in an uncomfortable position, but can he sustain anything at this point? Can he fend off the advances of Seems Outplayed? Because they have a little bit of hunger from what I can see there, right? They are quite eager to get the plays, and Borny is about to run out of time.
Oh, he just took down one player. That's a knockdown. Still not a confirmation, but there we go. The confirmation happened from Samurai's headshot. Borny out, and Team PN exited the match as well. But the fight is not going to stop. As soon as one fight ends, the other one begins. And this time, it is Team Veterans that's going to lose one player at this point in time. But the circle stage is finally going to be made. I want to see where the circle is at. And this is what I love. This is what I love. I would have loved it more if it had went south, straight up south, but I'll take this. I'll take this too. I'll take this circle as well, because it's still somewhat in the water, and there's still like the high likely chance that even the next one, it will go towards the water side area and will mark a very heavy casualties for a majority of the players. But the main question still remains on how many teams can actually the circle fit.
Yeah, the answer to that's probably not enough, right? There are going to be quite a few teams now running into quite a few difficulties here, but you got to give it up to Wildstorm, right? They are holding on to a very strong compound in that zone, and it's all going to be down to whether or not they can defend the position. So far, they are able to fight the spray over onto Zenos. The rest of Regnum not necessarily going to look to put themselves on the dinner plate, but you got to watch out with how you move around those vehicles, as there are so many barrels pointed up towards you. But this is where things now get interesting, because the teams can look to deploy quite a few different strategies here, as this area of the map is a little bit more like Sanok almost, right? There are quite a few more hills here and so many more angles to try and utilize to sneak up on the opposing teams. The rest of the lobby, though, Thorex having a pretty tough time getting up out of that blue, right? You can see X Project trying to figure out when to rotate up. Can they find a vehicle that would sustain them for the duration of the rotation? And, well, can they get a good pathing? Because there's quite a few teams also still just up ahead of them. But in the meantime, Regnum down to a 3-piece. Lil Trump getting taken on down. Zeol getting taken to pieces here, as Wildstorm getting a little bit too overconfident, right? This compound, you got to stay in it. Don't do what Zeol did and move outside. Stay inside. You're safe there.
Ooh, wait a minute. Even whatever Xenos did was not enough. The moment he went up, he got shot down, and he got shot down hard. Yes, leaving the premises is not good, but also getting up and trying to finish that knockdown that you have just made is also not a good choice as well. Regnum X, they tried good, but MV Lone and Hades together. Wait a second, in a single split second, both of the players of Regnum X has been eliminated by the hand of Veterans. You next. This single guy, this solo guy, lone player, just managed to eliminate out the two players of Regnum X, and without like a lot of damage to his own name as well. Now Veterans, now easily going inside of that compound, they will be able to revive their players back to the two-man squad. So Veterans on the bottom line, hashtag number 15 so far with 2 eliminations. They're still alive and they're still ready to take that engagement. But the next circle shift, another one that I love. It's still in the water, and as long as it's gonna stay in the water, I'm gonna love every single bit of that, because the more it stays in the water, the less likely you will be holding your fort down, and more likely you will be going out for the fight to try and hold the more area and the better area of the circle.
Yeah, and this is where Gatka Radio is definitely going to come into play, as it does provide quite a bit of elevation for teams to try and work out of. So I like the fact that Astra is already starting to move into that position. LLN is going to be just settling on the compounds right there alongside them. Meanwhile, X Project just about to make their exit from the blue. And I mean, at least for them, I hope they go for a northern setup, because there's nobody in the north, so they would have a very safe rotation in, and it does seem that is potentially their approach here. But down south, I'm surprised to see the players there from all region still kind of just hanging back, right? the longer they wait, the more challenging it is going to be to secure their rotation moving into this next phase. And realistically, out of this lobby, they are the team that has the highest chance now to contest for that top 6, right? Seeing that Regnum has been taken out of here, if All Legion can get themselves 30 points in this game, they could be smiling quite a bit coming into the remaining 2 matches of the day. But in the meantime, it is going to be Elevate now, just raining down onto the side here of the veterans. And with that, out they go.
Yep. Veterans done and dusted, but Elevate Esports, they're not done yet. Logic just initiated another contact, this time with the Force Strength. And Force Strength, one player right now is knocked out. I do love the fact that every single one of the players into the top 5, they are almost close to each other's throat. Even the number 6, it is 80 points right now. But the number 1 and number 2, the actual fight is between those 2 players. Look at that, 104, 104. The 3 and 4, they're also fighting 86 to 86 points, and number 5 and 6, that's 81, 80 points. This is amazing. This is such an amazing thing to see, that the points we're seeing like double points of the same teams, like 2 teams having same points, 2 teams having same points, and 2 teams having close to the same points, just a single point of difference. It's gonna like mark a lot of differentiation, even until the very end of the games, even until the last match of the day. But for us right now, I think they're kind of stranded. The moment they're gonna move out, they're gonna move forward, there's definitely going to be maybe a disaster for them waiting out. But Zeus Stone, crossbow it is, the explosive bow. Is it making any contact? This is my question.
Well, let's see. Are they going to be able to have it go the full distance? Is Stone going to get anything done from the outskirts there? I mean, it's still a very challenging position to try and play through, right? 3 of our top teams find themselves essentially right there alongside each other on that southern edge of the zone. But what is going to happen to the rest of this lobby as the zone is going to start to close up very soon? And I mean, we're running out of positions, we're running out of compounds, and not a lot of territory for the teams to take occupancy of. I think especially for a side like Elevate, this hill, for the time being, could bode quite well for them. But they are going to have to be rather pretty tight with that position. Paradox and his teammate there also need to try and kind of join up. That is going to be Fabian and Paradox on that far southern side. And, I mean, if Elevate are able to secure a good setup coming into the continuation of this phase, that could be their ticket. Unfortunately, though, for All Legion, it is going to be a disastrous run. No points going their way. And, I'm not quite sure if they're going to be able to pick it up moving into the Miramars.
I mean, it's the Miramars now for all the teams that got eliminated at this point in time. But similar way, we have to talk about the fact that all of these teams, the way these guys are surviving, even at this chaotic circle, it's amazing. It's actually amazing, if I have to say. So whatever's happening in this like situation at this point in time, it's happening for a reason, and that is the next circle is going to be disastrous for every single one of the players. And I think it has been made. Say number 4 to number 5, it's about to happen. WSG moving forward. Team Elevate Esports, they're trying to have a piece of the WSG. WSG is also trying to take the fight against the Team Elevate Esports, as Mazer is also doing the deeds. Elevate, you're on the very top. You have to make sure you have to maintain your placement up until the top 5 or maybe the top 3 if you really want to be on the number 1. But Glory Esports in the compounds, nobody's gonna best them. Why? Because they have all the control of the compounds. The only thing that can best them at this point in time is the grenade throwable. One throwable knock and then the push. If it happens, then you're kind of like messed up at that time. But Glory, shut up, comes in, use that Molotov, take the player down. But now Shut Up is also down. Viper has been bested with the grenade too, and it's all over. 4S, I told you Glory, that the grenades can best you out, and that's exactly what happened. Wildstorm GNG, the last guy, frags with a 4 elimination. He's also ready to take that fight to his name. 4S is closing down. Frax is going to get out. He's going to try to get back inside, whereas the player entering into the compound, Kuz, is going to use a 45 UMP, and Onyx is going to enter, take the frag out of the equation. From number 10, number 11, all the way to the number 9, they're all gone.
Wow, it is pretty crazy, right? So at this point, Project X, or X Project rather, they're looking pretty decent. They're looking pretty good, right? They've got 3 players up. They've got 3 eliminations in the bag. They've got a decent setup in the zone, so this could be their opportunity to shine in the top 5. In the meantime, are just going to sit there and continue with their engagements. Looking to see who's going to be the one to bag the most points. As you can already see on the board there as well, right? Mesa and Elevate, both squads now sitting on 105 points. Zeus and Astra sitting on 86 points apiece. So it's pretty even across the board, and it's all going to come down to how the teams play through this final Erangel to see who will be the one situated where. But for now, the zone is still going to be focusing over on towards that western side. So Astra needs to move up. Zeus needs to move in. Elevated needs to find a position to call home. And LLN, though, also still just hanging around on the outskirts.
It is the final push. In my opinion, this is the final push for all of the teams. This circle will mark the end for everybody. We're going to have the winner chicken dinner, I hope so, in this circle. Because why? The circle is a very chaotic one. It's open. You have only 1 or 2 places in the compounds. That's all you have. LNE Sports getting out of the car seems outplayed. They're making sure that they're outplaying the teams, but after shooting at 1 player, they have given out their potential location. Demzix, he is going to move from 1 location to the other. LNE Sports, they're going to be all together. 4-man standing. That's a good thing. Majority of the team and almost all of the teams, there's only 1 team that is X, that is with the 3-man squad. Everybody else, DK, everybody else is a full squad at this point in time. Elevate, Dogger, he took down 1 player, is also knocked out. There is also the fights that's happening for S, leaving the players. Fabian getting knocked down, back and forth, those eliminations, those frags, those knockouts. It's happening now. Those 4-man party fights are basically beginning at this point in time. Dogger gets finished by the hand of 4S. There's also Logic still alive with the grenade, taking down Zeus. Stone at this point in time, but 4S Elevate, and at the same time Zeus, the 3-way deadlock. It's happening, and Elevate is being sandwiched at this point. Now the second sandwich is gonna happen on the team of 4S, as the little boy is one of the last player, and Mazer is on the back line in the compound, ready to take that action into their own hand, but the grenades are going. Logic will receive that damage. Nope, he's not going to receive that damage this time. Kevin is once again cooking that grenade. Nobody's going to get affected by it. Logic is just waiting for the player to enter through this window, and he's just going to use all of that shotguns. The S12Ks, the shots upon the player, ready to take the player down. That's 1 finished right there and then, and Logic, he's ready to take more actions. Little boy outside, just prone down, waiting for the opportunity, but PMGO throwing the grenades, actually hitting their own player. That is Stone. This is not the way to go. This is not the way to go. Mazer needs to enter the compound, but before that, they need to throw all the Molotovs in the surrounding outskirts of this compound.
Well, it does seem like they are throwing their entire bag out on the floor here as Zeus are trying to find a way to breach. So far, Logic hanging on, just putting up a beautiful defensive angle here. But while all of this is happening, the teams up to the north, they are just having odds increasing even more now for them. So you look to see whether or not Logic can go for gold. Can he get the full jump on Zeus? Zeus trying everything they can think of. But luckily though for Logic, I mean, this compound works out phenomenally, right? It is going to be a little bit more of a hassle now as Logic needs to move out from this, and little boy is waiting right there in the wing. So there could be quite a bit of a turning point coming through. But now with Mazer falling back, just slightly retreating, that opens up even more possibilities for the southern engagement, and it is going to be a full send coming through as Zeus now looks to try and clean it up. It's going to be Logic gonna have to use everything that S12K can bring him. We do say goodbye to full strength though, as they go out in 8th. They've been found, and that was Zeus thinking that it was Logic, right? So Logic now having a bit of a saving grace, does find that 1 hit. Stone could maybe pose a bit of a threat here. You gotta watch quite carefully with these angles. But Stone and PMGO are now the 2 final hopefuls here to maybe contest. They do bring Thomas back into the fight, so this is a turning point for Zeus. This could be their opportunity to really wrap it up here with Elevate and take control of the southern side of zone.
Oh, I thought it was over for the LMA, but no, Logic is still going to survive somehow. I don't know how this guy is surviving, but he's surviving. He is in the game. He's still in the game, ladies and gentlemen. There's LLN, AST, close to proximity on a different angle outside of the circle, but I am more interested about the fight, about the Logic's location. But, he is here. Let's see what the Molotov, the one Molotov he has in store for us, is going to accomplish. LLN, let's see what they can do in that shack, because the moment they're going to get out, it's going to be a very disastrous situation. But Demzix got rammed down with that car. AST now giving out that option to go inside, throw that grenade, and on the face it hits off the LLN, taking down every single one of them, except for the one guy that is on a different plane. Player number one, he is in a different plane, but oh my god, a lot of damage was done on him. Still, he managed to get the knockout done on Balala. Can he get the next knockout? Can he get the next elimination? But Zeus Stone coming in, taking down one of the Mazer Esports. Crasher got crashed. The sprays are coming around. Federal is also down, ladies and gentlemen. We are seeing a very amazing gameplay from the Zeus side. Zeus just took down two of the Team Mazer Esports. Crasher, can he get finished up? Will he be stolen away from the side of Team Zeus Esports or not? But LN Esports, they just got eliminated, and we still have the top four alive and kicking, ready to take that action.
I mean, so far, you got to commend the efforts that Zeus is bringing to this battlefield. Absolutely beautiful gameplay from their end. I mean, after all of that, they only still sit with 3 eliminations to their name. But, hey, Thomas is going to go out looking for Logic to see, can they maybe find something? Crasher, though, is going to try and fall back into safety. And this is where Mazer needs to be quite cautious as to how they take this next few plays. Because if they venture out, try to make it up to Crasher, that could spell absolute disaster for them. In the meantime, Astra Creatives looking to scout out the southern edge here. They could potentially be finding Zeus, and that could save even more angles than for the side of Logic as the utilities now start to fly on in. And again, as I said before, this insanity is happening on the southern side, but seems outplayed. An X-Project, they are just smiling. They beaming, right? They just chilling up on the north. They sitting back, relaxed. They got their feet kicked up. They don't have a worry in the world. The major threats for them in this lobby is currently facing off against each other. Logic getting saved yet again. And this guy is absolutely blessed as he just keeps on having the pressure getting alleviated around him. Astra Creatives now fighting and contesting with the side of Zeus. But Logic, he shouldn't push his luck too far because he's going to start to run out of that luck very soon.
Oh man, man has almost reached immortality level at this point. He is unkillable. For some reason, he survived that Zeus versus all of those Mazer Esports fights. Somehow, he went out, but now I think that luck is about to falter down, and he gets eliminated by the hand of Astra Creatives. Pew Pew. That name indicated, yes, he pew-pewed out the side of the player. It is all over, and now we're down to the top 5. Ladies and gentlemen, 25 minutes in. It is a 1 versus 3 versus 3 versus 4 versus 4. But Team X, Team GES, Genesis Esports, ouch, ouch, ouch. And with that, the team that was a 3-man squad, they're done. They're dusted. They are gone. And Team SO just got their hands on 5 eliminations.
I mean, what a ton of events, right? I was so confident for the side there of X Project, but, you know, big ups going out to the side of Seems Outplayed, just reading that play beautifully. Zeus Morris also getting ran right back into the lobby as they're going to have to settle for 4th place. So much work that they've done here. And unfortunately for them, only 3 eliminations to show for that. Well, they do at least get those 4 points coming through for finishing in 4th place. But now, Seems Outplayed. This is going to be where all the focus turns to them, right? It's Seems Outplayed and Mazer, the 2 squads sitting with everybody still in this game. So can they dominate? Can they lock on in? Can they shine? Because that zone is about to pop and everything is going to get turned on its head.
Oh my god, I love the fact, the way these teams are fighting, the way the circle actually went. Oh my god, every single bit of that circle, of that area, was amazing. Amazing. It's still amazing, but Major Esports finally getting some shots on AST side. Still not enough for that casualty. I'm just waiting for a casualty to occur. Come on. When are we going to see that? When are we going to see that casualty to occur? I want it to happen. Major Gaming also shooting at the team SO, not shooting at anybody. In fact, wait a second. AST shooting at the Major Gaming. Major Gaming is shooting at, in fact, AST. And I think Mazer is also shooting at SO. Whereas SO, they have their eyes completely set on the side of AST, and that's exactly what's going to happen. SO finally spotted the player of the team Mazer Esports. They took one down, but play zone is going to be hard, and play zone is going to be brutal as it takes down three players of the team SO. Wait a minute. The team that was a full-man squad is right now a no-man squad. They just got finished by that play zone, and the last guy, Soles, was kind of eliminated by his own self because he just jumped out of the car. Mazer Crasher versus AST. It's happening. It's a 4 versus 3 fight.
Yeah, and already we do see the side here of Astra being one man down. They only have 2 players up to try and keep them in this fight, but they do have the eliminations to back that up. So Mazer are going to be looking to go for gold yet again. They are going to be looking to bag even more winner chicken dinners. They already have 3. Can they make it 4? Can they have an absolute domination in this lobby? Well, looking at the situation, it seems like they are definitely going to try, as Federal is going to get found. Emilio, quick reaction there. But is it going to be enough? Right. Does Mazer have enough information to contest here? Because we're in stage 9, right? The only way from here is forward. The only way from here is into that center zone. And now Crasher getting spotted out on the edge. Pew Pew coming through with the sprays there, making it quite difficult for Mazer to gain any good positioning. So you got to watch out for those rocks as Astrox gets popped on down. This is Pew Pew and Melio absolutely locked on, and they are going to try and dominate. They want to get the lobby. One hit could end it for Demonic. Is Melio going to get it? He's getting so close, almost there, but Mazer still going to try.
Ouch.
And everything now falls apart for Mazer. Slowly but surely they are getting absolutely swept away, and that is the end. Mazer falling short of the victory, but Astra Creatives locks it in and gets their hand on the victory.
Oh my god, that is amazing. That is absolutely chaotic and amazing. I love it. Astra Creatives securing that winner chicken dinner. But Zeus Morris, they did an amazing job, but got rammed down by the car. AST is the one responsible for that. Seems outplayed. This is what happened. This is how it happened. This is how they got finished up as well, now that we have seen that. But Melio, amazing job. This guy just managed to secure 2 of those crucial elimination. The player, yes, got revived, but instantly Melio was like, yeah, you're not getting back up. You can just go back down. 9 elimination, maybe it's 11 elimination. I do believe so, from the side of Astra Creatives this time around, that they are going to have that winner chicken dinner. That's 21 points, ladies and gentlemen, secured for the side of Astra Creatives. Amazing feat done. Amazing job by these guys. Amazingly done. But yes, what's going to be the scenario for that results is the big question, because now that we have seen the 21 points of winner chicken dinner, let me tell you one thing. It's going to be a disaster for so many teams. Astra Creatives, they were on the number 4 in the previous match. They just secured that number 4 from the number 5 or number 6, right? So with this match being done, with this match being played out, and 21 points secured, they have just crossed the 100-point threshold.
Yeah. I mean, we're seeing more and more teams now stepping up onto that plate, and it just shows you that it's increasingly more challenging for teams to have a successful run with such tight competition coming in across the board. But there we have it. It is going to be 11 eliminations going their way. Absolutely phenomenal showcase coming through from the side here of Astra. And it just shows you, even when it seems like you're outnumbered, if your angle and your aim is there, you can still lock it in and get your hands on that winner chicken dinner. But you got to commend Melio and Pew Pew from the side of Astra Creatives, right? They were doing a phenomenal job. Pew Pew really living up to his name.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. That guy was pew-pewing everybody into the area. The moment he's gonna see someone, he's like, yeah, let me just pew-pew those shots on you. Let me get you down. And that's exactly what he did. But 11 elimination is a very huge number. And the survivability in 30 minutes with 693 heals for the full team, that's just phenomenal too. 2,600 damage. It's a very big one. It's a very, very huge. That not only you're getting double the damage of what you have on the elimination side, but you're making sure that you're getting that winner chicken dinner on top of that. Yes, it is Astra Creatives, ladies and gentlemen, for that win, for that match of the last wrangle of the day of wild card. After this, only 2 more matches are remaining. But going on to the match summary, it is 51 eliminations with a total of 64 knocks, 7,078 healings done in this whole match. 25 revives was given out, 249, a decent number of throwables used, but a total damage of 13,207. The damage-wise, Africa is doing amazing. DK, Africa is doing amazing on the damage side. Every single match, I'm seeing more than 10,000, 11,000, 12,000 damage.
Yeah, I mean they're picking up the damage by the bucket loads, right? Just bring everything that they can find and just letting it all loose on the battlefield. Insanity that we saw pushing it to that final zone, with teams outplayed the players from Astra, and then of course Mazer all looking to rise on up here. But as you can see, we do have quite a bit of distance being traveled there by Samurai, securing almost 13 kilometers of distance. And well, Pew Pew being our rising star here with 6 eliminations. Melio though bagging just a slight bit more of damage, right? 948, almost hitting 1,000. And then, of course, we got 4 strength queues also squeezing out those grenade finishes. So a very exciting match that we've had so far. Little Boy, unfortunately, going out a little bit early for the team, but still managing to secure that long-range hit. So it's very impressive to see what these players can do. But here we go, taking a look at those points. It is going to be All Legion, the only team getting sent back empty-handed for this match here. Everybody else essentially sitting with points under their belt. And it's unfortunate to have it happen, but it's going to happen to somebody. So maybe All Legion can bounce back. I don't know if they can bounce back enough in only the 2 remaining games, but who knows? Maybe they can still surprise us.
This is the match ranking, ladies and gentlemen. All Legion is the only team with no points whatsoever. Everybody else secured some points, some eliminations that we saw. But now, going on to the match ranking, page number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the page that we were all waiting for. Astra Creatives, 21 points for themselves. An amazing feat done by the players. Moving on. It seems outplayed, that actually outplayed everyone this time around. They're actually making a comeback. 10 points in this match. Mazer Gaming, survivability-wise, amazing. Elimination-wise, not too much. Hello8 Esports, the guy, the man, alongside of Zeus or Morris. These 2 teams were in absolute bunkers all the way.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give it up to what everybody has brought in this last game. Seems outplayed for the first time right here in the head-to-head. It seems like it's about time to see them come in. But good to see their representation here as well. 942 damage versus 2,600 for the side of Astra. 11 versus 5, 9 versus 6. Pretty impressive stuff. But you got to say, though, and we'll see that when we head into the scores. I mean, seeing that played, today's been their best day, and I absolutely love it for them, right? They've been able to secure themselves, I believe it's 22 points so far today versus the 3 from yesterday, right? They've been on fire, just going absolutely crazy. But who's been going crazier again is Pew Pew, right? Pew Pew was our MVP from a previous match and the MVP of this one.
He is the MVP. Back to back to back. Ladies and gentlemen, Pew Pew is the guy from Astra Creatives. 6 elimination, 835 damage. Okay, damage-wise, he's just missing 100 damage almost. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Once again, head-to-head of the same teams. on our screen. 6 versus 5 elimination, 835 versus 948 damage. Oh my god. Why is it that every time there's an MVP, somebody else from his team has more damage than the MVP himself? But 3 versus 5 knockouts shows that yes, Emilio has done an amazing job as well. But going on to the overall top players, the overall MVPs, ladies and gentlemen, we have the top 5. We are seeing once again Lil Trump being a very big boy onto this chart, staying at the very top of the leaderboard. He has 24 eliminations, 5,361 damage, but Elevate Esports Logic is coming in close with 26 eliminations, 4,739 damage. The rest of the teams, you can see Pew Pew also marking of the chart. 4430 is the damage with 22 elimination. Mazor Crasher 4244, 23 eliminations, and Little Boy 3,900, still not close to that 4,000 damage, but elimination wise he got 23.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a little while until anybody catches up to Lil Trump over there. But taking a look at the board, though, it is going to be X Project still locked in on their position. The only change we see on this page is Seem Not Played all the way up to 15th position. It was about time, and eventually they rose to the occasion. The 10 points from the previous match definitely doing phenomenal things here for them, and I like that kind of pacing. I like to see them step it up, even if they decided to wait till the last day to do it. You know what? It's better late than never, right? So good play coming through there from Seems Unplayed. Nothing else really has changed all too much on this side of the page, but as we take a look at the top, also not much really changing, right? Astra Creatives and Zeus Maurice essentially just swapping places, right? So with Astra bagging that winner chicken dinner, the 21 points, allowing them to catch up and contest, right, to bring in the heat and the pressure. But as we also saw, 8th place, 9th place, both teams tied on 48 points. So All Legion, if they don't find points this match, I'm pretty much convinced that there's not going to be any opportunity for them to change anything. Regnum, though, still has the opportunity to get a seat in the top 5, right? So I think looking at 4th, 5th, and 6th place, we are going to be looking at a pretty sweaty engagement on the final 2 matches of the day between them.
Oh, that is absolutely true. The last 2 middle mods are going to be very sweaty for these top number 6, number 7, number 8, and even the number 5 as well, because the points are very close to each other. 85, 80, 51 to 48. Like you said, all legions, if they're not playing in this match the way they should be, and they're not securing a bit of a chicken dinner, then there's nothing else for them. But ladies and gentlemen, we're about to head over to our middle mod queues. But before we do that, we have to take a very short break. Do not go anywhere. Stay here and enjoy the highlights.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready to hop into the desert as the back-to-back Miramar is about to come on through. Speaking about back-to-back, right? Aster Creatives walking away with a back-to-back winner chicken dinner. They have been on an absolute rampage so far today, and of course, we did see them taking one slot up, moving with regards to those rankings. So there's still a lot of pressure, a lot of excitement coming through for the teams, and still a few changes that we could see coming in here. We could still potentially see Regnum make it into the top 5. They only need 5 points, right? That's all they need. If they have a good run this time around, that could be their opportunity. That could be their ticket into the Africa Regional Qualifiers. So there's going to be a lot of heat coming into the desert here. Dorix, I think this is probably the ideal map to have that, right? We're in the desert, we're in the sun, there's a lot of dust and mountains and hills and things to play through, and the teams can now try and secure the win, try and get the points they need.
That is absolutely true. This is the right time to secure all those points that you can possibly can. This is the right moment, because if this match is gone, if this match is done, I don't think you're going to be securing your top 5 placements whatsoever. The teams that are in the top 5, they're fighting for the number 1 at this point in time. We saw the overall ranking. We know what the situation is. A Major Gaming on the number 1, a hashtag number like a 113 points for themselves, then 110. Just 3-4 points of a difference between the number 1 all the way up to the number, I'd say 3. The number 4 has like what, 10 points maximum of difference. It's not too much. It's easily accessible in a single match. So whatever these teams are doing, whatever's happening at this point in time, it needs to be done, and it needs to be done fast. This 2 more maps, the change of pace is going to be disastrous, first of all, for the team at DK. Secondly, it's going to be a very big opportunity for those teams that are completely ready for this match. It's a very big opportunity for them and for the bottom lines too, because they have nothing to lose, but they can gain everything. They can maintain their situation that, yeah, we're gonna be over here to take care of all of you off the top spots. We're not gonna let you, and we're gonna harm you way too much with 1, maybe 2 of your players' eliminations.
But this is where I'm a little bit worried for Zeus Maurice, right? Yes, they are in 4th place, right? They don't have too much to stress about with regards to points, but they've not been performing very well on Miramar, right? They've been only able to secure themselves 10 points in the previous 2 matches, right? And so that's an average of 5. Now, if you look at who's coming in behind them, right, that is a team like we've got... who else is there? There is Force Strength looking to step it up. We've got Regnum also just waiting for the opportunity. And both those teams have performed better than what they've been performing on this map, right? So Zeus could be in a little bit of trouble here. So they're going to have to really try and kind of play a very defensive and strategic game here, because, I mean, Force Strength, they've been able to secure themselves 15 points. We did see the players there from Regnum also sitting on 15 points on Miramar itself. So there's going to be quite a bit of tension in that area. And I mean, the top 3 on the leaderboard, they need no introduction. They are there for a reason, because they can perform well on every map that we have here. So it's going to be down to the rest of the lobby to decide who is going to make it into the top 8, or top 5 rather, and who's going to be sitting there and hopefully cheering them on if they make it up into that next stage.
I mean, at this point, it's all about the fact that who is going to play the Miramar better than the rest of the teams. It is all comes down to that single factor. But ladies and gentlemen, the second last match, it is up the plain line. You can see that from Valle del Mar all the way to the El Azhar eastern side areas. So you have Los Leones, you have San Martin, you have Picado, you have Hacienda del Patron, but Monte Nuevo, aside from all of this, El Pozo areas, La Cobreria, those areas are not accessible. The southern side, though, Puerto Paraíso, nah, it's not accessible as well. Impala, somewhat, yes, and majority of the places where the teams usually do go, they are accessible by all of the players. If you want to go to the next areas, any of the rest of the areas, you have to find yourself a car. You have to find yourself a vehicle, any kind of transportation will work, whether it's a scooter, whether it's a buggy, whether it's a minivan. You can use that, utilize that. But you know what else is being utilized? The fights, the early stage engagement. That is veteran esports engaging and getting one of the GES's player out of the game.
Well, they got to be careful. You don't want to fall down too early, right? You don't want to be the first squad to get swept away. Let's see how the teams are going to look to kind of pace themselves through this match. Already the early gauge engagements coming in here. Project X, I definitely thought they were going to perform much better in the previous game, right? I thought they had a good finish opportunity at hand. Unfortunately, seems outplayed, seems to have had a different outcome in mind. Let's see whether or not that's going to be the same here versus the veterans, as Montenevo usually is one of those places where the teams come in, but it's more like the Bermuda Triangle than anything else, right? Teams come in, and it's not very often that you see teams get overly aggressive over here, right? It's like it slows everybody down. They come in. I don't know if there's ice or something over there, or like a fridge stacked with cool drinks or something that they're all just enjoying that I've not seen ever. But it's very interesting to see how that kind of just happens with the squads. It seems also at the same time like X Project opting for a different kind of setup, right? They are going to be venturing out, maybe heading more towards that center zone. Now I'm curious where they're going to look to go, because hopefully not into the side there of Elevate, or even potentially the Wild Storm side, right? It's not the kind of rotation you want to pull off. And then on the other side of the map, all the way over in Impala, because he seems outplayed, and Glory both having a bit of a swing at each other. A little bit of a close drop here. Impala not too far from the zone, so I can see why the teams chose this position. But who's going to be the one to make it out of this point? Because, I mean, Glory and seems outplayed. There's not any opportunity for them, I'd say, realistically, that they are going to make up 50 points in the next two games. But who do you think is going to make it out of here, Torix? Do you think Glory is going to make it out, or seems outplayed is going to be the one to survive in Impala?
It's a very hard question, given the fact that SO seems outplayed. They have started to play really good in the past couple of matches. Yesterday, they were only up to 2 or 3 total points, and now suddenly after the 4 matches that they have played, they're on 25 points. Glory Esports, on the other hand, look at them. They're still on the hashtag number 13, and they are on 30 points. So not only Team SO has somewhat in that area in that past 4 couple of matches, they have close the gap really fast. We also have to see what the next phase is going to be. But in my opinion, I do believe so. The team outplayed because of their performance. They have a better chance during these eliminations towards their side, but the team outplayed, so less. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That is an ouchie. You just gave out your location towards the side of Glory, and now you have to move to a different plane, to a different location. And they will try to initiate some kind of contact that, yeah, I'm going to take the fight from a different angle. And at the same time, they will also be waiting for all of those areas that maybe you can peek from.
I mean, baiting wouldn't necessarily be the worst thing that they could look to do, right? I mean, that would be a great strategy within zone, but they're not. So Miramar is unfortunately one of those maps where if you look to play a late rotation, you have to be really good at doing late rotations, right? You can't just accidentally late rotate, right? Because the blue is just going to completely envelop you, and that is going to be the quickest way to get your team taken out of this match. And so I'm looking at Exit, for instance, right? They have quite a long way to go, probably the furthest distance to travel ever. Not really, but Campo Militar is very far away from that zone, so they better get moving, and they need to find a way to catch up, because Law and everybody else in that squad, they can't continue looting. This is not the time for that. Yes, it's only stage 1. Yes, the blue doesn't do too much damage, but quickly you will forget how far it is. And then you still have zone 2 and zone 3, and that is where things start to get dangerous. That is where your health really starts to tank, and you start running out of all of those utilities that you've been looting up to that point. But meanwhile, Center Zone, things are starting to cook up a little bit over there.
It is, but still not enough. It's still not cooked enough for those engagements to happen. Yes, the Project X, they definitely lost one of their players at the early stages, but aside from all of this, none of the other fights has actually occurred. Not even the damage, I do believe. So yes, there were some shots, but unfortunately, nobody got even a slight bit of damage from all of the shots that were thrown upon the players at Regnamex on our screen so far. Little Trump ready to take that action. He wants to make sure that even in these two matches, he secure at least 2 or 3 elimination points. Why? Because you want to be on the very top of that leaderboard. One slight mistake, one leaving the match with the 0 eliminations, and I think his a long reign of victory of the being on the number 1 on the MVP race, that extra $200 crispies, it's not gonna be his anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta focus on so many different things all at the same time, right? You really have to be like a chameleon, but with your thoughts, right? A chameleon in the sense of the eyes, not the color change, because changing colors as quickly as a chameleon can, I'm not quite sure what is going to be happening on that front. But either which way, let's take a look and see what these teams are going to be bringing up here, as Glory just waiting out on the edge here of Impala, looking for a little bit of something. Not quite sure why they are a little bit hesitant to roll up. They need to get their butts out of that blue. They need to get repositioned into a much safer position. And, of course, speaking about safe positions, that is exactly what Accelerate is going to be looking, or rather Elevate here is going to be looking at, as they now start to find a bit of a position. It is X Project ahead of them here. And Center Zone is going to be the place to be. So many teams now starting to converge on this area. Not necessarily right where Elevate find themselves, but a lot of the surrounding compounds and buildings up in towards Chumasera. Exit still a very long rotation ahead of them as they slowly inching their way closer. Up towards the north, though, we see LLN going for a beautiful 2-2 split. We've got Zeus right alongside them there as well. So multiple opportunities for teams to get themselves well situated, but with the zone, it is going to shorten the rotation for a few squads, right? Veterans, just a little bit of a push to get themselves in, but Los Leones is going to be an interesting angle for all Legion and Astra creatives to get themselves out of Astra. Instead, going to be opting for a southern, slightly safer rotation. And if they can get onto those hills just south of X Project, that could be a great opportunity for them. As that's a good vantage point to try and play off of. As you can see, of course, up in the north, eastern side of the zone, we don't see any team moving there just yet. That is just how far away Exit is from the current safe zone. So we could very soon see Exit finding themselves in a bit of trouble as the damage is going to start to ramp up. Meanwhile, Bane, they've now descended in upon the Wildstorm's crew here. They found Pew Pew. Ooh, but can Pew Pew contest with the other Pew Pew, right? Because we got 2 Pew Pews in here. So who's going to be the one to bring it in? At least there's only 1 Pew Pew left to bring a bit of an upset onto the board. But Wildstorm, they need to kick up some dust, right? Otherwise, Bane is just going to push straight through them here.
Oh, that is absolutely true. Wildstorm, you need to do something. Otherwise, Pain is just gonna storm you out of the area. Zol, it's all up to you, man. It is all up to you, because the players from the Pain Esports, they're coming on you. Venom Esports, Venom, in fact, the guy, he's down. Oh, wait a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ichazo just sneaked up on the guy, on Zil, finished him up. Once again, with a UMP-45, he's gonna take down the second person as well, finishes him up instantly, and now it's a possibility of a 1v3, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to do a 1v3. He's going to eliminate all of the Wildstorm. GNG, the storm has passed, ladies and gentlemen, and Pain Esports, they definitely said the world shall know pain. It is the almighty push that this guy has done upon the side of the Wildstorm, and it has definitely eliminated all of the players. But now, another storm awaits, another team, and this time it is the Lightning. That is Zeus.
Well, I mean, Zeus, this is the opportunity to prove the statistics wrong, right? This is them now with the opportunity to show that they can bag it all up. There could be 2 easy eliminations for them right there, with Pain just trying to get themselves back on their feet. But still, seems like Zeus missed out on an opportunity there, right? Kevin not necessarily looking to get too aggressive. Wow, that... Okay, I don't understand what that was at. They rotated up to the warehouse. They did nothing. They rotated back. And they missed out on 2 eliminations that they could have bagged up. A very interesting decision that they are making right here. Not quite sure what the approach is, but Okay, we'll go we'll go for that one. Stage 3 about to hit as well. Let's see where these teams will have to go. Ooh, okay, this is where things now get quite challenging and maybe even a little bit crispy, right? Chumacera over on towards the western side of the zone, the east being absolutely flat and open. The Picado Fields coming into play as well. And this is where things are now quite challenging because teams, they don't have a lot of coverage to take. There's not a lot of positions to move into because already quite a few of those have already seen teams move into there, right? Elevate. This church is a golden position to play from, especially looking at how it is situated in the zone. I think they're going to be sat there for quite some time, and I wouldn't be surprised if another team tried to contest that position.
I mean, whatever we're saying at this point in time, it's absolutely bonkers. Why? Because every single place in the circle is right now being contested by somebody at some point in time. And the moment anybody's going to move, they're definitely going to get shot. Just like this, 4 strength. They initiated the shots. They couldn't succeed in those shots. That's another story. But initiating the shots and getting some damage done is a part of the journey. It's a part of the story that they have to do. It's, that they have to go for at this point in time. But GESX Project versus Glory Esports, it is happening, ladies and gentlemen. The two teams close to each other's proximity. The fight is definitely going to begin. Biru tried with that spray, could not connect a single shot. And with this X Project, the team that is down to the last 2 players, they are constantly going for those grenades or those utilities that they can bag up upon the area. But wait a second, there's Elevate. That's a third party. That's a third engagement on a different plane. They are shooting. They are making an easy task for the Team X Project to push upon the players. Starboy being revived. Viper trying to give out the cover, but I don't think so. I don't think so. At this point, that X Project knows the situation, and that is why Genesis is not moving forward.
Well, let's see whether or not Glory can maybe bag themselves a few eliminations so far. One play down. Is it going to put them on a little bit of a back foot? But still, there is an opportunity for some recovery here. Peru comes through a beautiful nade in the window. On the money, though. There we have it. Starboy gets picked up. This could be that opening play. Now for the side of X Project. Let's see. Can they follow through? Can they close it up? So far, it has proven to be quite costly for them. I mean, you got to commend the effort here, but unfortunately, I don't think pushing onto Glory Esports is necessarily going to be the wisest choice, right? A 1v3 altercation, they've not shown that they, I would say, necessarily possess the capabilities to clutch this one out. Unless Peru comes in with an absolutely insane utility placement, I don't think it's very likely.
That's true. That is true. But it still comes down to the fact that initiating the fight is the bigger contact at this point in time. It's just waiting for that initial contact, and it will all come down crushing. Because even if a single fight initiated and it ends, right? If it ends on a team being eliminated, the rest of the teams are just going to slam down, I think, in that area to try and take down all the third parties, fourth parties, fifth parties at that point in time. That engagement will begin. But X Project, Biru, it's all up to him. The moment he's going to step outside, he's going to be surrounded by all the 4 different angles, the shots. There's SO, there's PN, there's also in the back lines, there's more teams in the area. That is... I'd say 4S. And if he goes to the western side area, there is also the team Regnum X. But there we go. Starboy once again being shot at from the team SO. Glory Esports. Calm down. Calm down. Do not get out in the open because SO, they are not letting you get away with this. They are not letting you go around the area. They do not want you to leave this area unscathed. They want to make sure at least 1 or 2 of your player gets eliminated by their hand.
Yeah, I mean, so far, it is still a lot of pushing coming through. And I mean, Exit, after that super lengthy rotation that they've had, right? They've been traveling for at least 7 working days. And now they find themselves rolling up alongside All Legion here. Already 2 of their players getting knocked on down. Not quite sure if they're going to be able to recover. But it is going to be Odin, the last one left now, to try and survive. That is all they can hope for. And All Legion also going to try and focus on that zone positioning. But this is where things get interesting, especially moving towards Chumacera. Usually we see in other compounds that the city is a little bit lower with regards to the surrounding area, but Chumasera has a nice bit of elevation, especially up on towards that southwestern side, and curious to see who's going to look to take occupancy of that position. The meanwhile is going to be Zeus and Payne having a bit of a throw off here. Payne still holding on with these two players, not going to be looking to get themselves wiped out anytime soon, but if Zeus has any say in the matter, they might look to change that up very quickly. Odin also just joining us there up on the northern side of zone, so a very lengthy rotation. Exit, they've spent, I think, probably about 12 minutes rotating. That is some crazy rotations. But now, out comes Morris. Beautiful spray, looking to connect on up, but unfortunately, they have Zeus not having the angles that they are looking to get. And I mean, Bane, realistically here, Torix, I think they still have a bit of an opportunity to play the upset onto Zeus.
That's true. That is true. Zeus versus Payne. There's a very high likely possibility that this fight is going to begin. But Exit Odin, I'm more curious about this guy in the backlines. Look at that. He's getting the Molotovs. He's getting the grenades all around the area. He's loaned that HP. One wrong move, and it will all end for the team Exit at that point in time. But there we go. Ichazo Goat gets a lot of damage. He is low. The players are pushing around. Kevin, at the same time, with the AKM, trying to figure out how he can actually damage the player, eliminate the player up. But more grenades, more throwables. They're making their way around the premises. Mikio, he's there. Kevin outside of the house. At the same time, Thomas just entered in. Healing himself is going to be a part of it. And then he's going to maybe throw some utilities. But Ichazo Goat, everything is deciding on that guy. Why? Because this guy has shown us that he is capable of doing a 1v3, solid 1v3 that he did against the team of WSG at that point in time. And that was the only fight that we saw. That was the only fight. And all of its 18 minutes glory that we actually saw a full team being wiped out. Aside from that, all the other teams, all the other players, not the players, but the teams, they are alive. But there we go. Thomas finally connecting a grenade on Ichazo Goat, and they're entering, finishing the player up. Second player on the front lines, up on the stair side, the Molotovs, the grenades, they will definitely go. But before the grenade can even reach the player, Thomas comes around and does a 1 versus 2.
Well, good play. I mean, Payne tried to make the most out of that situation. Exit rather, making it all the way to 12th place, right? They were able to survive. Well done to them. In the meantime, we are going to be looking at 4 strength now, getting brought down to a potential 2-piece as Glory is going to look to go for gold, but you got to be really quick about that. As you can see, there is also then the players from Regnum held up right alongside them. So a little bit of that heal pressure could be applied by the side of Regnum, and also seems outplayed. They've moved up. Less has been taken on down. I just appreciate the aggression that they're showing here so much, right? Like, if they brought that in yesterday, just imagine what they would have been able to do coming into today, right? That step up from yesterday to today, oh, it would have been a phenomenal for them. But up, 4 strength, gonna be looking to pick themselves back up, looking to get those reses secured, elevate. In the meantime, having to rethink their position here, because the zone not going to allow too much of continuation for them. Seems outplayed, unfortunately, is going to go out next. But Elevate, this could be their opportunity to regain that pole position, right? This could be a $250 match for them. If they have it in themselves to secure 2 more points to catch up to Mesa, that could be a pretty golden opportunity for them, but it's not going to be an easy one engagement, right? Even, especially with the side of Astra right there alongside them.
Oh my god, the top 10, this is way too intense. This is way too intense at this point in time, and I love it. I love it, but there we go. Slazy trying to slay down the players off all legions. Base bar gets taken down. Little Sax gets eliminated, and Mazer just got those elimination numbers for themselves. Elevate was also the one responsible to eliminate the Jack Boys and finishing the team up altogether. So all legions, they're gone. And the hashtag number 7, so there is no possibility in my eyes that they can secure the top 5 from this point onward, unless, just hear me out, they get almost 20 elimination winner in a chicken dinner, then there's a very high likely possibility.
But it's not easy, right? Getting 20 eliminations, we've not seen that yet. I've not seen that yet. maybe one game we had a team with 21 eliminations, right? But yeah, in the regional finals, it's not been a thing just yet. So if they're gonna do it, they would probably be one of only a few teams in PMNC Africa that's been able to secure that kind of a finish, that kind of a performance. So power to them if they can pull it off. I don't expect it to happen, but hey, I'm open to be surprised. In the meantime, though, everybody is focusing on the eastern side here, Torix. Nobody's over on the west, right? There's like one team, maybe two teams over on towards the western side. Everybody else is just like over on the east. They're like, you know what? It's not as mountainous over here, and so we can stand here and fight. And Thugger is now going to get surprised as the shots connect on up. But I like what these teams are doing, right? Regnum really trying to up the ante here, trying to play with a few surprise angles. And I mean, they've got a very good spread in the zone.
Hey, I mean, whatever works, man. But Little Trump, he just gave out his location. The situation is not going to go good for him as he gets up. He gets shot down by Namie's side. And in fact, it's Paradox that takes down Little Trump. Glory spots in the meanwhile. They get finished off at the hashtag number 9, LLN. Now you have the opportunity of securing the number 9 placement at the very least. Or maybe even the number 8. Look at the numbers. 49 is the point. 49 is the marker. You go into the top 5. You secure like 4 or 5 eliminations. You're done. You're gone. You're chill for the number 9, number 8 placement. But the grenades are going up. ASTU versus Elevate. It's happening, and they're being sandwiched by the backside of Force Strength as well. If Force Strength comes in close to the Elevate Esports, AST and Force Strength together, they can definitely eliminate this full squad. And remember this, Elevate is the team that is on the hashtag number 2 right now. The grenades are being thrown. Nobody's going to get any kind of connections. And the situation is looking like an oddball for them because they are receiving that damage. They're receiving those grenades, and one player is down. Logic is gone. Second player, the grenade comes around. Fabian could have been eliminated, but Melio comes in from a different angle, takes down Paradox. The grenade comes again and again. It's a mini red zone, ladies and gentlemen, and Elevate is just down to the very last guy, very final guy. Thogger, that was alive. He's down, and Fabian, as soon as he's finished, it is over. Elevate Esports out of the game with just the 2 eliminations and 1 placement point.
Yeah, definitely could be. I mean, you were talking about LLN a moment ago, right? If LLN jumps from 10th place up to 7th, right, they double their prize pool money that they would be getting, right? That's a lot. From 10th to 7th, that's them doubling what they earn in this event. So a lot of excitement potentially just around the corner here for them. But Regnum also got to be careful, right? They are just testing the limits right here. 1 player up, 4 players against them. Ooh, beautiful spray though coming in from Malone. But can Malone stand alone against the aggression that is raining on Throop? The answer, no, not quite, but a valiant effort nonetheless.
So time, it is not going up like it should be, But we have to know, we have to see what's going to be the next scenario for all of these players at this point in time, because right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're in the top 6, so 1 more team elimination will mean we're in the top 5, and we will have that Dead Alive counter gone. It will shift to the top side. Lou Olsen gets taken down by the hand of Mastro. Team VET, they're doing an amazing job surviving for this long right now. And remember, Team SO was the one that took them down out of the hashtag number 15 to the number 16, and they're trying to get themselves back into the number 15, maybe trying to get into the number 14, because even number 14 is right now easily accessible. They just need 1 more point. SO need 1 more point, and they will be on the hashtag number 14. VT just need like 4 more points, and that 4 points will be like hashtag number 3, maximum hashtag number 4, and you will have those extra 4 points that you really need for yourself. But Force Strength on our screen, they're kind of at the corner of the circle, and look at the circle too. This circle is a very chaotic one. Why? Because it's open. The only place that has the compounds are the centralized placement of the circle, and aside from all of this, everybody's going to be on the very top of the mountainside trying to take you down from the top shots. Player number 1 gets knocked out. LLN is going to receive that damage, and because of this engagement that just have started, Team VET, they will be having the upper advantage against them.
Yeah, they definitely will. So let's see, can they capitalize? Well, so far, not exactly, right? We do see the veterans getting brought down to a two-piece. LLN, this is a very risky approach, but as we know, they are essentially here playing to double the takeaway that they would be able to get so far. And currently, it is looking pretty tough across the board with only 5 teams remaining. LLN cutting it very, very close. Dempsey is going to try and secure the continuation in this game. And if something was to happen here onto Zeus, right, just a little bit of a distraction, just someone looking to aggress onto them, that would be that opening ticket for them to continue to push, right? It seems like it could maybe be Astro Creatives now looking to do exactly that, but, well, they can see Zeus and they can see the side of LLN. So LLN now caught between a rock and a hard place. Not an easy escape. But let's see, maybe Dempsey can get it. He is going to have to res his teammate Ulshan back into the fight yet again. And, I mean, it is just them running out of utilities here, right? Time after time. So much pressure getting applied onto them. Hopefully there is some way, some means for them to escape the pressure they find themselves up on the northern edge.
Oh my god, the pressure is intense. The pressure is immense, in my opinion. But the pressure will definitely go down as VT down to the last player, LN2. Then we have all the rest of the 3 teams. ST, Zeus, Mazer, as a full squad at this point in time. This is amazing. I'm telling you, this is actually amazing. The sprays are going around. Team VT gets eliminated by the hand of Mazer. Veteran Esports, they're gone, they're dusted. Hashtag number 5 is the place they are going to receive. But now, more problems are coming around the area, around the premises. Why? Because now you have better chances, but at the same time, the player numbers are going to be better. They will be taking maybe you down at this point in time. Mazer Esports, look at their location. Look at LLN, the way they're taking the fight against the team AST all the way. They're not engaging with the team Zeus. They're just engaging what's past Zeus at this point in time, and that is the team AST. That's 1 down. Demzix low on that HP. He healed himself, but Ulson gets ultimately taken down, knocked out, finished up, and once again, Demzix finished up as well by the hand of Thomas because nobody knew where Zeus was situated. And with this, it is all over. We're down to the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, but at this point, it's quite difficult to say who is going to be the team that has the highest chance to get that winner chicken dinner because we are now in stage 9. Right, we got 6, and 9 eliminations across the board. Each of the squads coming in with full players. So it is pretty much anyone's game at this point, right? As we know, all these teams are pretty much in contention. For Zeus, this is their best game that we've seen so far on this map. So if there's any team that needs to play phenomenally here, it would be Zeus, right? This would definitely give them a great boost to their overall statistics and their overall performance, and help them feel a lot more comfortable moving into the final match of the day. But that is going to be Pew Pew now getting pewed on down as Mazer is just lighting it up. Atrox just absolutely ablaze here as Balalo gets hit on down. Melio again trying to hold on as best they can. Atrox looking to bring Federal back into contention here, but there we have it. The confirmation on Balalo is in. This is now a turning point. This could be Mazer looking to go for another victory, go for another goal, looking to bag that winner with a chicken. Then Emilio goes down, and this could definitely now look to happen.
Oh my god, Zeus! It is over for them as they were outside of that play zone, and the play zone just took them down. At the same time, Mazer just marked their victory into that winner chicken dinner. An amazing feed once again. The team that just got that winner chicken dinner for themselves. Amazing job, amazing entry, amazing victory. Once again, 15, maybe 17 elimination. This is the winner chicken dinner that I was talking about. If they have those 17 eliminations, that is going to jump them super high. Look at that. Zeus Morris, they had 6 elimination. They were the one responsible for that elimination of LLN, as LLN was eliminated ultimately by the hand of AST. Pew Pew was the one reason that damage was low. The player went forward and he just got eliminated by the rest of the players. But Major Gaming, the way these guys played out this game, it was absolutely phenomenal. 11 elimination before they got all the final elimination numbers to their name. So that marks almost up to 14 or 15 elimination. That's exactly right. 14 elimination is the number with 1628 damage. They were not that much into the fight, but whenever they were consistent in getting, and they were dominant in getting those elimination numbers confirmed.
Yep, they were super consistent. You can't fault them on that, and it pays off at the end of the day, as we now can see Mesa coming through here with yet another phenomenal turnout for them. I think that was chicken number 4. So absolutely dominating performance for the side here of Mesa. As you can see, a very even contribution across the board. Crasher, though, is going to be looking to steal the show, walking away with those 6 eliminations. We do have Federal picking up the 1, Demonic and Atrox locking in 3 and 4 eliminations respectively. But even though they were able to secure themselves 14 eliminations, the damage isn't really that high, right? Pretty good convergencies that they've been able to have here. I mean, the highest damage is Atrox, but he's got the lowest elimination count for the 3 players that have 400 plus elims, or 400 plus damage secured. But either which way, here we have it. We do see a glorious 55 eliminations being secured in the match here, and it's a pretty hefty hand that's been dealt. The knocks, the revives, pretty consistent. As you can see, the numbers are improving. A lot more revives now being brought here as the players continue to try and bounce back as best they can. Still a heavy usage coming through with regards to utilities, and Thomas being one of those, using utility to score the eliminations, right? Securing himself that beautiful grenade play. And Thomas was instrumental in the damage being caused over to the side of LLN.
Yes, sir. This is the match summary. Attarox 349 meter is the name. Thomas did an amazing job on those grenade elimination at the very least. But this is the match ranking, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ranking that we have all been waiting for. After this, there's only going to be one more match ranking, and the overall will decide who is going to be the champion. For now, it is Major Gaming that just secured that beautiful number of those elimination and the vanilla chicken dinner for themselves. But talking about the second page, second chart, it was kind of like not that good. For the first chart, it comes down to Zeus Morris with 9 elimination, Astra Creative 6 elimination, LLN Esports. They also did some decent number of elimination with the 3 for Strength with the 4 elimination. Everybody got 1. Pmnc Sports and Glory with the 4 eliminations too.
Yeah, pretty good day indeed here for everybody. But now we got to take a look, see what is happening. Who is our head-to-heads? And it's none other than Zeus Morris and Mesa. Both teams bring in some pretty decent chunks of damage there, hitting 1600 and 1800 damage respectively. But of course, as we can see, Mesa was able to be a lot stronger with that conversion rate, right? Not a lot of lost damage, as they were able just to lock it on in. And the MVP is going to be none other than Thomas, the absolute menace from the side of Zeus, making it quite difficult for everybody situated up on towards the northern side of the zone. So I love where this is going. But of course, Thomas versus Crasher, both players bring in equal contributions with regards to those eliminations and the knocks. The damage, though, quite different, right? 400 versus 800. So Thomas did twice the damage, but able to secure 1 less elimination than what Crasher was able to secure for his team. But Mesa absolutely on fire. They've just been the blazer of the aggression, right? The pressure on the battlefield. Love to see it. But now we need to take a look and see what the overall rankings situation looks like. Right after we have a look at this, Lil Trump still somehow managing to hold on here. Just managing to survive very, very slightly. But of course, Crasher creeping ever closer. And of course, Thomas, if he has a good run in the next match, finds himself about 1,000 damage, he could potentially maybe take the position of Lil Trump.
Oh yeah, Lil Trump, the way he's holding his position, it's phenomenal. Even though it's 26 elimination, look at this this guy's damage. And look at the number 2's damage. That's almost 1300 of a damage that we are seeing a difference off. But yes, a little Trump, he gets 1-2 eliminations, and I think he's going to be set on the overall top player page on the number 1. But Crusher on the 2nd, Thomas on the 3rd, Pupi on the 4th, and Logic as a 5th player. The situation will have to wait out until the very end, until we can decide, until we can see who actually is going to be on the number 1, and will get that extra 200 crispy dollars for himself. This was the match number 11. We're down to the last match. DK, this is the final game, final draft from this point onward. One more match, one more victory, and we will know who will be the champion, who will be the top 5 that will be moving forward. And in the overall ranking page after match 11, only Glory and Exit Team had a slight change of pace from their placements up and down. And on the first chart, it is just on Team Elevate and Astro Creatives.
Yeah, we're looking at 2 ties on the board. We have that 8th and 9th place tie, right? Both teams sitting on 49 points. And then, of course, we've got that 14th to 16th place tie, right? So there, the teams will have to decide who's going to be the one to take the next position up, and only 8 points between 14th and 13th place. But of course, the top 5 is going to be where we're focusing on. So Regnum still has an opportunity to play catch up. They can still make it in there, right? They only need 8 points to catch up. That's all they need to close that gap and find themselves exactly where Force Strength is. So in the next game, I think Regnum's approach should most likely be to go for winner chicken dinner, right? I mean, they've got the aggression to back it up. They're one of the top aggressive teams, one of the top 5 aggressive teams, right? Force Strength, they've been a lot more consistent with regards to their placement, right? As you can see, 38 versus 22, but of course, Force Strength has 2 winner chicken dinner. So if Regnum wants to take their slot, they are going to have to really work hard to pull it off in this final match. So it's all going to boil down to the wire, all the way to the final match to see who will be the top 5 teams moving forward, representing the wildcard region in the Africa Regional Finals. And, of course, who will be the onlookers.
That is absolutely true. It is just one more match, one more game, one more plane, and we will have the conclusion on who is going to be that champion, who is going to be going on to the next phase, and who will be going home from this point onward. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the PMNC wild card for you. Everything is wild. The top 5, the top 6, up until to the 6th placement, it is wild. One wrong move from Regnum or Force Strength can mark their end on the hashtag number 5. But ladies and gentlemen, up until to the point, and before we go into the match of number 6 and decide our champions, we're going to be needing a very short break. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us. Enjoy the highlights.
for Africa.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PMNC wildcard for Africa. Or we could also call it the Major League, right? Because they are just stepping up and reigning supreme. Currently sitting with 4 winner chicken dinners. Absolutely phenomenal run. 14 winner chicken dinner. 14 elimination chicken dinner they just brought in. There we go. That sounds much better. And it makes more English, right? Of course, we try to English as much as we can. Otherwise, things just get a bit strange. But either which way, we are just looking at one more map to go. One more map to have it all be decided. And I think the big focal point for me, at least coming into this game, is going to be between Full Strength and Regnum X. Which one of those two is going to be able to bag the top 5, right? Is Full Strength going to be able to hold on, or will we see Regnum just let it all loose, get super aggressive, and help their teammate Lil Trump maintain that MVP position?
Oh, there's only 2 factors right now. One is who's going to be on the number 5 and number 6. Second is Lil Trump going to be on the MVP as the top, or he's going to be somewhere around in a different place. And I'm really phantomed by the fact that Regnum X's Lil Trump, he managed to get that top placement for himself. Even though like Major Gaming has 78 total elimination, there should be some of their players into the overall ranking like MVPs too, but the amount of damage that Lil Trump has succeeded, it is phenomenal. Yes, he has 26 elimination. There's also Major Crasher that is right behind him, but the damage wise it's not that much. Why? Because he only had like 4,700 damage done. So it all is about the fact that, okay, in this match, who's gonna have those elimination numbers? At the moment, I'd say Major's Crasher is gonna like succeed in securing 4 or 5 extra elimination than Lil Trump. Is the point where the Lil Trump is going to be on the number 2, and we're going to see Major Crusher on the number 1. But at the same time, Lil Trump, it's all up to you to maintain that position. Yes, you might not be into the top 5. You guys might be into the top 5. You're not going to receive that big of a chunk of a prize pool for yourself. But the one thing that you can do is you can get yourself an extra $200 by being on the very top. But this is the fight for that MVP. This is the fight for that bragging right that yes, you are going to the next phase as being into the top 5. So everything is residing on this single match, because this one is the final match of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think another strong contender for the MVP could also be Thomas, or as he's called in chat, Thomas the Train, right? He could be looking to lock it in and just bulldoze on through. And I mean, Thomas has also been showing a lot of consistency. We've also seen Thomas, you know, being up in that top performing slot time and time again as well, right? A strong contender for that MVP. And so we did see the damage difference being, I think, only about 1,000. So if Thomas can secure 1,000 damage in this next game, that could get him that extra little bit closer to potentially maybe upsetting Lil Trump, who's currently trumping the MVP board. So a little bit of pressure coming through here for them, but we'll see how it all pans out. First things first, though, we need to hop into Murmur to see what the teams are going to be doing for their final opportunity, the last chance to secure all the points. Like I said before, my focus is going to be on Full Strength and Regnum X to see who's going to be doing what, who's going to be the one allowed in, and who's going to be the other one. Just kicking some rocks around because they were upset and they couldn't pull off the maneuvers they were looking for. But of course, as we know, right, the rest of the lobby, this is their opportunity to really lean into the power they have, right? Sure, they might not be in a position to qualify, but they still have quite a big say in who is allowed to go through, right? And also what share of the prize pool everybody is going to be walking away. So there's quite a bit weighing on this final match. And as you said, right, it's going to be the top 5 that moves on, that heads over into the next phase. And that's it, right? That is it. There's no more opportunities after that. So if they've not yet brought everything onto the battlefield, this final game is the one to do it.
Oh, that is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. At this point in time, this situation is going to be a very tough one for the players, because this is the final match and this is the final reign that they have to go on for. We're just waiting for the final match to begin. You guys are excited, we are excited, and we have to see what this final match is going to bring us and the teams. What is this final match going to bring? Is it going to bring a very destructive, chaotic gameplay for all of the teams? Is it going to bring some decent placements? And at the end of the day, it's the fight for the top 5. We already talked about the fact that, okay, yeah, these are the 2 teams that really is needed to stay into the top 5. This is the point of a difference. Recnomex need the winner chicken dinner to get into the top 5. Force Strength just need 5, 6 elimination numbers, and they're gonna be chill. And I believe so. They're going to be chill after that. They can still maintain their top 5 placements. But yes, all Legions, they tried good, they initiated good into the previous match, but they couldn't execute it very well, and that was the reason they got eliminated early on. And if my memory serves me right, they got eliminated on hashtag number 11 with just the 2 eliminations. They initiated the good contact of eliminations. They got 2 at the start, and suddenly they were all down and they were all gone.
Yeah, they finished in 10th place with 2 eliminations, so it's unfortunate to see them go that early, but I mean, a similar thing happened a bit before that as well, right? I mean, they're so close to catching up, right? They're so close to potentially making it, but I think the opportunity for that has maybe surpassed them, right? I don't necessarily see them being able to bounce back at this point. Looking at the point difference that they have, if they can somehow miraculously manage to find themselves 38 points, which we've not seen yet, if they can do that,
28 eliminations.
No, yeah, 28 eliminations. I mean, I know they're an aggressive team when they need to be, but I've not seen them be that aggressive. To put that into perspective, they've been able to accumulate 34 eliminations all the way up to here, right? In 11 games, they've got 34 eliminations. Can they get 28 eliminations in one? I don't think it's very likely. It's not going to be an easily achievable performance for them. If it was a team like Mazer, maybe, right? Because they've got 78 eliminations, right, out of 11 games. So could they go for it? We don't know. But here we have the board, so you can see how we are coming up with these numbers, and here it all is. So yeah, it's going to be a pretty tall jump for All Legion to try and catch it up, right? 53 points versus 91. That's quite a big gap.
It is quite a big gap at this point in time. Be very careful on whatever you guys are doing. But yes, the Major Gaming, they're gonna stay in the very top. Astra and Elevate at the same time, there is a possibility that they will be changing their placements again and again, even in this match. And maybe one of them is going to take the bigger chunk of the prize pool. One of them is not going to take that bigger chunk of the prize pool. So it all comes down to that. It all comes down to that singular factor that, yeah, whatever you're doing right now, you got to do it better. You got to do it better than the other team, so you can have that potential better chance of securing a very decent placement. But aside from all of this, we have to see. It all comes down to that fact that, yes, whatever the match is going to begin, whenever that match is going to begin, and however the teams are going to play will determine that, yes, who's staying, who's going, and who is taking that better chunk of that prize pool all together throughout the scenario. It's just that one match, one plane line, one circle, and can we please have the circle a very chaotic one? Can we please have it on the spawn island, the water area side of the Miramar?
Probably not, right? I mean, that's almost as rare as chicken teeth, right? It's not something that you see very often. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen chicken teeth unless it's a special chicken hiding somewhere else. But in the meantime, we are going to get ready to roll with our final match as we start down all the way in that southwestern side, heading up towards Torre Ahumada. So a decent spread here for the team to get themselves situated. Exit this time around, not going to be going for Campo Militar, which I think is a great starting point. But of course, that's all dependent on where the zone is, right? I want to see Exit make it a little bit further, not go out in 12th place. I want to see them go beyond, right? Get at least up into the top 10, because I mean, they kind of deserve to finish strong in this final match. I mean, so does everybody else here. So if we could have a top 10 finish for every team, I would do that. but that's not exactly how this game works, right? You got to step up. You got to earn every potential point available to you. So let's see how the teams are going to get and where they're going to get this situated. Torix really wanting that water zone. Let's see if it is going to pop. Will it reveal itself? Well, maybe it has already. No, not quite yet, because we are waiting for the zone kind of to pop there. We will see when that timer... Yeah, there we go. Zone has been deployed. We don't know where yet. It's still a surprise.
Yes, sir. It's still a surprise, but it will be revealed in a short while. Ladies and gentlemen, we will see the circle in a short while, but I see the line. I see that line somewhere around the area. Hacienda del Patron is in the circle, and oh, wait a minute. I still see this. I still see this as a W. I still think that the next stage can actually go a very hard Eastern one, in fact, and can go straight into the water. But the fight. It is the fight for the final match, for the final play, final draft. WET has nothing to lose, everything to gain. They're going straight up, charging into the fight, charging into the den of the fire. Falcon, he's in the front line with the grenade. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, and there we go. Kaboom, and no connections. Unfortunately for the guy, he's not going to make any connection. Mastro is down. Finally, he makes a connection with the UMP. He has 2 UMP in hand, but oh, if it had been a 1v1, he would have won it out. But LN Esports, they came in together. Alton, alongside of the other guy, they were together. But John, oh, before getting eliminated, I love that. He was like, yeah, let me finish your elimination up. Let me finish that knockdown up. And in a single instance, LNN, they were 4-man, and now with the 3 elimination, they're 3-man.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not the worst turn of events here for LN. I mean, they are still sitting with 51 points on board. Can they catch up to all region? Yes, quite comfortably. And I mean, they've already closed that gap considerably, right? Those 3 eliminations is going to bode quite well here for them. But now the pressure is on. Can they keep the momentum going? Because as we know, right, moving from 8th place up into 7th, that is an upgrade with regards to the share of prize pool, right? That is $30 extra going their way. And so one decisive play could make a major move, can have quite a bit of an impact. Earlier you were talking about Astra and Elevate, right? I think realistically between those 2 teams and even Zeus, we could still see a bit of a change up as to who is secured into which position. Also, more importantly, who's walking away with what share of the prize pool, right? Because the jump between 4th and 5th place is $300, right? So if Zeus finish up all the way in 2nd, they've just upgraded themselves with $300 in addition to what they would have at this particular point in time. So there's a lot of potential, a lot of opportunities for the teams to bag even more money. And speaking about that, I still want to see Wildstorm Pew Pew versus Astra Pew Pew, right? We need to have a pew off. That just needs to happen at some point. Will it happen today in this final match? I hope so, but it's not likely.
Let's see. Pmnc Sports over here. Oh my God, beautifully done. WSG is all he's going to be taken down. That's 2nd elimination to the name of Pmnc Sports at this point in time. Chazo Goat going forward. He's trying to utilize the same tactic that his team member used to take down the player. But unfortunately for him, the player is going to be outside. And unfortunately for the Pew Pew, he's going to be getting a face-to-face with Amok and Chazo Goat. Same time, that's the 2nd elimination we're going to see. Pmnc Sports, the 3rd one on their way. WSG down to the very last guy. And even WSG has like a very decent chance of securing that hashtag number 7 at the very least. They just need 4 points at this time. All legions, they're joined in with a 3-man squad. They're trying to maintain their hashtag number 7 at the very least. And they're like, yeah, let us try to maintain that placement for ourselves. RGX, on the other hand, I kind of want to see what the RGX is up to because they're in the cars. They are moving from one perimeter to the other one. And I want to see if they are anywhere close to any other proximity of the fight. But you know where else the fight can possibly happen aside from the La Cobreria? That was the Los Leones, where Zeus and where I'd say the other team that was at Team AST was situated at.
I mean, it could be an interesting position for them to try and maybe get themselves secured. Not quite sure if that is gonna happen, but we'll see exactly where the teams look to go, as the blue is gonna force their hand, especially for quite a few of our squads on the outskirts of zone. I mean, I'm looking at Wildstorm in particular, right? They need to find a way to get around Pain and rotate into that safe playable area, because yeah, you don't want to get caught out in the blue unnecessarily. So, and Mazor rather, oh, now feeling the pressure as Elevate Thugger looks to step it up, coming in hot. Thugger just popping or fighting player after player. Wow, Mazor down to 1, absolutely getting lasered down here by the side of Elevate.
That is the true, and Elevate Esports just securing the 3 elimination. Mazor Esports losing 3 of their players is a very big blow to them. But Pain Esports now finally coming up around the area, around the premises, and taking down the Wildstorm GMG. With them, WSG, they are not going to be able to secure that hashtag number 7. They will be stuck on the number 9, maybe number 10 even, or number... In fact, wait a minute. PN, after securing these 4 eliminations, if they can get at least the top 5, I think they have just taken over the side of the WSG at this point in time. Or are we including those 4 points, 4 elimination points into this overall ranking, the points structure that is being shown? If that's the case, they still need like 4 more elimination numbers or 4 more points. But Glory Esports, they are on our screen and they are doing a wonderful job in securing that 1 elimination to their side. 2nd elimination, I don't think they're going to be able to do that, because in the Hacienda del Patron, the players are gone. The Glory is all alone in this area, close to the proximity. But yes, Team All Legions, they're moving from one premises to the other one through the side of Glory Esports.
Let's see, can they maybe escape the sprays here? As Glory pretty committed to getting those hits secured, and I mean, both teams so close to just getting out of the blue zone. I like this proactivity, right, teams? Instead of trying to spend too much time in the blue, looking to get out of it as quickly as they can. And now in the meantime, it is going to be Astra finding themselves in a bit of a play here, as the exit is moving up. The zone, of course, heading west. So unfortunately for you, Torix, we're not heading into the water, right? We came close. We had a few sips, and now we head back over into the desert itself as the zone centers up over towards that northwestern front of Los Leones. And that's going to be a pretty tough position for the teams to play, right? Especially with Picado being in play, La Bendita being there, Los Leones itself. There's going to be so many angles for the teams to get secured in Neymar. Okay. Yeah, going for a slightly different approach, right? You know the wheels are supposed to be the other way around, right? You can't park there. That's a no park zone.
That definitely is a no park zone, but
there we
do
go.
have to see. Yeah, there we go. The car is finally up. The car is finally up now. But aside from all of these factors, the wait is going to be over. The fight is here. Base Bar finally getting a lot of damage. Little Sax close to him, alongside of him, in fact. Did not receive that much, but All Legion, they joined in with a 3-man standing, and they were trying to maintain their spot into the hashtag number 7, I think, which seems kind of hard now, unless the Glory Esports, they just go like, yeah, we're not staying here, we're just gonna go away. But the circle, man, I'm still sad about the circle. I kind of wanted it to go to the water side and may rain chaos on every single one of the players. But even this circle, I think it will bring a lot of chaotic destructions upon the players, because Los Leones is still inside. There's also the La Bendita area. The Picado somewhat is inside of that circle, but the rest of the areas, the in between, the centralized position of the circle actually is the open field.
Well, I mean, center zone being out in the fields, not the worst position to be. I think if the zone pulled up onto the city, that would be quite troubling for the teams. I mean, I know you would be quite happy with that, because you asked for crazy chaos and mayhem to descend down upon our players. I just want to see them play a beautiful game. That's what I want to have them do out on the battlefield. If that means that it's going to go into Los Leones, then so be it. But I think out on the fields here, it gives the teams a bit of an opportunity to flex a little bit more, right? To really show their capabilities and the talent they have. But let's see where that is going to take us, as we've got just about 15 seconds or so left on the clock. Pain, though, also still to really commit to their rotation heading into the zone, right? Exit making their entry as they come in just on the outskirts of Impala. Surprising enough, X Project still pretty much hugging that far southern side, as we can see everybody moving up. And there we go. Ooh, we're pulling further into the field. So Los Leones not necessarily going to be in play. And I like the fact that the teams also haven't really fully committed to pushing into Los Leones itself.
It is the Los Leones pull, ladies and gentlemen. This circle shift, it's a very chaotic one, because now Los Leones is somewhat in between. Yes, it will be in the circle, it will not be in the circle, but Pew 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 finally comes around and Slazy takes down Little Trump. No. Wait a minute. The guy that was supposed to be onto the MVP ranking is gone. He is gone. How many eliminations did the team get? 0. Meaning this guy has 0 eliminations even in this match. That is absolutely bonkers. You know what this marks up? Mazer might have a chance of securing that hashtag #1 of the overall MVP chart. There's Zeus Thomas. Zeus has 0 eliminations. So it all comes down to the fact that Mazer players, how many eliminations they have right now, like the guy who's alive, is he actually Crasher or is he somebody else? And if not, then it all comes down to Zeus. If Zeus is able to secure, in fact, Thomas is able to secure from Zeus' side some eliminations, he might just jump down from #3 all the way to the #1. But elevate Fabian, he comes around. SO KV1, so both the players of Team SO, team outplayed, they are down. They're being revived, yes, that is for sure. But in how much time will they get that rescue? Will rescue be done? Impulse revive the player, but Fabian is ready once again with the S12K. Player once again, Molotov comes around the area, and I don't think so. I don't believe that at this point SO can actually turn this around.
Well, let's see how it will go here. I mean, it is looking pretty challenging for SO. So challenging that they can't continue, as they have been seemingly outplayed here, walking away with nothing to show for this final match of the day. So they are locked into their position all the way on the overall standings. I mean, you got to commend the efforts that they've brought in today, right? I really like where it was going. It really looked quite hopeful for the squad. I mean, were they going to be able to contest the top 5? No, that was not going to happen today. But I think they've played a much stronger game overall here today. I mean, 25 just looks so much better than 3, right? It's just a much prettier number, in my opinion. But in the meantime, we'll look onto the remaining 11 teams to see where they're going to be going and who's going to be doing who, what, where, and why, as all region still going to be trying to hold on to the 7th place. LLN, though, they've also not been doing all too much, right? Yes, they are down to a duo, but maybe they can look to bring in a little bit of that surprise performance as we move into that next stage. Of course, stage number 4, moving further and further away from the city, still pretty much locking us in onto those fields. And there's essentially just realistically 3 teams yet to move in. All region, Glory, and the other half of Pain.
Everybody is on the eastern side near the Los Leones, whether it's the X Project, whether it's the Zeus, Razor, the AST, everybody's there. But on the northern side, yes, Glory is there. Team ALL is actually situated at the northern angles too, and the team Pain as well. But Zeus Morris, the team that can potentially secure that MVP spot now at this point with just like 2-3 elimination to their number. We have to see if they're going to be able to like secure any kind of eliminations. And in fact, Thomas is the guy that needs to secure those eliminations. AST is another name that has the potential to do that, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do that, because he was kind of somewhere into the hashtag #4. The AST player, that was Pew Pew. And so far, Pew Pew, I think he only got like 1 elimination. But Fafani, it's about time. It's about time. I think he's going to go for that airdrop. He needs that level 3 vest helmet and that juicy new airdrop weapon. But Thogger from Elevate Esports, they're trying to secure some elimination. So far, Elevate Esports has secured 7 elimination. That is a huge number. One more, and they will be from number 3 to the number 2.
Well, can they make the jump? We don't know. We'll find out pretty soon, but it does seem that they find themselves in a bit of a situation, right? Not the easiest angle. They've got to be very watchful of what all region are going to be looking to do here. And also got to keep a close eye on Glory, because all this shooting does draw quite a bit of attention to them. But now all region, they're all out of luck as the Blur is going to start to apply a lot of pressure. The health bar's just running out here. Oh, can they survive it? Will they make it out? Not quite sure, but it seems like it's now down to Lil Zach to try and survive. All region having all their hopes riding on one single push. Will they settle in 7th place, or will we see ALN move them down into 8th position? It does seem like ALN could look to accomplish exactly that. They just need to push a little bit further. But Lil Zach's not quite sure, not convinced that he's going to be able to make it out of this unscathed.
Oh, yes, that is true. But Team Regnum X versus LLN. The two teams, once again, that are close to the proximity of the area. We have to see what the fight is going to bring them at this point in time. I do kind of want to see what ALL is going to do, because the guy that was a little tax, he's still outside of the play zone. You can see the blue on him, and he is outside of the blue receiving that damage. They have to maintain their hashtag number 7, so he has to stay alive and get some decent number of eliminations, because if not, LLN secures 2 more eliminations and they will automatically be on the hashtag number 7. But oh, all Legion is gone. All Legion is done. 0 elimination, no elimination whatsoever. The next circle shift goes towards the northern side. PN in the circle, Team LLN, Team RGX inside of that circle as well. But on the southern side, AST has now the better opportunity of holding down Zeus's fort, Mazer's fort, X Legends fort, and at the same time, Team 4 Strength fort as well. And remember, 4 Strength is on the hashtag number 5. If Regnum wants to be on the hashtag number 5, they have to secure 8-9 elimination points for themselves, with the top 5 to be kind of like super secured in the place.
Well, let's see what is going to be coming through as a 4 Strength now starts to move on up. They look to stretch their legs a little bit. They've got quite a bit of room over on towards that eastern side of the zone. X Project and Zeus, not necessarily so, right? They need to tie their laces up and get running, because that blue is going to force their hand. Mazer, one of the only teams that don't really have too much to worry about, is going to be enveloped as the blue zone now moves forward. You can see the rotation there from Federal starting to come across. But can they lock it in? Can they make it into the safe zone and maybe escape a potential spray coming through from the 4 Strength side? We go to Glory, as they are holding all the way in that northwestern side of the zone. And actually, I got to say, this is a decent setup for them, right? There's no major threats here. There's no one really looking to contest them, at least for the time being. But I'm not quite sure if that will be the case come this next phase. Mazer, though, unfortunately for them, they are going to be ending right there in 10th place. No eliminations on the board for them. Elevate maybe could look to contest, right? They still need 15 more points to catch up. Is that impossible for Elevate? No. 15 points is quite achievable for them at this stage, but not quite sure if Elevate is going to focus on that. I don't know if they're aware of that Mazer was the team that just got taken out.
Mazer just got finished. I think they know. I think they realize that, yes, Mazer is the one that's out of the game, out of the match at this point in time. Why? Because as the last player descends, the team name actually shows up that, yes, this is the player, this is the team that has been eliminated. But AST versus Zeus, it's happening, ladies and gentlemen. The team that has the better chance of contesting the MVP ranking for the number 1, number 2, they are in the fight. Zeus, it's now your time to secure some elimination. Thomas, it's your time to secure that number. Come on, go for that fight. Thomas gets out of the car, gets back in. He has the UMP-45 trying to take down some of the players. Stone, in the meanwhile, gets taken down. Thomas cooking a grenade. Will that grenade connect is the big question. Or before any of that grenade can connect, Thomas will be taken down is another question that we have to talk about. Pew 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 comes around, takes down Thomas, and number 2. He's staying there. He is staying there. Azus Morris gets completely annihilated out of the match. Elevate AST. The fight is still there. We are seeing Elevate going from number 2 to number 3 this time around. AST securing their hashtag number 2 back after that elimination number. But how will it go? Another circle shift prior to the previous one. It goes to the dead center of the circle. Oh my God. This is a centralized circle shift that we are seeing. A 4S AST together. 4S. Now you have to contest your placement. It is 92 points versus 85, just a 7 points of a difference. And after that 7 points, it is the 2 Vinavina chicken dinner of a difference. So if Regnum wants to secure that number 5, they need to at least have 8 more points. 8 more points are needed. If not, if you want to stay on the hashtag number 6, this is the time. This is the time to end the game. But 4S, they're yeah, we're not giving up. They still have 4 men standing. They still have 4 men alive. And they want to make sure that they are staying somewhere into the top 5, top 3 as well.
Yeah, it does seem like Regnum have the odds slightly stacked against them here. It's going to take quite a bit of focus and determination for them to pull that move out of the hat. But full strength, if they continue with the bombardment and the barrage of shots down onto the side here of AST, there could be even more points now, making that gap even wider versus the side of Regnum. Beautiful nades though, getting thrown across the way. Let's see, can they lock it in? Elevate also going to try and defend. And I mean, if Elevate could potentially get a jump, get a play over onto the side there of 4S, or any of the teams in the surrounding area get a play onto full strength, there could be some hope here for Regnum to rise up and, well, make up for some territory here. But no, Naomi just very cautious on the edge. An interesting approach coming through from the side of full strength. Again, looking to not overextend their reach. They want to try and kind of just leapfrog their way forward, try and go from strength to strength. Play very cautiously with it. And speaking about caution, it's exactly what we see Regnum doing here. They can hear the movement up ahead, but they don't want to draw too much attention to themselves. At least not yet. Now, Glory, Pain, both teams side by side on those rankings. Either one of them has the opportunity to increase their overall share of that prize pool, but by how much will they be able to increase that? We do see Elevate Thugger also not getting hit there in the feed. But what's going to happen as Starboy starts to move up? Oh, Ammo just up ahead of him. Starboy, you got to be careful, but a beautiful nade from Lord is going to help Borny quickly make his way out. The P90 not going to be enough. Bane goes out. It's going to be an 8th place finish. Only 4 eliminations to their name. And now we step further and further into placement point territory. Thugger completely isolated out in the distance. Is he going to get rezzed up? Hopefully, you can see his teammates now starting to move on through, but there's still so much riding on everyone here. Viper getting hit as little boy meets the shots across the way. Astra Creatives now trying to lock down the Southern Edge, but it's going to be Elevate trying to push up and regain the ground here because everybody is rushing for points. Both these teams fighting for that 2nd place finish. Who will be the one allowed to walk away with that?
Oh, I mean, whosoever wins this fight is going to be on the hashtag number 2. That is for sure. But Logic. He's one of the guys that is all alone in the surrounding side. Pew Pew goes over, takes some shots. Logic receiving the damage from the grenade and the throwables. But ooh, that is a beautiful grenade coming on the side of Swayze. Now, Pew Pew going forward with the shots with the Pew Pews and taking down Logic. It's a knockdown. Then Pew Pew comes around and Fabian in that area comes into the place, as well as ASC is going to lose another one of their players. It is Astro Creatives, Balalal, and alongside of him is going to be another player that is going to take the fight against the team Elevate. But remember this, there's also the GES in the back lines of the Elevate Esports. If for strength, AST, they're not careful, it's going to be a very disastrous situation. But Fabian is the last guy. I don't think so. He's going to be able to do anything at this point in time, aside from securing and surviving from this point onward. He should let everybody take the fight, and he just chill out of there, and wait for the top 5, top 3 to be made. Somehow survive in that if you want to be on the hashtag number 2. But as for Creatives, they have 8 eliminations now and 126 total points. Fabian has been spotted. The shots are being connected upon the guy. Balalal. He's making sure that his team is going to be on the hashtag number 2. The moment AST is going to have like that elimination of Elevate Esports, their hashtag number 2 is secured.
Oh, this could be an upset. This could be a major upset, but fortunately it isn't. Hades holds steady as he locks it in and locks the points down. That is the 7th place finish, though, for Glorias. Out they go, 5 points to their name. There's still a bit of hope here for Regnum. They are going to have to try and push for a winner chicken dinner. But also, I would say, really avoid the side of full strength, right? They're just going to have to hope and pray that a team like Astra gets the jump in on full strength and helps alleviate that pressure, because I don't see any other way for them to claim that position. Meanwhile, we do say goodbye to Elevators. They go out in 6th place, but they've got 11 eliminations in the bag. The spray is now locking in, and this could be Astra turning their focus right onto full strength, right? The position up on the hill could maybe be what is to bite full strength here. But we'll see how this one pans out. Knight coming through from the side there of X Project is still going to try and push on forward. It's just him and his teammate trying to survive, but up comes the nade. It's an absolute bombardment. Fifany hiding in the vehicle, not doing a single thing, just looking on as the teammate gets absolutely hit with grenades from all directions. Beautiful nade there from Knight though, and this could be a good turning point. As you can see, Astra, they realize what is happening and they quickly fall back into safety. They don't want to get taken out just yet.
Hey, my question is Fefany offline or something? Because even after that grenade, I think that grenade was the golden point in time that you should have shot upon the players. You could have taken down 2 or 3 at the same time. Even though if you do get like knocked out after that, it was all good. It was all good. The rest of your players could have like came around into the area to like help you out. But for us, they're going to lose a 1 player more. Again, it's a knockdown. Namey will receive that revive, but MV Lone from the side of team Regnum X said they're going to be knocked out and finished up right there and then. GES, I think Fefany finally came back alive, and the moment he's going to be alive, he's going to be shot down once again. This is what you did wrong. This is what exactly you did wrong, Fefany. You should have let Knight initiated the fight with the grenades that do the damage, and then you should have like shot upon the player. But I do believe so that team 4S is going to be the name that will be strengthening their names into the hashtag number 5, as Hades is the last guy remaining into the game. There's also Knight as the solo man remaining, so it's a 1 versus 1 versus 2 versus 4 versus 4.
Yeah, I mean, the worst thing that can happen for Knight and Hades here is if Full Strength and Astra manage to hold on to the full squad as they have. And unfortunately for Knight, it is going to come to an end. As we say, good night, goodbye. Out they are. X Project wrapping up their run. Hades wrapping up the run there as well. So Regnum, they're going to have to settle for what they've been able to accomplish thus far. It is going to be a 4th place finish with 4 eliminations. And of course, Full Strength still in the match. They've got 5 eliminations up, and they are now just looking to capitalize. Whichever way they go, they will have no less than 10 points coming in from this game. So the pressure is on. Can they lock it in? Can they completely solidify that position? With Slazy getting taken on down, that starts to open up exactly the opportunity that they've been waiting for. Pupia, though, is going to advance coming in on the side here, but we are in stage 9. There's not going to be much more place for these players to move into, as Pupia, quick with the reactions, does find the hit up on towards Onyx. In fact, there was actually Balal. Now it is going to be pressure as Astra Creatives need to push on forward. Balal is going to try and find every angle he can get, but as you can see, Full Strength just there up ahead of them, ready to welcome them in with open battle. Since the final showdown, LLN is going to be the team settling for that 3rd place finish, but it is down to the wire. Can Astra Creators lock it in? 13 eliminations. Can they get 15? I'm not quite sure, but it's a 1v2, and Full Strength look to have quite a bit of strength coming at them right now. 8 eliminations, 2 players up, and they are trying everything that they can think of to go for that finishing play. Pupi now left to defend. Q's is going to try and bring the team back into the fight, but up comes the push, the play, and there we have it. It is none other than 4 Strength to reign supreme, to walk away with the winner with a chicken dinner. And with that, sending Astra Creatives right on back.
Yes, sir. Astro Creatives are now on the hashtag number 2. If Astro Creatives would have had that winner chicken dinner, they could have potentially had that hashtag number 1 for themselves. But Astro Creatives, what an amazing game they played. What an amazing engagement they showed us. It was amazing. But for Strength, the strength is definitely into the numbers, and that's why they have the 4 in their names. Tooth comes around, takes down Pew, Pew, Pew right on the face. It was all over. 9 eliminations in total, ladies and gentlemen, and 6 knockouts. 1557 is going to be the damage with a survival time of 30 minutes. It is a total healing for the team, 626.
Well, there we go. Taking a quick look at 4 Strength's performance here. We've got Little Boy, Goose, Nami, and Onyx all bringing strong contributions for the team, right? Not crazy elimination tallies, but you know what? Still a strong effort nonetheless. 9 eliminations is going to help them really strengthen their overall situation. Might even play a bit of an upset with regards to where Zeus is, right? We did see them, of course, knocking on the door. They're trying to just get ahead of Regnum, and unfortunately for Regnum, I'm not quite sure if they've been able to secure enough points to make much of a difference. But a quick look back at what we've seen from this past game was 53 eliminations, 56 knockouts, and only 17 revives. So there was a lot more pressure coming throughout this final game of the day, as the revives dropped down considerably. The throwable usage also dropped down quite a bit, but the damage, it went up. We are back up to 12,000 damage, a very hefty figure being brought in. But, well, a new thing that we're actually seeing here, Dorix, is the longest hit, right? 384 meters. It's the furthest one that we've had so far here today.
Yeah, absolutely. 384 is the furthest one that we have seen in today's action. But Mazer Thedral, he's the guy that has traveled 11.3 kilometers in this match. Aside from this, Little Boy is going to be the guy that we were talking about. That 384 meter goes to this person. ASD Melio comes around with 1 grenade elimination. Pew Pew comes around with the highest damage number. He's the guy, and you can definitely count on this guy no matter what. He is with the highest damage this time around. But aside from all of this, Elevate Thogger is the guy with the most elimination number. That is 7. But going on to the match ranking, ladies and gentlemen, it is the bottom 5 that will have 0 points. It is Mazer Gaming, Zeus Morris, Wildstorm, alongside of Seems Outplayed, and All Legion. Veterans exit team, they started with a 1-1 elimination. Now on the second chart, like top pages, so I can only assume that the major points are being given out to the first top, I think 3 or maybe the top 4s.
Yeah, I mean, looking at what Astra was able to do here as well, securing themselves the 19 points alongside Full Strength with 19 points, and then Elevate on 13. There's some moves and things that we just witnessed happening with regards to the top 5, and we'll take a quick look at that once we get over to that point. So there is a little bit of suspense building with regards to that, but I think we've got a pretty good idea as to who exactly is our top 5 moving forward. Speaking of which, though, we need to take a bit of a gander and see who our MVP contenders are, right? Before we get to that, we are going to look at our top performers in this game. As you can see, Astra Creatives, 13 eliminations versus the 9 coming through from Full Strength. And I think for Full Strength, this was actually one of the stronger games that we've seen here on their side today, right? Other than this final match, they've not necessarily been going over and above, right? Looking to cause any crazy major upsets across the board either which way. I mean, even if we look back at what they brought in on the previous game, again, still pretty similar ton of events that they had, right? Only 6 points coming their way. This time around, going for 19. A bucket load of aggression going towards them as well. But Astra Creatives just upping the ante. 2,900 damage. And of course, for Elevate Thugger, the MVP of the match, 7 eliminations, 854 damage secured. This might maybe help change things up with regards to who is our MVP for this entire final?
Oh yeah, there's a possibility of that with the 7 elimination, 854 damage, 8 knockouts. But going on to the second head-to-head against AST's PMGO GS. This is the guy, 7 versus 4. Damage-wise, PMGO has the highest number, higher number, 966 damage is the way to go for this guy. 30 minutes of survival time until the very end. And knockouts is like halfway, like 2 times more on the Stalker side. He is the MVP, especially because of that, but the highest damage wise, it was the PMGO that we saw onto the match. A summary head-to-head, it's concluded. Oh my god, remember that AST had PMGO on the overall MVP side, but going on to the WWCD recaps, we had All Legions as the first winner chicken dinner takers for that Rondo match. Then we had Mazer Gaming. Astro Creatives secured 2 back-to-back winner chicken dinners. Then Mazer Gaming had another amazing game for themselves. And last but not the least, after yesterday's 2 winner chicken dinners, in third day, like 4 strength, finally secured their 3rd winner chicken dinner as well. Mark the reign, I do believe so, because of the winner chicken dinner of the top 5.
Well, we'll find out pretty soon exactly who is secured within that top 5, and I believe that is what we are going to be looking at next, unless we are looking to build some suspense, right? Either which way, a pretty dominating day coming through from Astra and Mazer, both teams just looking to shine. And of course, Astra, they've got 2 winner chicken dinners, and all of which has been brought in right here on this showing here, back-to-back Erangales. So loving that for the squad. And of course, All Legions, they made us quite hopeful at the start of the day, right? It seemed like they were on their way to push all the way up in towards the top 5, but after that first rondo, things looked to be quite challenging as all the teams had to try and step up and make sure that they bring everything that they can think of onto the battlefield. But overall, right, it was very exciting to see not only what the teams have done today, but also how they kind of laid that groundwork coming into yesterday's 6 matches that they played through as well. And now we just need to confirmation, right? Now we just need to have it be official to know which 5 teams are going to be representing the wildcard region moving forward into the PMGO Africa regional qualifiers, right? There we go, finals, whichever way we're moving into.
Finals, I think.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot at stake here, and I think especially moving into the next phase, that's where things get quite interesting, right? Because we have our winner from PMAC that has had the opportunity to go all the way through to PMGO. That is going to be in that lobby as well, meeting with all the other teams from the respective finals, all the different regions as well. So there's going to be quite a bit of competition to see how everybody kind of measures up, right? And who's going to be those select few teams to move over into the PMGO itself?
I mean, yeah, from the top 5, now from the top 5, they will be moving to the 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 Africa Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, these will be the top 5 names. We have to see, but we have to see what it is, what is the situation, because the 6 matches at DK, they are done, they are dusted, and I think it's about time. It's about time to see what that is going to bring us up into.
Yeah, first up, we are going to take a look at our MVP, the player of the series. Let's see who it is. Is it still Lil Trump, or did somebody play the opposite here? Big drum roll. The answer is
my God.
Pew Pew coming in with the steel, clutching it out, rising to the top, sitting there with 29 total eliminations, almost 6,000 damage, 18 assists, and a whole lot of survival time. Pretty impressive numbers.
Man, this guy was at the hashtag number 4 after like the 5th match, post-match 11. And suddenly, from number 4 to the number 1, he goes. Astra Creatives, Pew Pew. This is the guy. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the man. He is the MVP for the side of the wild card. That guy who will be rewarded with extra 200 buckaroons for himself. 29 total elimination. The elimination wise, okay, he is still there. He managed to secure 4 eliminations this time, because last time he had 25. From 49, 26 damage, he marked up with that 900 something damage all the way to 58.92. Going on to the second number, it is Little Boy. It is not even Trump this time around. Oh my god, it has changed considerably. Little Boy comes around from the forest side, takes 28 elimination, gets 49.11 damage done, and gets the number 2. Then we come up with the little Trump. 26 eliminations, 6,120. Highest damage amongst all the players of the top 5. And still on the hashtag number 13. Then 2 Elevate, Logic, and Thogger with 28-24 respectively. And damage-wise, 53.85 and 6,013.
Yeah, some pretty steep numbers. Love to see that. I love what these players have been doing. I mean, right, as a result of their absolute insane performances that we've seen, their teams have been able to capitalize on a lot of points across the board. But the big question is going to be, who is our top 5? Let's take a look and see exactly where the teams find themselves and who are going to be representing the wild card region. Without any delay, let's hop straight into that. And well, the answer to the question is, there we have it. We've got a change in the top 5, but no new entries. Regnum, unfortunately, not making it all the way to that finish line. Zeus, though, getting moved out into 5th place. Full strength with their absolutely phenomenal game. Those 19 points helping them go the distance, regain the position all the way up into 4th. But we've got a die in 1st place with points. But it is going to be Mazer Gaming locking in those 4 winner chicken dinners to sit at the tippity top of the board. Absolute insanity, but love what these teams have been doing. And of course, LLN, right, in this last game, they've jumped up 3 slots all the way up into that 7th position. And so it was quite important for them. And as I said, that jump was a doubling of their prize pool earnings.
Oh, that is absolutely true. That is the double of the prize pool. I love the fact that Elevate Esports has played the way they were aggressive throughout the whole games, like 85 eliminations. They're the highest one in all of this chart to have those elimination numbers. Then it was Astra Creatives. Imagine one more, just one more placement or even elimination points from Astra Creatives. They could have been on the hashtag number 1, man. And that would have been a disaster for Mazer Gaming. No doubt, it is what it is. 137 points for the number 1 and number 2, 126 for Elevate Esports, and 4 Strength comes around with 110, Zeus Morris 107 with 65 of these eliminations. But Regnum X also did a decent job on those elimination numbers with 50 plus, 60 plus. That is 65 of those elimination. The only thing they couldn't secure was the placement point. Everybody else has more than 40 placement points. Imagine just 10 more of those placement points. It could have been like maybe a key for them to be into the top 5. Maximum 15 of those placement points. If they had like 40 placement points, they could have had been into the top 5. But LLN Esports, amazing. GG's to them. The way they came from the number 10 to the number 7 in a single match, in a single game, it was amazing. All Legions did the same thing with 53 points, but they couldn't secure their hashtag number either 6 or 7. They were dropped down to number 8.
Yeah, and of course, as we see, the ties don't stop at the top of the board. They continue a little bit further down as well, right? All Legion and X Project, both teams finding themselves on 53 points. So, unfortunately, you know, because X Project don't have the winner chicken dinner, that is why we see them sitting over on this side of the page. But either which way, a very good performance coming in from the teams, right? A lot of excitement, as we've seen, and a lot of potential upsets was available. A few teams went cooking, a few other teams were being cooked, and you know, that's sometimes just the way it happens. But I think especially for Regnum, if they got a winner chicken dinner at some point today, that would have been enough for them to gain entry to the top 5, right? To sit in a slightly different situation looking at the board here. But we also got to give a big shout out to Seems Outplayed, right? Today has been a phenomenal day for them, right? They started off with 3 points. Now they've got 25 points. Yeah, I love that kind of pacing. Next time, I just want to see them do it sooner, right? Start on the first day with it. Don't wait till day 2.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, they should have started that pace from the day number 1. But yeah, even after the last match, they were still dropped down to the very last placement where they actually started from. They were brought back to the placement where they started from, and like it was all it for them. Seems outplayed 25, extraordinary they were 25, and so on. That was the number for the second chart as well. But GG's to the top 5, ladies and gentlemen, and to the players too, because you guys are going to the next phase. You guys will be going towards the side of the PMGO Season 1 Africa Finals.
Yep, this is the road to PMGO, and we now know all our teams that are going to be representing all the respective regions moving into that. And of course, the PMGO Africa Finals are going to be coming up next weekend, so there's going to be a lot of excitement to see how the teams are going to be faring against each other, who are going to be the ones to dominate, who are going to be the ones to break the bank with the most points on hand. Of course, only one way to find out. We need to get to that, and on that, of course, we want to give a big shout out, a big thank you to everybody that joined in to watch the teams do what they did here today. Big shout out going to you, Torix, as well, and of course, a big thank you going out to production and everybody that helped make this event possible. We look forward to seeing you all back again next weekend as we continue with the next stage, right? It is going to be that PMGO qualifiers to see who will be representing Africa in the PMGO. Until then, we'll see you all next time. Stay safe.
The time has come. Be the number 1 for Africa.
I first saw my classmate playing PUBG Mobile during a school break. He was talking while playing, and I asked him who he was talking to. He said he was talking to his teammates. That moment changed everything for me. Until then, mobile games only had text chats, but PUBG Mobile had real-time voice communication. It felt alive, it felt competitive, it felt like teamwork. This is when I downloaded the game and I never looked back. My house was always the gaming house of the village. Gamers will gather there to play together. Forming my first PUBG Mobile team in my room in 2019 felt exciting and fun. At the beginning, we were just friends playing together and chasing wins. Even today, when I talk to some of them, they remind me that we started in that same room. That room holds memories. It's where everything began. When I decided to step into esports, not just as a player, but as a career, I spoke with my mother first. She told me if I saw a future in esports, I should go for it. That gave me a strength, and also my fiance supported me from day one. She told me that I found myself in esports. I used to make monthly goals. He used to help me track if I'm doing hard enough to reach my monthly goals. If I'm not doing enough, she used to tell me, go for it, don't be lazy. It felt like a dream came true. PUBG Mobile became the first real esports platform that represented Somali youth. It created the first esports community in the country. For the first time, Somali youth or Somali players had something they could proudly stand behind. I realized it was bigger than just a game when I saw young players looking at me, not just as a teammate, but as a leader. When parents started asking me questions about esports, and when players said that they had hope because of what we were building, I understood it was no longer just about winning matches. It became a mission. The hardest part was building a team that shared the same vision and passion. It was difficult to step into a field that no one plays. Many people doubted esports completely. In Somalia, there was no investors, no sponsors at the beginning. What kept me going was the desire to build something for Somali youth that I never had as a player. I did not want them to struggle the way we did. Esports is not limited to a certain countries. It's for everyone. If you are disciplined, focused, and consistent, you can build your own path. Dream big, stay committed. Do not let anyone let you. It's not possible. It's impossible. Thank you, PUBG Mobile, for being a light for esports in our country. You gave Somali youth a platform, a community, a dream. I hope to see more investments and more events hosted in our country. Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.